and to kindly join us on the stage. We welcome you, ma'am. I would also like to request Dr. Neetu Sharma, Associate Professor and Organizing Team Member of the event, to kindly come and honor and felicitate Dr. Jain. A big round of applause, please. Thank you all for joining us today. The stage is all yours now.
So just about good afternoon. So it's going to be 12, and thank you so much. I would first like to welcome Mr. Dhond. I have the pleasure and privilege of seeing you on Shark Tank. So it's great to see you in person. And before we join in the conversation, I would really like to thank GCTC, Mr. Tikku, Mata Sundri College for having us here. And I am here in the capacity of Deputy CEO of Udmodya Foundation. Udmodya Foundation, if I may have the privilege again to kind of give you a background. So this is a startup incubator at the University of Delhi, which is set up under the visionary, leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor. It's been almost 2.5 years. We have about 16 startups which are incubated there at different stages. Ideation, some are at product, we have pre-revenue, post-revenue, all of them. And we're doing our little bit to get the India to the entrepreneurial ecosystem at the world map. And in that, I am also a faculty at the Faculty of Management Studies. Incidentally, we prepare students to be managers, business managers. We run an MBA program. So the title, which says from job seekers to job creators, is to kind of see how do we bridge the gap. Unfortunately, stuck in traffic, I was listening to you on the YouTube link. And I think few such interesting takeaways from the talk that you just delivered, that there are always people out there to help you, and you need to seek. And secondly, I mean, attitude eats the skills for breakfast. 100% bang on point. But I would like, given your experience, how does this shift from job seeking to job creation happens? When you talk about your own journey, and if we were to draw parallels for these young people out there.
So, thank you for your question, and thanks for coming and getting this to the kids. But, my thing is very simple. When I started, I first was a lawyer by education, okay? So I was practicing law. I didn't think of ever becoming an entrepreneur. But after doing it for 1 whole year, I realized that I don't know what else I want to do, but this is something I'll never do in my life. And the only other thing other than that was to be an entrepreneur. So I realized that when you become an entrepreneur and you have a great idea, you can solve multiple problems. One is that you're getting a great product out to the consumers. But the other is that you are providing an opportunity to so many more people to work with you on the mission. And at that point of time, all of them who are working with me are also on a mission. It's not that they are working for me, right? They are working with me on creating this mission. I'll give an example of my COO. So incidentally, his name is also Sairaj. So he was the first, we were working together for the last 10 years together. He's going to complete 10 years in February over different ventures. Now, he was a young guy who had just finished college and who was looking for a job. This was his second job. For 6 months, he was in a hotel. But today, I see him as a job giver. He is hiring so many people under him. He's on a mission to take work out of the world. So my pride is in the fact that I can create more job givers than job seekers. I think every entrepreneur, and that's why I made this distinction from a founder and an entrepreneur. If you create an entrepreneur, that entrepreneur is going to create more entrepreneurs. He's going to give more jobs. And those guys, it's a repelling effect. So don't be glamorized, don't be under this whole glamorized thing of being a founder or being someone कि मैंने कंपनी बनाई है तो मैं entrepreneur हूँ. नहीं, कंपनी मैं नहीं बना सकता, कंपनी वो सब बनाएंगे जो साथ में काम कर रहे हैं. And that's where that whole circle of life keeps on elevating. So it's not about giving jobs, it's about creating more entrepreneurs, creating people who can give more jobs, who can get more people on the journey.
And that, indeed, I think we see that exponential growth and India on the path of Viksit Bharat as the vision states. But taking forward what you said, can we create entrepreneurs or are they born? This is an inherent question that I am often asked also, and that it's there in my mind.
Entrepreneurship is an attitude. You are not born with it. You get it over a period of time. Anyone can be an entrepreneur. So why is it that entrepreneur के घर में पैदा हुआ तो मैं entrepreneur बनूंगा? ऐसे नहीं होता है. So when I was at IIM Bodh Gaya, IIT Bodh Gaya, IIM Bodh नहीं Bodh Gaya नहीं था वो. In Jharkhand, which is the one on the border of Kolkata. Anyway, forget that. I had gone there and my co-panelist was this guy who runs a taxi aggregator company. I'm forgetting the name now, but he's competition to Uber and Ola in Bihar. Okay? This guy came from a family of a laborer.
Thank you.
Okay?
Wow.
He came from a family where his mom used to go and work in other people's houses. But that guy today has built an amazing business, which he says that even the guys from Uber came and spoke to him. It's a different model, not the same as this, but they also spoke to him for an acquisition. So my point here is that if you have a fire in your belly, if you really believe in an idea, you really believe that your idea can change the world, you really believe that you can add value to your consumers and to people, you can be an entrepreneur. It's no rocket science. It's nothing glamorous. It's nothing to be, I don't have to feel something great about myself because I'm an entrepreneur. Mm-hmm. I'm just a normal person. I just moved on a mission to take jackfruit from my backyard to the world. Simple mission. And it's a nice term that they use, entrepreneur. जो भी आप बोल लो उसे, because there are many terms for it. But at the end of the day, you are on a mission creating value and impacting millions of lives. If you're on that mission, you can be an entrepreneur, but you just need to have that key. Like I said, your why has to be right. Your heart has to be in the right place. You need to know what you're doing, why you're doing. If you can do all of that, you're an entrepreneur.
So purpose.
Purpose is very important. And I think that's the cornerstone of any startup, any business. Ki why are you doing what you're doing? मतलब क्यों करना चाहते हो? What
For
are the reasons?
everybody's life as well.
That's a larger question. But if you're talking about startups, it's very easy because it's very easy to be swayed away and start doing something. मुझे पक गया मैं सुनना नहीं है बॉस का. मुझे नहीं काम करना है इधर. मुझे ये नहीं करना है. मैं अपना खुद का कुछ चालू करूँगा. क्या करोगे? मैं ठेला डालूँगा. I'll put an outlet or I'll put a small shop and I'll sell sports goods. ठीक है फिर मतलब वो तो हर कोई करता वो तो है ना. Now you can sell sports goods in a very innovative way. You could do something else with sports if sports is your passion. But that's the out-of-box thinking. Till you get that, I've asked this question. People have asked me this question many times. Should we leave our job and jump into entrepreneurship? jump into something. I say, see, you jump from a building, but wear a parachute or put a nice padding down. अगर आप ऊपर से छलांग लगाओगे और आपके पास पैराशूट नहीं है या नीचे कोई सेफ्टी नेट नहीं है, then you're plain stupid. Don't be under that garb of मैं entrepreneur हूँ. आप बेवकूफ हो. You can't be doing that. So if you want to leave your job, first make sure that you are your idea is tested, you understand what this is, work on the side, work harder, try and figure out whether this can do well, speak to many people, speak to mentors, make a ground level first for it, start it. Once you're really confident कि boss ये हो, and उसके बाद भी fail हो सकता है, कोई guarantee नहीं है जिंदगी में, पर then you have at least put a safety net. Can also you have some kind of savings और कुछ महीने काम करो, थोड़ा savings बनाओ, spend less so that you have a 6 months runway कि after I quit my job also I can still sustain myself for 6 months to 1 year. If you have a family, even more important to have that safety net.
Absolutely.
Only then quit your job. Don't be foolish. Don't be stupid. Very important.
So you answered my question without even asking. Thank you so much for that. But one more question, and I think we often see this also. You can share your experience. People are very passionate when they give so much of time, energy, and effort for their ideas. If someone out there is trying to tell them that probably this is not going to work, how do you deal with it? So what is the right way to go about it? How to accept rejection or failure or just the fact that this might not be the thing and I need to pivot? How do you deal with that?
First thing, and this is an amazing question, and I think every entrepreneur has to understand this. First thing, I hate it when someone says, "ये मेरी company मेरा बच्चा है." मेरा खुद का एक 6 साल का बच्चा है और वो मेरा बच्चा है. मेरा company मेरा बच्चा नहीं है और हो भी नहीं सकता. So you cannot get too emotionally attached to your company. You have to be pragmatic. One thing I always tell people is take feedback. लोगों से बात करो. Have those 2-3 people who are going to give you blunt feedback. I have 2 people in my life whose only mission in life is to take my case. And they only tell me what I'm not doing right in life.
Right.
Yeah? And I take that in that spirit. So when I say लोग बोल, and it's also a fact कि लोग बहुत बार आपको misguide भी करेंगे या आपको ऐसे ही कुछ नीचे दिखाएंगे. But as an entrepreneur, first thing is grow a thick skin. मतलब ये jacket के इतना उससे बड़ा skin बनाओ. Grow a thick skin. Don't get, like I said, don't take yourself too seriously. Don't get impacted too hard with anything. Second, when you take the feedback, okay, you'll have a lot of feedback from a lot of people.
True.
सबकी सुनो, करो खुद की. Now when I say this, this can also be taken in 2 ways. कि मैं सबकी सुनो, मैं खुद की करूंगा. It's not that. आप सबका opinion ले लो, then go back to the drawing board, do your own research, check what people are saying, filter it out, see what you think fits in your whole scheme of things, what you think is right, and then take a decision on your own. कि आपको करना क्या है with all of this feedback, what is the path you want to take.
Right.
Because failure or success, it's your responsibility. Don't tomorrow go and put it on someone else. You have taken feedback, now work on it and do it. So that's very important. Third thing is that when should you pull the plug? Yeah?
Exactly.
When should you pull the plug? Just to tell you all, I don't know if I mentioned, but I did 3 startups before this. This is my 4th startup. So I very well know how to pull the plug. So, people say, I was so passionate, मैंने जी जान डाली इसमें, पर ये चला नहीं यार. तो चला नहीं. Correct? चला नहीं. Maybe you were too ahead of time, maybe your execution there was a problem, maybe the demand wasn't there, we overestimated the demand for it. So what is the way to understand this? One is first thing an entrepreneur has to be completely transparent and honest with your own self.
True.
बाकी लोग गए झक मारने. खुद से तो मत झूठ बोलो. आईने में देख के मत झूठ बोलो कि नहीं मैंने किया था, नहीं किया. मतलब, so once you realize that you've tried everything that you could, speak to your mentors, speak to people, take their opinion, check what others have to say about it. After everything you've realized कि मेरे पास और कुछ नया नहीं है करने के लिए to change the situation. I don't think this is working. Pull the plug. Don't flog a dead horse. There's no point. He's not going to wake up. Pull the plug, pivot. The other thing that I keep saying to founders is, a founder, I always stand and show this. You have to be on nimble feet as a founder. You have to be ready to pivot. मतलब कोई भी journey ना ऐसे नहीं होती. There'll be a roadblock. You'll have to pivot this way. You'll have to pivot this way. Like when we started Vakao, I'll give you a small example of Vakao. Yes. When we started Vakao, we started as a D2C brand, direct to consumer brand, solely selling on internet, this, that. Very quickly I realized that it's a burn. I was just burning money. We were not making any headway. We were getting new consumers, but that was not the business. One day I still remember, and as a founder, there are moments where it's very tough. And I'm a very emotionally strong guy like that. You know, I don't break down. I don't cry. I'm a little sakt londa kind of guy. I don't break down too immediately. I'm emotionally strong. I was in office. I still remember it was around 8:39 in the night. I was alone. Everyone had gone. And we had poured in quite a lot of money on the D2C part, trying to do sales on it. And it had bombed. We were not making it. We didn't get a ROAS. We got a negative ROAS. It didn't work for us. I was sitting there and I was feeling like crying. I was feeling like I was broken. मतलब करूँ क्या मैं? Very vulnerable phase, you know. You feel कि is it the end? Is it, what should I do? It's not working. And then I took a deep breath and I just stood up. I said, ठीक है, tomorrow's a new day. Let's figure it out. The next day we pivoted to B2B. I said, let's take this to hotels. Let's go, because we were already doing that. Let's focus there. And at that point of time, we would have probably been in like 10, 15 hotels. Today, we are in over 500 hotels in India.
Wow.
So, you know, that was the biggest pivot. My 80% of my business started coming in from that. I realized that this is not required. Let's not do this. Let's do this. So, you know, as a founder, you have to be very on nimble feet all the time, ready to pivot. There is no one strict way. There is no one certain way. There is no 100% guarantee.
Great. I mean, I think this is valuable. Given the time, I will have one last question. Though attitude eats skills for breakfast, like you mentioned, and I really appreciate it. But I think when we deal with this generation, and I mean, you can choose to disagree with me, how important is to get that foundation, skills, understanding of business, concepts, all of those things right. So when you say burn, when you say ROA, and many more things like that. So business is a combination of marketing, finance, HR, people, everything. Something less important, something more. How important is to get your hold right on getting these skill sets in place before you feel school dropout entrepreneur अच्छा बनता है. तो इसलिए school education या आपके education की इतनी value नहीं है. What are your thoughts?
So I think it's very important. Okay. So let's not over dramatize all of this. Let's not make it like glamorous and say that कि school dropout है, startup अच्छा बनेगा. ठीक है, होता है, लाखों में एक होता है. पर let's be very practical. If we found a key to success, or we found a method, let's teach it, right? Why should everyone be like me learning it from Google? If there's someone who can learn it and come early, why not? Superb, yeah. And that's why I keep saying that the way the education system in our country is evolving, I'm really happy about it. Every college today has a entrepreneurship cell. So many colleges have their own incubation centers. This is amazing. There are no two ways about it. Don't get me wrong when I say that attitude eats skill for breakfast. What I mean by it is, even if there are two people who are skilled, extremely skilled, I'll pick the one with better attitude. Also, इसका अगर skill 90% है, इसका 70% है, मैं 70% वाले को pick करूँगा with great attitude. But that doesn't mean कि मेरे को हमेशा सब attitude वाले 10वीं fail ही चाहिए. नहीं चाहिए. So my point is very clear कि if colleges today, it is a must if you can ingrain entrepreneurship at a young level. So, you know, I feel so nice when there are parents who come and say, मेरा 6th standard, 7th standard का बच्चा आपको, he looks up to you. वाओ, उसने आपका कितने बार देखा है एपिसोड शार्क टैंक का, वो बहुत इंस्पायर्ड है. I got a mail the other day, so my colleague came to me and, sir, कोई आपकी तारीफ कर रहा है, जरा पढ़ो. So there male, one young guy, 10th standard, हाँ 10th पास कुछ है, बोल I want to come and work, I want to come and work with you. उसने उसको रिप्लाई किया, you are very early my friend, you come a little later. तो वो नहीं, वो वापस I am really inspired by Cyrus sir, I want to come and work with him, anything. मतलब I'm just trying to tell you कि आज बच्चे at a young age are in that zone which is so amazing, and I think that's the way forward. We are all moving in that direction. Today you have to skill them, upskill them, start early, because times have changed ना. जब मैं वही बोला, जब मैं कॉलेज में था ये कुछ था ही नहीं. What was this entrepreneurship? कुछ था ही नहीं. Today at a young age, before in 7th standard and 8th standard, you all are having entrepreneurship competitions.
Absolutely.
Amazing, yeah. There's nothing better than that. So please keep skilling. Please keep giving them great skills. We'll come and talk to all of them and inspire them. There are hundreds and thousands like me who are there who will come and give their time. But I think it's a must.
But we look up to you for your mentorship, your experiences, and the kind of guidance that you can provide. More so because I think coming from you, everything makes more sense. It's more practical rather than from academics or the faculty. I mean, I'm sure the college tries level best to skill, to upskill, but sessions like these, they definitely are very, very relevant.
Ma'am, everyone has their own role in the ecosystem. You all are doing your bit. This is the least I can do. We all have to work together to make it a better place.
Absolutely. And with this, I think I would now like to conclude this conversation, have the floor open for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Open the session for Q&A. I would just like to remind that due to time constraints, we will only be able to entertain a few queries, and we encourage our enthusiastic audience to engage with our guests later. One more thing, please note our student volunteers are on the ground, so if you have a question, you can please raise your hand and somebody will come to you with the mic. Anybody has any questions, they can raise their hand, please. Such great role models in front of you. I'm sure you have lots of questions to ask.
About asking questions, I have a nice example to you, but not today. We don't have time. Next time. But the first guy is always a brave guy.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Prajwal and I am from Delhi NCR. I have done BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering. After that, I worked at Bharat Electronics Limited in Bangalore for 3 years. Over there, I was in military communication. I was into security devices for Army, Air Force and Navy. And after that, I resigned from Bell. And now I am working with my father in his business. It is into CCTV cameras. And I am adding new avenues into it, like artificial intelligence. Because nowadays, CCTV cameras are, we see CCTV footage after some incident has happened. But I would like to prevent that incidents. So for that, I would like to move forward. And now my question is, sir, that how doing LLB helped you in your journey to become a successful entrepreneur?
Any education helps you, yeah. But more so LLB. But just in general, anything that you study will help you in some way or the other. But law helps you tremendously. Now, so because I have a legal background, I have answered quite a few law papers, right? Like 10 semesters, a lot of papers. When I read an agreement, I know what I'm reading. And we have a lot of agreements to read and sign. So the last person to vet an agreement is me in the office. So after it goes to the legal team everywhere, I have the last thing. So I know what is an exit clause, some things that I'm really very particular about. So that helps tremendously in case of any litigation that we can foresee or something that can go wrong. There's somewhere there is some kind of background which I have, which helps. Having said that, we have proper lawyers, we have people practicing who make the decisions and who give us the right advice. But it helps, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
One more question, ma'am in front.
Hi, Sai. Lovely to hear you. My name is Ritika. I'm the founder of the Parent Academy. And after listening to you, I'm wondering, should I call myself the founder or the entrepreneur? More on that later. But my general question, just want to know why did D2C not work for you? What were some of the challenges you saw? And just curious to know.
So there were two, three factors. One is that performance marketing just by itself is a lot of burn. So it's more for consumer acquisition. To make actually money out of performance marketing and D2C is very difficult. So after you do it, you realize it. I thought, when we started off, the first time we started my agency, so I had an agency from Gurgaon who was working with me on this. And the first time we put, I think, 40,000 ka ad spend. And 5 ROAS aaya. Okay, for anyone who doesn't know, ROAS is return on ad spend. So if you put 10 rupees, if you get 30 rupees worth ka orders, it is a 3 ROAS, 3 times. So 5 times ROAS. I'm like, shit, yaar, ye to like one of our politicians say, "Alu dalo, sona nikalo." That kind of scenario. I said, like, wow, मैं 40,000
scheme जैसा लग रहा है.
हाँ, मतलब get rich quick. I'm like, wow. I said, अभी बढ़ाओ. अगला महीना बढ़ाया. हमने 1 लाख डाला, 3 पे आ गया रोयास, फिर और बढ़ाया, 2 पे आ गया, करते करते फिर वो माइनस पे आ गया. मतलब भाई चल क्या रहा है तेरा? तो वो मुझे अलग अलग रीजंस दे रहा था. एंड आई थॉट लाइक, so then I evaluated. So what I understood is, one is that my product was very new. We were in a very new category. We were in a category creation kind of a thing. So we needed very big pockets to reach a very big audience. नहीं तो वो नहीं हो रहा था. And a lot of people.
Which is different, because usually the thing is that there are too many people doing the same thing, but you're saying you were creating that niche. There was nobody else sort of as a competition, and still you faced.
Very difficult. Yeah. Because there's a lot of hesitance in the consumer to make a purchase. Because he doesn't know the product, the familiarity is not there. So what happens if there are 3 type of clothes? You are then looking at price, the aesthetics, how good or bad it looks, and what do you think the quality is, and then you're making a decision based on that. But आप अगर जैकफ्रूट का बर्गर देख रहे हो या जैकफ्रूट का सॉसेज देख रहे हो, आप सोच रहे कि ये है क्या, लगेगा कैसे, मतलब क्यों मैं ट्राई करूँ? I don't like this. So we had to create a lot of awareness, और वो awareness बनाने में मेरी जान जा रही थी. So I said, boss, instead of making awareness on D2C right now, which will take a lot of time, effort and money, I'd rather go to the chefs in hotels who have, any good chef has worked with kathal or jackfruit in their life. They know what it is. But they had a problem because वो बहुत messy होता था, बनाने में तकलीफ होती थी. It was a seasonal product, मिलता नहीं था. So it was never on their menus. But we were solving all of those problems. And if I get one hotel, for example, if I get one hotel Crown in Delhi, which we are a customer, फिर वो एक बार ही उसको कन्विंस करना है, उसके बाद वो लेता रहेगा ना. अभी 2 साल हो गए वो मुझसे ले रहा है. So that opportunity cost was also much lower. So I realized that अभी तो पैसा ज़्यादा नहीं है. An entrepreneur always has this thing, yes, unlimited options and limited money. तो आपको वो उसमें से आपका बजट में से आपको कौन सा ऑप्शन लेना है is the tough thing of an entrepreneur. That's why you're an entrepreneur, to make those decisions. And I thought that was the right thing. I don't know, I may have been wrong also, but I thought at that time this was the right thing. And today, now, after we've established that base with B2B, now we are going into retail, and I'm going to just inform all of you all, we're going to be live on Zepto, Pan India. We've just launched our first kathal biryani. First people in India to launch a ready-to-eat kathal biryani. Garam karo khao. 1 year shelf life, no preservatives, no refrigeration required. So it will be available in 10 minutes at your home. Please order, try, have. And you all can even text me personally on Instagram, on LinkedIn, and tell me how you all feel about it. If you all have any things about it, I'll be very happy to hear from you. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Thank you, and very eloquently. Thank you.
You've also sold some products.
I hope so. That's also a byproduct of me coming here. So my favorite dish, and to tell you very honestly, is the biryani right now. I love it. I think it's something that everyone will love. It's so flavorful. But there's another product which we have not yet launched, which we are going to launch, is a Korean ka bhi bahut chal raha hai na. So Korean rice. It's like Korean gravy with rice in the biryani format. Mind blowing. Again, the sausages are also amazing. Yeah, all my products are good. Thank you.
True entrepreneur. Sold all of his products one by one.
Okay, so shall we proceed with the session? Yeah, can we be quick with one more question?
Hello, sir. I am Kanika Mittala, 11th grade student from Maharaja Grishin Model School. I just wanted to ask, how do you approach risk taking? Like, uh, can you give us some insights? I'm a student, some insights which, rather than like some hard hitting truths which I will learn from the future, I can learn from you.
So you want to know about risk taking?
Yes, sir. When is the time when you like, yes, this is a calculated risk, we can take it? This.
Yeah. Good question. So the first skill that an entrepreneur should have is risk taking. मतलब वो होना चाहिए. I don't want to use the term here, but you'll know. मतलब वो होना चाहिए. You need to have like steel ones, and you need to be able to take those calls. But a risk taking is also a calculated risk. So I always say you need to take calculated risks. So do your analysis. So if you have to put in, say, for example, okay, I'll give you an example. You'll understand. Now with Zepto, it's a very big deal that we have done with them. Pan India, across 500 dark stores, our products are going. There is a certain amount of marketing spend that needs to be done. Now that is a risk. I don't know, it might not work. We've not done retail that much. It's a completely new channel for us. It's a risk to put in that X amount. I'm not going to tell you the amount, but I'm just telling it's a big amount. So then X amount has to go into that marketing. So then I sat with negotiations with them. I said, now you are telling me to do X amount. Hypothetically, let's say it is 10 lakhs. Hypothetical, not nowhere close, 10 lakhs. I said, okay, chalo, 10 lakh dalna hai. So I sat for very hard negotiations with them. They were initially telling me only 3 product dalenge mere. Only 3 SKUs across 3 regions. Okay? I said, see boss, first and foremost, if you want me to put marketing spends, I want all regions, all major regions. So from around 150 dark stores, we increased that to 500 dark stores. Okay. So what that did was, it gave me a bigger order value. Now my order value increased from X to 5X. Okay. So now I was getting a bigger order from them. Then I came to the marketing spend. I said, see, I'm doing it with you and I'm doing it only with you. I'm not going to the other Q-commerce players right now. Let's go the whole hog with Zepto. Thoda unko bhi chadhaya maine badhaya. I don't record this and send it to the Zepto guys. then I told them, see, one thing was that we also should, I don't know now if I should be saying this, but anyway, please don't record, huh? Oh. So I came with a great deal with them. So we had a great deal where they also agreed to bear a part of the marketing spend, and I got them to have their skin in the game. I got a bigger order value. So I realized that my order value will, after my profits and all of that, taking away all my expenses, I can factor in the marketing spend also in that. And if I sell that amount of products, my marketing spend will be negated and I will still make money. So this is how you have to do a risk evaluation. This was one case study I told you, which is a real case study of mine, which happened 4 months back. But in every place where you have to take a risk, you will have to do this analysis of understanding what are the things around it, put a parachute, make sure there's a padding down, don't make it a do or die. A do or die only looks good in movies. In entrepreneurship, never make it a do or die. Have a safety net which can save you, because I have taken a lot of decisions, risky decisions, which have fallen flat on my face. But I still survived because I had a parachute somewhere. Yeah? So I think that has answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think there is some, I know there are so many questions that all of you have, but yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to say. As we move to our next session, we would need 5 minutes to set up our stage. So I think it's a great idea to use these 5 minutes to ask questions to sir when he's there with all of you. And so our next session is a panel discussion. We'll introduce the session once the stage is set. So we have all the time for informal questions now. I'm sure we all can do with a few minutes of informal discussions with our speakers and dignitaries. Thank you. We'll be back in 5-10 minutes. Thank you. Students and participants get back to their seats. Thank you. I request everybody to be seated, and volunteers, please see to it that all the participants and students are guided back to their seats. Thank you.
We are ready to begin. Please, kindly, please settle down.
So welcome back everyone. We start with our next session. In this next session, we are delighted to present the panel discussion. Here, our esteemed panelists will share their startup journeys with us. This session will be chaired by Ms. Prajna Kulsresht, Strategic Consultant GCTC and Expert Marketing and Brand Strategist, Founder, Aqua Quotient and Migrant Advocate. I would like to invite our chair to the stage and also our panelists who are Ritika Subhash, creator Parenting Truth and Dare podcast, and she has also founded the Parent Academy. Can we get a big round of applause, please? Dr. Tarunika Jain, faculty, FMS, University of Delhi, Deputy CEO, Udmodaya Foundation, DU Startup Ecosystem. Ma'am, welcome back to the stage. Please, a great round of applause for our panelists. Mr. Akshdeep Singh, who is the CEO and co-founder of Chronicle Sporting Events. Can we please have you on stage, sir? A big round of applause. Ms. Paulami Pallav Bose, founder and director at Pauls of Art. Always lovely to have you with us, Paulami. Please, can we give her a good round of applause? And Samriddhi Goyal, who is the founder of Buzz. Let's welcome her with a good round of applause. Thank you. We'll begin this session with a small but very endearing felicitation ceremony. I would like to request my colleague and organizing team members of the event, Dr. Paromita and Ms. Kamna Virmani, please felicitate our guests and the panelists and the chair. First to be felicitated, Ritika Subhash. Welcome to our college and welcome to this event. Please, can we give a big round of applause, such beautiful tokens of appreciation and honor from GCTC. Dr. Tarunika Jain. That's okay. That's okay. We still give a round of applause to ma'am for once again being a part of our panel discussion. Mr. Akshdeep Singh, CEO and co-founder of Chronicle Sporting Events. Can we please get our hands together for him? Thank you. A big round of applause. Ms. Paulami Pallav Bose, founder and director at Pauls of Art. Felicitating her is Ms. Kamna Virmani from the organizing team. Can we please get a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you. Ms. Samriddhi Goel, founder at Buzz. There's Dr. Paromita, felicitating her with our token of appreciation, honor, respect from GCTC. Can we get a big round of applause, please? Thank you. Last to be felicitated is Ms. Prajna Kulsresht. She's been there with us since the morning, contributing. Thank you, ma'am. Felicitating. Well, why not? You deserve all the garden. Felicitating her are both Kamna, Ms. Kamna and Dr. Paromita. Please give us a good round of applause. Thank you. With no further ado, we start with our panel discussion. This panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Prajna Kulsresht. Ma'am, the stage and the mic is all yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the lovely anchoring. I'm so glad that some people have come back after the session on Wakao. No, trust me, this session is going to be very interesting. While I'm glad, I also realized that I am a bit out of sync, with times. I'm not in a hoodie. I'm not wearing sneakers. No loose pants. But I guess the spirit of entrepreneurship runs in the mind in us and in my generation, if I call it. Very sadly, I have to call it my generation. That is where I have come to now. A little bit about myself. I'm very happy always to come back to the university. It's been my alma mater. It's where I passed out from. I'm a product of DU, blue-blooded, did my graduation in economics from Venki, and then my MBA from none other than FMS. So glad to meet Tarunika here. So glad also to see that a representative from my college is working and is right in the center of a great institution, Udmodaya, which is actually a facilitator for young and bright minds like yours to start your journey into entrepreneurship. Yeah, very glad. Before I start, I think you guys do have a lot of questions, which need to be taken care of. I think you're a very bright lot. I'm very, very honest here, because when we were studying, there were two words in the English language which we had a very hard time spelling. One was entrepreneurship, and that is the legacy of Britishers that we have to live with. We learnt it very late. Very late, I think in the 10th standard or something. It was still a new word. उससे पहले हम सब कहते थे कि आपके पापा क्या करते हैं, ज़्यादातर सर्विसेज में थे, गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में थे, डिफेंस में थे, हमारे पापा बिजनेस करते हैं. That is what we knew. Then we got a French take on it, which is entrepreneurship, made our life very difficult because sometimes we had to use it in essay writing. The second difficult word was always, and is still today, pneumonia. Very difficult. So, guys, I just want to ask you, what is entrepreneurship according to you? What is it? Anybody? What is entrepreneurship? So much of entrepreneurship all over the place today. What do you think? And it's a freewheeling question. It's not a dictionary. What is your understanding of entrepreneurship? Yes. I think others are still finding it on Wikipedia, but there's somebody right there.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. According to me, entrepreneurship is something that which you are not restricted to any one idea. You are open to many ideas and can work on it in any way, from different ways. This is not one thing that a person needs to be see things from. It is very subjective, it's not objective, and entrepreneurship shouldn't be restricted. It depends from one person to another person.
Great. I think that's a brilliant perspective on entrepreneurship, because I think at the heart of entrepreneurship are ideas. And what she's trying to say is that there are many different ways of looking at the same thing, and many times the same way of looking at different things, and all of it comes together to help finally do what? What is the final objective of entrepreneurship? What is the main objective? What is the heart of entrepreneurship? Anybody? Yes, absolutely. To solve a problem, to give a solution to a genuine need. That need could be a consumer's need, that need could be a need for the society, for the environment, it could be your own very basic personal need. It is to solve that need. Everything that happens after that, whether it is making money, looking at revenue, profitability, going to Shark Tank, all of that happens later and may or may not happen in the same way for everybody. But the objective is that if you have recognized a need that needs to be filled, and your service, solution, product or idea fills that need, then you are already in your mind an entrepreneur. All right, so that's the first thing that I'm so happy that we are getting such amazing answers on this. The second thing I want to ask is, what is this sustainability? I'm sorry, I have to ask this because I don't know how many of you have read the topic of our session. From dreamers to founders, and then the entire path from innovation to idea building to scale up in a sustainable manner. We are hearing sustainability everywhere. In simple terms, what is your idea of sustainability? ये है क्या? हर जगह sustainability. Yes.
Ma'am, according to me, sustainable would be something where you don't have to compromise something. Where in such a case where it is not costing anything. It can be done in a full flowing manner.
Can you elaborate on what क्या चीज़ compromise होती है usually?
Like sometimes there are some resources that are compromised maybe, and sometimes for sustainability you also have to like trim your ideas that it will cost this, and there are some setbacks also, in my opinion.
Resources, what kind of resources do you think are getting compromised?
Ma'am, like, let's take a very general example. Like, if we have to allocate a place for some buildings or something, the land is getting compromised. You have to do something at a cost of something.
Very nice. So land is one resource you feel is getting compromised. Anybody wants to build up on that track of sustainability? Yes?
Good afternoon to all of you present here. And for sustainability, I would like to make that sustainability is something that we don't compromise the need of future and do things which can take care of today and don't compromise on future. यानी कि ऐसा नहीं होगा कि सब कुछ आज ही खर्च कर दिया, जो आगे आए वो बोले हमें तो कुछ मिला ही नहीं. Like we say कि हमारे से पहले ये 2-3 पहले generations ने अपनी उसमें टाइगर्स देखे थे. We can't say that 2 generation ahead they would say हाँ हम टाइगर देखते हैं. वो बोलेंगे टाइगर एक्सटिंक्ट हो गए. तो किसी भी चीज़ को ऐसे डेवलप करना कि जो आगे आने वाली जनरेशन है या आगे जो लोग आएंगे उनके लिए भी वो चीज़ रहे और हम उसका यूजफुल यूज़ करें, उस चीज़ को सस्टेनेबिलिटी कहेंगे.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
And bang on, both of you. Thank you so much. May I have your name, please? Both of you, both of you.
Amrita Singh.
What do you do?
I am currently a BSc Computer Science honor student.
Which year?
Second.
Great. What about you?
Varun Kapoor from Shivaji College, second year student, business economics.
Outstanding. Outstanding. I don't think anybody has been able to describe in such a way. So sustainability क्या है? Sustain करना, ऐसे काम करना, कोई भी काम आप करेंगे सिर्फ बिजनेस के लिए नहीं है. Sustainability लाइफ में होती है. हम जो भी काम करें, हम जो भी टास्क करें, वो हमारी आगे आने वाली जनरेशन को हेल्प करे, उनके रिसोर्सेज कम ना करे, जिससे वो भी अपनी ज़िंदगी जी सकें और वो भी सस्टेनेबल वे में काम करें, जिससे हमारी आगे आने वाली जनरेशन आराम से जी सके और उनको रिसोर्सेज की कमी ना पड़े. इसको सस्टेनेबिलिटी बोलते हैं. और सस्टेनेबिलिटी का बहुत सिंपल वे है 3 P's. 3 P's. You know, if anybody has studied marketing, we know the 4 P's of marketing. Later it became 6, and maybe it is 16 or 7 now. Yeah. So there are 3 P's. It is basically people, planet, and profits. Outstanding. Who was that? Somebody just said it with me. Great, guys. You guys have really been reading a lot and are very aware. People, planet, and profits. आज से आप जो भी काम करें, आप people, planet, और profits को ध्यान में रखते हुए करें. Whether it is the product packaging, whether the ingredients of the product, how much water is getting. For example, when the whole world is moving towards electric cars, it is solving a huge problem for our future generation, isn't it? It is solving a huge problem. But if you are truly sustainable, you will question the amount of water used to keep the batteries cold, or the water used to make the lithium batteries, right? So this is where sustainability goes in, and we are very happy today that lot of development is happening. So I will not take much more time today because we have a very amazing panel. And let me tell you, we really thought a lot on how to give you all the maximum out of experience and exposure to multiple categories where founders have worked, where they have had their ideas. And I'm very happy to tell you that what our topic says is from dreamers to founders. And in the dreamers who are now founders, we have sectors such as, chocolates, so coffee-based chocolates. We have art, which is being looked at from a completely new angle, and how art is actually become a community thing through many things that Polomi has done. We have a special venture into sports, which doesn't look at sports from only an angle of holding events or matches, but also looks at coaching, at rehabilitation, physiotherapy. Also has, if I'm right, Akshdeep, they also have a podcast room. So it's amazing the kind of job that they're doing. We then have another category for you, which is very close to my heart because I'm a parent, which is on parent coaching, which is basically looking at how, working couples today can raise their child in peace. So thank you, Ritika, for that. And binding all of them together are people who are very important, where public policy and the government and institutions play a role. Because how do you become a dreamer from founder? If you remember what our previous session Sai said, was that unless you have facilitators, to help them to become founders from dreamers, that is the role that Dr. Tarunika is playing through Udmodaya. So I'm so happy that we have a complete, beautiful panel of not 1 or 2, but 5 panelists from different various categories that are going to talk today. To structure this talk a little bit, I would now request our panelists, starting from Ridhima, to speak for 2 minutes on your dream and how you finally created and made it a reality.
Hi everyone, I hope I'm audible. I'm Samriddhi Goyal and I'm the founder at Buzz. So I'm actually right now 23 and it's really overwhelming for me to be here among all of you. I myself have graduated from Delhi University from Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, and I thank you so much. I cannot thank Delhi University enough for, the kind of education, both practical and theoretical, it has instilled in me. So, like being from a business family, I've always wanted to, do something of my own, but I did not have that much direction in college, or, like the skill to exactly know what I want to do. So, when I entered college, I joined the entrepreneurship cell at my college, and we took this initiative to work with early stage startups. And I got the opportunity to work with about 6 early stage startups and understood what are the problems they are facing and how businesses exactly function. That, although, like, it scared me a bit about startups, but it also excited me a lot about doing something of my own. Post my college, I went on to McKinsey. I always wanted to try my hand at consulting, and I felt like, this could uh, give me great corporate exposure. During my time at McKinsey, like continuing on what Mr. Sairaj said, that having an entrepreneurial mindset, I made sure that I have an entrepreneurial mindset during my job, so I can take the maximum that was possible, doing extra, being curious about everything, taking initiative. And like after 1.5 years, I had a great network, I had great skills, and that is when I took the plunge to start my own startup. I have been working on this with my elder brother. He was also working at a consulting firm at that time. So we got this idea by talking about that how much people rely on coffee, how consumption of caffeine is rising in the country. So we felt like in the international market, the product caffeinated chocolates and caffeinated snacks are a whole category, but in India nobody has really heard of them. Nobody has really like had them. But it could be a more sustainable, stable, and convenient way of consuming caffeine. So we thought that this could be a gap where we could introduce our products. So yeah, and like post my journey, what I learned was that startups are not at all fancy. It's all about working at the ground level, because like I have taken up everything ranging from sales, outreach, accounting, and to also making the biggest decisions, most impactful strategy-based decisions for the business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ridhima. Follow me, you may go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Polumi, and it's amazing to be a part of such a dynamic panel, and I'm really looking forward to all the insights that I'll get from everybody here. Poles of Art, which is my art brand, it did not even start as a dream, and it gives me so much happiness to be able to be on a platform where I can share this story with a lot of people who probably, like me, have never had the courage to do something artistic without the fear of being judged for it. As a kid, I come from a very academically driven family. Academics were always the forefront for everything I did. So while always interested in art, it was not a space where I could be perfect, where I could excel without making mistakes. And sadly, there was very little space to make mistakes. I liked painting, but I could not paint very well when I was a kid. And I felt that that space never got addressed as I grew older, as academics kind of took more and more space in my life. Art was never something that was to be imperfect. Art was always something that needed to be beautiful without a question. But what was beautiful was a question that as a kid I could not really address. Academics happened, I did my graduation from IP College DU, I went on to do my MA, MPhil, I started teaching. But this one question of wanting to make art did not leave me alone. And then during the pandemic, I decided that in my own corner of my house, I will make a safe space for myself to just practice art and unlearn everything that I know about art to teach myself how to paint. And that is when the journey of Poles of Art started. It was the pandemic. everybody collectively could feel the isolation of the society that was feeling like it's just coming undone at the tethers. People were alone in their rooms, stuck to their screens, watching Netflix mindlessly, watching the same movie over and over again without realizing until they're halfway through that they've already seen this. It was a time of such a generative decay of ideas, of thoughts, of the ability to interact with other people and to have something that makes you human in your essence. The fact that you have a society, the fact that you can go out and reach out to other people and talk to other people. In that time, I found my art as something that gave me great comfort. And slowly, through that, I started regaining a lot of confidence on my ability to not just teach myself something as an adult, unlike the popular conception that you have to be innately good at something to be able to make your mark in it. I did the 100-day challenge and I started my Instagram page, Poles of Art, and that's how Poles of Art came to be. Poles of Art, the name comes from my name and the idea of art. And it started as a small art merchandise company where I started doing illustrations for people who couldn't paint so that it could give them the inspiration of wanting to paint themselves. It started with small little products that I would create in my own house by myself, one-person company for the first year, and pack them beautifully by hand and send them out as a promise. It was a story that I was sending out to them. It was a promise that I was sending out to them that you too could do this. This is not that hard. If I have learned it now at this age, you can also learn it. If they wanted a story to share with me and to let me have the freedom to tell that story, I would just take up those illustrations, make it for them and send it out. And slowly I started realizing that this gap in the market is something which has become even more pronounced after the pandemic when everybody is yearning for companionship. Now, companionship can be interpreted in many ways. One way of understanding companionship is that you look at the society and the collectivity around you. And the other way is also companionship of thoughts. I felt that the kind of companionship of thoughts that art could provide, very few things can. We all saw so many people turning to art during the pandemic to find comfort. And within that space, I found my community. Once the pandemic ended, people came through to experience the need of doing things collectively, going out with friends, going out with family, going out by themselves to just have access to the public space. And I decided that this is the time for us to move into the experience economy and establish our workshops. And the first workshop that I did, it was back in 2023, May, which was the Starry Night Van Gogh style painting workshop. And my only agenda there was to find more people who might be scared of art, who might be intimidated to try their hand out at art, but will just find the courage, like me, to come out and try. And try they did. And today, 1.5 years later, we are doing more than 50 workshops in a month, and we have worked with more than 10,000 individuals, 1.5 years, one city. So that's my story. And the only import that I would like the audience here to have is, A, it's never too late to start chasing your dream. And B, it is never too late to shift your goals a little bit and to have a different dream than the one that you have been raised up with. And that's all. Thanks.
Beautifully said, Polomi. Thank you so much. Akshdeep, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Akshdeep Singh. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Chronicle Sporting Events, and I am also a Delhi University graduate and did my masters from IIM Rohtak. So it's been like 3 years we are working on our company. So I was an athlete myself. मैं cricket खेलता था. Like I played cricket professionally for 11 years. I was also in Delhi University cricket team. So I also played school nationals and all. So basically when we were playing, we sort of thought कि यार खेल रहे हैं, कुछ कर रहे हैं, and we were not able to reach at a level. And that's what initiated, like motivated me to start my own company. And the issues that I saw in my journey ki while we were playing ki yaar खेल रहे हैं अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं nobody is seeing us. Then बहुत सारी चीज़ें जैसे स्पोर्ट्स में से स्पोर्ट्स के एलिमेंट में कि वी डिडंट केयर्ड अबाउट कि इंजरी हो रही है कोई या फिर वी डिडंट केयर्ड अबाउट सो ऑल द पेन पॉइंट्स दैट I saw in my journey, that's what made me initiated my own startup. So I also did a corporate job for a year and then I realized कि ये तो मुझसे नहीं होगा because as being an athlete, it is difficult for us to, you know, sit in a 9 to 5 job and पूरे time screen के सामने. So that's what initiated कि यार let's start with our own company and the pain points that I saw in my journey, let's start with that. So initially we started off with a company. तो a lot of people ask me कि यार एक kick start कैसे करें because we are pursuing our studies, we are doing a job, security वाली बात भी आ जाती है. Then you are also like if you do MBA from a good college, the main problematic part is कि the fees is too big, education loan आप ले लेते हो. Then it's also like you see a fat package in front of you कि यार हाँ मेरा 22 लाख का पैकेज लग रहा है, मेरा 24 लाख का पैकेज लग रहा है, तो you're like oh let's do that. But we just want to tell the audience that as a startup, like we have raised fund around from investors, institutional investors, and we also had offers from private VCs as well, which is like approximately 40 to 50 lakhs. And अगर कोई इंसान वही फंड एक जॉब से रेस करना चाहेगा, I mean the average package from the biggest college, मैम कितना है? It's 24, I think. Average is 24. तो एक टॉप कॉलेज के MBA कॉलेज में भी अगर कोई बंदा अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट करना चाहता है एंड इफ ही ऑल्सो वर्क्स 2 years कंसिस्टेंटली सेविंग दैट मनी डूइंग नथिंग एल्स, तो उसको भी एटलीस्ट मेरे ख्याल 3 से 4 साल लग जाएंगे टू एस्टैब्लिश दैट. तो द प्राइज इज गुड. सो इफ यू फोकस ऑन doing a business, working on a pitch deck, working on technicalities, so you can raise that much amount with a good business plan. So it's not like that कि if you are working कि आपको जॉब मिल जाएगी तो आप बिजनेस में इतना फ्रूटफुल नहीं है, या फिर if you will be thinking forward कि एक सिक्योर ऑप्शन के लिए मैं जाना चाहूँगा, तो सिक्योरिटी इज ऑल्सो देयर while you are opening your own company, and you can say the reward ratio is big, but again it's your chance. तो in our journey when we started off, हमने बहुत रिसर्च की. It is also one more thing I would suggest everyone who is listening to me कि before initiating any business idea you should emphasize on focusing on the research part, because people be like कि वो भाईचारे से हम पूछ लेते हैं कि यार ये business अच्छा चल रहा है, let's do this, but research is very important. Any investors who gonna come up to you, they're gonna ask कि आपके पास numbers कैसे हैं. So technically the people who do MBA they have that thing कि थोड़ा pilot run करके देखते हैं, market research, TAM, SAM, the technicalities अगर अच्छी होगी तो investors will be intrigued as well to invest in your company. Second, हमने research की, so we saw this sport called MMA. तो you see this thing like जिसमें cage fight होती है. So we own one of the MMA leagues in India and one of the, you can say it, one of the biggest amateur leagues right now in the country. And as entrepreneurs, we faced a lot of challenges because people initially won't understand what business you are doing. So that is the difference between a conventional business and doing something different कि लोगों को समझ ही नहीं आएगा. हम MMA करवाते हैं, लोग हमें बोलते हैं कि किसी की डेथ हो गई, यही इतना रिस्की स्पोर्ट है. But it has capital. It is something, one of the change which industry demands. Just like taxi and Uber का competition, we can say that taxi people were like ये आ गए तो हमारी job खा जाएंगे. But again, you adapt with the industry, you try to do something innovative. I think, ma'am, that is my core point that I want to conclude on, and all the best.
Thank you so much, Akshdeep. I think Akshdeep is a very educated entrepreneur. I was just listening to him. इसने बहुत शिद्दत से पढ़ाई करी है, फिर डिसाइड किया है कि मैं अच्छा कॉर्पोरेट जॉब भी ट्राई किया इसने, वो भी नहीं छोड़ा, पूरी अच्छे से किया, माँ बाप के सपने कंप्लीट किए, फिर बोला ये नहीं हो पाएगा और फिर अपना ड्रीम शुरू किया. सो कॉलेज ड्रॉप आउट होना ज़रूरी नहीं है एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने के लिए. आई एम सेइंग दिस ऑल्सो बिकॉज माई सन मे बी लाइव ऑन दिस लिंक एंड आई वॉन्ट हिम टू नो दिस दैट पढ़ाई करके भी एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकते. Ritika, it's all yours now.
Thank you so much. Lovely listening to all the three young panelists. By a show of hands, all of the people who are sitting here, how many of you like to do a variety of different things? Show of hands. Okay, lovely. Half the room. How many of you would like to know how to do a lot of variety of things? I hope the entire room. So my personality is such that I like to do a lot of different things at one time. This is a blessing and also a bane in my life because I do too many things, and I'll give you a taste of that. So I'm a Delhi person. I can't call myself a girl right now. I want to call myself a Delhi girl, but आप लोगों के सामने अच्छा नहीं लगता. I'm a Delhi person. I went to the same school for 13 years. Anybody know the Air Force School? Subrata Park? Yeah, so I went to the same school. Then I went and did my engineering from Jamia Millia Islamia here in Delhi. Then I did my master's in information systems from the US. And बहुत अच्छा high-flying consulting job. I worked with a company and I was traveling Monday to Thursday, coming back to my state on Friday. Typical consulting job in the US that you see. But 2010 ended up being a pivot in my life when I decided to come back to India. So I have my family here, my parents were here. That time I wasn't married, so I was like, I wanted to be closer to my family. I'm a very family-oriented person. So I said, let's come back to India. But when I came back here, just like Akshdeep, मुझे भी ऐसा लगा यहाँ corporate में मुझसे हो नहीं पाएगा. There were certain things and I didn't want to go back to the same kind of an IT, I was in the healthcare IT sector. I didn't want to do that. So then I said, okay, let me look at just take some time and look around. And I interacted with a lot of my extended family, nieces, nephews at that time. And मुझे जान के बहुत बुरा लगा that they're still going through the education system in the same way. Like they're getting up every morning, they're pulling themselves out of bed, कैसे धक्का मार के parents बस में डाल रहे हैं. Then they're, rote memorizing in school, regurgitating in exam, forgetting the next day after the exam. So वो same cycle चल रहा था जो शायद मेरे time पे चल रहा था. And I was like, maybe I can change this. So that's when in 2011 I started with an India-based company, not a multinational, India-based edtech company. It was based in Ahmedabad, and I was doing their post-sales work in schools. I did that for a few years, worked with some of the most elite private schools in India, and then I started getting bored, and I said, what can I do? More challenging work. So my MD at that time said that we are starting a project with slum children in Delhi. Do you want to lead that project? I said, fine, that sounds like a plan because I have never entered into a slum, so this will be an education for me. So in 2012 is the first time when I actually ever stepped inside a slum, and it was really heartening to see that in our urban cities also we have these pockets of spaces where people are really struggling, and we are trying to make a difference in the education space by giving them education technology. So it gave me a lot of purpose. Sai was also talking about purpose. Everybody here has talked. Palumi has mentioned her purpose. I think I was meant to be in this panel, and I'll tell you why. Because this panel was cherry-picked for me. I can tell you that. So coming back to my story, I did that project, very challenging one, where I used to go into these little खोलीज, इतनी सी जगह में पूरा घर होता था, लोगों का खाना भी वहीं बन रहा है, बच्चे भी उधर ही पढ़ रहे हैं, and then we were trying to convince them to help their children come to our center to learn maths and Hindi and English and all of that through technology. But 2014 ended up being a change for me. My story is coming to why I'm doing what I'm doing. I became a parent and I had a little baby. So that journey has now completed 10 plus years, and I'm very happy to say that, this has been the most pivotal, the most exciting, the most inspiring, the most creativity-inducing period in my life, the last 10 years, and I'll tell you why. So, जब ये सब हुआ, I decided to take a little bit of a break from my corporate job, and I started working in my father's business. He's an entrepreneur, also a DC product and an electrical engineer. So I said I'll help him. But on the side, I started learning about parenting because I was like, it's such an important role. Has anybody here done any parenting course? No, you haven't. But I'm asking the kids. No school teaches you about parenting, right? No college teaches you about parenting, yet you are supposed to do this job with no preparation and do a good job of it. You are supposed to be raising the next generation, and I hope all of you become parents. I know I'm jumping the gun here, but I think it's the most transformative experience of your life, and you will explore your version 2.0 once you become a parent. That is my guarantee. So I started learning a lot through foreign coaches, through Indian coaches, and I was like, इसके बारे में कोई बात क्यों नहीं करता है? And why is this stigma कि parenting कौन सिखाएगा यार? ये कौन सीखता है? ये तो सभी को आता है. It is not that you are born with this skill, right? It's any relationship management skill, and like you learn communication and relationship management for work or for other things, this is also very important. And so in that journey, cutting the story short, I started blogging about parenting. My blogs reached 1.4 million views on parenting. Then I started, I did a storytelling certification, and I started storytelling classes for children in my vicinity. At this point, I have published 5 books for children and 1 for adults, so I have 6 books under my belt. All of this starting कहाँ हुआ था? Engineering से, और जा कहाँ रहा है? कहीं और. But it makes sense to me. Right now, at this point, I am the founder of the Parent Academy, where I handhold parents with conscious parenting practices and how to nurture children in this day and age. आज की problems बहुत immense हैं, और ये problems हमारे parents की generation ने नहीं देखी, उनको पता ही नहीं था TV क्या है, screen क्या है, and all of those things are coming now. The kind of aspirations that all of you, all of us have are so much higher than what our parents had. So there is this constant push and pull. पेरेंट्स अपने लिए भी जीना चाहते हैं, अपने बच्चों को भी अच्छी लाइफ देना चाहते हैं, राइट? एंड नाउ आई विल टेल यू व्हाई दिस पैनल इज चेरी पिक्ड फॉर मी. आई एम अ बिग chocolate and coffee fan, so Samriddhi is there. Paul me, I love art. I am one of these people who fear judgment in art, but every time I create art, I get compliments. In fact, when I get, my son and I, we joined an art class together. He was learning pencil art, I was doing watercolors. Akshdeep, आपसे तो मुझे बहुत बात करनी है because my son is a soccer player. He has represented India in Portugal. He trained at the SL Benfica stadium with the SL Benfica coaches, where even FIFA scouts were present there. Last month, he traveled to Nasik by himself. 10-year-old boy, I could not accompany. I had a meeting to go to. He went by himself and he played the Baichung Bhutia Championship Cup, and their team came second runner-up. So I am really looking forward to nurturing my child. And of course, I need your help because I'm in that startup phase where I'm looking to scale it up at some point. But long story short, if you enjoy this journey and if it is coming from a purpose, passion mat dekho, because the way that we understand passion is, Arey, I have to be passionate about something. Subah utte hi bas mujhe roz wahi karna hai. The root of the word passion is suffering. If you look at actual etymology of the word passion, it is passio, and that means to suffer. So is there anything in your life that you're willing to suffer for? Ask yourself this question. Are you willing to suffer for something? Even if you don't have the enough money coming in, even if you are not sleeping enough. I'm sitting here right now in the evening at 7 o'clock. I have curated my first India Parents Summit where 550 parents have registered. So मेरे mind में अभी वही चल रहा है. But because I committed and our lovely Dr. Moitri was kind enough to call me here, I am fully here with you. So this is somewhere suffering for me. But I am willing to do this because this takes the mission of conscious parenting out there. It is planting seeds in your minds that you can do it. Your journey need not make sense to anybody else. But looking back, it will make sense to you. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Ritika. Yeah, go ahead. Tarunika, I think we'll probably, like to have your last views on specifically and briefly on if any one of these, and you can choose, businesses were to come to you, what would you evaluate them for before going ahead with the kind of support that you do at Udmodaya? Very briefly.
Okay, I think very good question. I mean, thank you for giving me that opportunity, and it's an honor to be a part of this panel. Especially, I think the venue, Mata Sundri College for Women, women-dominated panel with one boy here. And Akshdeep, I mean, can also throw light. He's one of the startups incubated at Udmodaya. So we're very happy to share this panel with you. Coming to the fact as to how and what we evaluate in businesses, at Udmodaya, and I think this is a general practice for anybody out there who has an idea or who wants to just, kind of um, see what it is like, specifically for the university students. We run all round the year application program Udit. In that, we invite ideas, but with, like we say, a little more research. Not just an idea with its inception or its infancy, but where you know what problem or what is the idea that you're working in, what problem it is going to solve, and how are you going to solve that problem. So evaluation is through done a tier approach. So you have a level 1 screening, then you have a level 2 screening, and things like that. With different experts, depending on what sector you are. So not everybody can be evaluated using the same panel.
Sure.
And so based on that screening of ideas, the final outcome is decided.
Guys, so anyone of you here, this panel has been specially designed for you to have takeaways. You can now get in touch with them off stage and ask your questions because it's quite a big panel. It's also time for lunch. Dr. Tarunika is also here for you to get deeper into what reports there would be. All right, so thank you so much each and everyone for sharing your story. And we sign off, guys. See you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much everyone for this enlightened discussion. Thank you. If anybody has a question with any of our panelists or they want to discuss something, you can do so informally off stage, please. We will now move on to the next session of the event titled Masterclass. One photo, ma'am. We request all the panelists to please take their seat in the audience. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to our next session titled Masterclass. In this session, we will gain in-depth knowledge and expertise from our esteemed speaker, Mr. Jasbir Singh, co-founder and CEO at Hood. He has featured in Forbes 30 Under 30 in Asia, and his venture has been funded by Shark Tank India. He will share his views on the startup ecosystem in India, opportunities for youth to create inclusive impact. Sir, we welcome you onto the stage. A big round of applause for him, please. Welcome. I request Dr. Manjot Kaur, Assistant Professor in College and an organizing member of the event, to kindly honor and felicitate Mr. Jasbir Singh. Thank you, sir, for being here. And thank you, GCTC, for these nice tokens of appreciation for our guests. However you're comfortable, sir. We welcome sir to the dais now.
So, thanks for inviting. It's honor to be here. And so I'll begin with, certain questions. How many of you think, can I use mic? I think it's pretty much. Okay, fair enough. Hello. Okay, so I'll begin with a couple of questions. I think you guys might know the startup journey. Have seen last close to be 8-9 years, like post Geo stuff, right? So the internet boom happened after Geo and other things. I'll give you the brief background that how we started and how my journey began. So there is a two things is very different when it comes to, I'm not from IT, not from IM, and still able to build 3 businesses, sold it out, and scaled, the last business is scaled from 1 city to 100 plus cities, 1,000 plus hotels, built India's second largest hotel chain, and then end up doing another business. So this is the third startup that I'm doing right now. And I'll tell you a couple of things which you might thinking right now कि what is important. One is कितने लोगों को लगता है कि एक entrepreneurship के लिए ड्रॉप आउट इम्पॉर्टेंट है, कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि नहीं IIM ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है, किसी को लगता है कि नहीं Ivy League जाना इम्पॉर्टेंट है, कितने लोगों को लगता है कि इन सब में क्या क्या बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है? Anybody's raise hand? Yeah.
Yeah. I feel for starting a startup, you don't have to be an IITian or IIMN. But I feel, in my experience, I would say investors give you a edge. It gives you an edge if you are from IIM or IIT when you talk to investors. It's a privilege. That's my opinion.
Anybody else? Or anybody think funding, without funding, bootstrap, किसी के दिमाग में कोई भी आइडिया, मतलब आर यू कंफर्टेबल इन हिंदी इन इंग्लिश बोथ राइट? ओके, सो फिर अब कितने लोगों को लगता है कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए कॉलेज डिग्री इंपॉर्टेंट है, स्टार्टअप के लिए फंडिंग इंपॉर्टेंट है, विदाउट फंडिंग इंपॉर्टेंट है? तो आई गिव यू द ब्रीफ बैकग्राउंड. आई स्टार्टेड फर्स्ट वेंचर विदाउट को फाउंडर, without funding, bootstrap. Second company started with co-founder, with funding, scaled massively. Third startup failed miserably with co-founders. Third venture currently we are building. We have raised fund from 20 plus unicorn founders. You can name it anybody. Zomato founder, Oyo founder, BookMyShow founder, Paytm founder, you name it, anyone in India. Most of them collectively put money in a hood as of now. We went on a Shark Tank as well as we got funding from Aman and Piyush as well. So the point I'm trying to make here is it's very important to think कि क्या important है, कि फंडिंग के साथ काफ़ी सारे लोगों के दिमाग में ये क्वेश्चंस भी रहते हैं कि अच्छा मेरे साथ को फाउंडर होना इंपॉर्टेंट है या मैं अकेले स्टार्ट करूं, या ऐसा होता है कि नहीं फंडिंग है तब स्टार्ट करूं. कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि नहीं मेरा फैमिली बैकग्राउंड ऐसा है कि मैं नहीं स्टार्ट कर सकता. So despite having all these questions, I'll try to break down each and every part and I'll give you कि क्यों और क्या important है. So पहला क्वेश्चन ये है कि कितने लोगों को लगता है कि entrepreneurship generally या तो आपके पास inculcated already है, या कितने लोगों को लगता है कि नहीं ये एक आर्ट है जो सीखी जा सकती है. So two things जो आपको एक बार ऑब्जर्व करनी पड़ेगी. आई विल आस्क क्वेश्चंस एंड यू विल गेट टू नो कि मैं किस चीज़ की बात कर रहा हूँ. कितने लोग यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं जिनको ये लगता है कि जैसे ही आप कहीं भी जाते हो, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल कि आप एक कैब में बैठते हो एंड यू कीप आस्किंग क्वेश्चन टू कैब ड्राइवर कि अच्छा आप दिन में कितनी राइड करते हो, अच्छा आप कितना कमा लेते हो, अच्छा कितना आप कमीशन देते हो. इन द सिमिलर वे इफ समबडी इज गोइंग टू रेस्टोरेंट एंड आस्किंग अच्छा यहाँ पे ये 500 रुपीज़ स्टारबक्स में चार्ज करता है, इसके यहाँ पे 100 सीट्स है। सो बेसिकली अगर आपका माइंडसेट ऐसे वर्क करता है कि हाँ, यू स्टार्ट एनालाइजिंग थिंग्स ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ जो आपका ऑब्जर्वेशन है, इट्स नॉट जस्ट यू आर जस्ट गोइंग देयर एंड स्टार्ट शिपिंग कॉफी एंड कम बैक। सो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप माइंडसेट का एक फंडामेंटल रूल ये है कि you have to be curious about it, whatever you're doing. While you are, in the cab, you keep asking questions to get the answers कि अच्छा ये क्यों important है, क्यों important नहीं है, इससे क्या इसको पैसा बन रहा है, इसको नहीं बन रहा है, क्या होता है, किस टाइप की चीज़ें। So basically ये है कि आपको ये एनालाइज करना है अपने आप को कि क्या मैं एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप माइंडसेट का पर्सन हूँ या नहीं हूँ। तो आपको सबसे पहले एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये जाननी पड़ेगी कि क्या आप बहुत क्यूरियस हैं किसी चीज़ को करने के लिए। अगर आपके अंदर है तो देयर इज अ वेरी हाई चांस, वेदर आप जॉब कर रहे हो, कल आप स्टार्टअप कर रहे हो या स्टार्टअप नहीं कर रहे हो। बहुत सारे लोग स्टार्टअप करके भी जॉब वाला काम कर रहे हैं और बहुत सारे लोग जॉब में रह के भी स्टार्टअप वाला काम करते हैं। सो बेसिकली इट्स ऑल अबाउट कि आप कैसे, जैसे हमारी कंपनी में भी बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं, बहुत सारे बैकग्राउंड से हैं, IIT से हैं, IIM से हैं, Ivy League से हैं। आई नो एटलीस्ट 50% ऑफ देम will end up doing their startup. The reason is very simple, because they are doing the way I was doing in 5 years back. So that's one. The second is what I observed over a period of time, there are certain things जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा overrated है। जैसे कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि स्टार्टअप करने के लिए जब तक इन्वेस्टर पैसे नहीं डालेगा तब तक नहीं होगा, या किसी को लगता है कि नहीं, हमारे पास जब तक को फाउंडर नहीं होगा तब तक हम स्टार्ट नहीं कर सकते। तो इन दोनों चीज़ों को आप भूल जाइएगा। पहले आपका स्टार्टिंग इंपॉर्टेंट है। इंपॉर्टेंट इस चीज़ को लेके नहीं है कि आपने अभी क्या स्टार्ट किया है। कितने लोगों को पता है कि जो जितनी भी आप आज सक्सेसफुल कंपनी देख रहे होंगे वो शायद उस इंडस्ट्री की वो पहली कंपनी होगी ही नहीं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, गूगल आपको लगता है फर्स्ट सर्च इंजन है। गूगल इज नॉट अ फर्स्ट सर्च इंजन। फ्लिपकार्ट जो है वो ई कॉमर्स पहली कंपनी नहीं है, इंडिया में भी। फ्लिपकार्ट से पहले 4 कंपनीज थी जो स्टार्ट हुई और बंद हो गई। तो कोई भी नोबेलिटी आइडिया के पीछे पहले तो नहीं भागना है, और हर किसी को इनोवेट करना भी नहीं है, क्योंकि हर कोई अगर ऐसा सोच रहा है कि हम बहुत सारा एक फ्रेश आइडिया और आउट ऑफ बॉक्स आइडिया लेके आएंगे और हम उसको एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे, नॉट नेसेसरी और नॉट रिक्वायर्ड ऑल्सो। एवरी इंडस्ट्री देयर इज अ 1 or 2 आउटलायर। फॉर एग्जाम्पल लाइक कि आज कैब बिजनेस है, या आप कोई कॉमर्स को देख लो। एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट होता है, फिर उस प्लेटफॉर्म के आसपास 1000 अदर कंपनीज क्रिएट होती हैं। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल कि लॉजिस्टिक कंपनी क्रिएट होगी, उसके बाद अगर लॉजिस्टिक क्रिएट होगा तो लॉजिस्टिक के पीछे जो बैटरी बनाने वाली कंपनी होंगी वो उस लॉजिस्टिक को सप्लाई करने के लिए क्रिएट हो रही होंगी। बहुत सारे वेयर हाउसेस बन रहे होंगे जिनको वेयर हाउस को मैनेज करने के लिए बहुत सारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स होंगे। सो जब भी कोई एक इकोसिस्टम इवॉल्व होता है तो आपको ये देखना है कि उस इकोसिस्टम का आप पार्ट बन पा रहे हो या नहीं बन पा रहे हो। यू डोंट नीड टू बी कि कल को मैं कोई कॉमर्स की जगह कोई एस कॉमर्स लॉन्च करती हूँ जो सोशल मीडिया के लिए हो, नॉट रिक्वायर्ड दैट। सो इट्स एज सिंपल एज कि आपको स्टार्टअप करने के लिए एक तो आइडिया नहीं ढूंढना बहुत ज़्यादा कि नहीं मुझे तो एक आउट ऑफ बॉक्स आइडिया देखना है जिसके बेसिस पे कोई ऊबर टाइप का आइडिया हो, एयरबिनबी टाइप का आइडिया हो, ओयो टाइप का आइडिया हो जो बिल्कुल फ्रेश है, जो आज तक मार्केट में कभी हुआ ही नहीं है। ऐसे आउटलायर, ऐसा नहीं है कि इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि ऐसे आउटलायर मिलेंगे नहीं, होंगे बट वो बहुत रेयर होंगे। मतलब आउट ऑफ लाइक 100 ऑफ मिलियन की एक जो होगा उसने वो इनोवेट किया होगा और उसके ऊपर प्रोडक्ट बन रहे होंगे। ट्राई कर सकते हो तो करो, बट मेरा मानना है कि उसको होल्ड करके मत बैठो जिससे कि आपको ये लगे कि नहीं कल को ये मेरे पास एक नोबल आइडिया नहीं है तो मैं स्टार्ट नहीं कर सकता। सो पहला, स्टार्टिंग इंपॉर्टेंट है, परफेक्शन इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है। बहुत सारे टाइम पे, जैसे मैं आपको एक अपना एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ, हर फाउंडर को हमेशा क्या लगता है, उसको लगता है कि मैं जो भी कर रहा हूँ ना वो सबसे बेस्ट है और उसके लिए लोग पीछे लाइन लगा के खड़े हुए हैं खरीदने के लिए, या जो भी आप सर्विस बेच रहे हो। जनरली ऐसा कभी भी नहीं होता है कि जो भी आप स्टार्ट कर रहे हो वो बहुत सारे लोग आप तो स्टार्टिंग आइडिया क्या है, आपने कुछ अभी सोचा कि एक प्रॉब्लम है जो कॉलेज से स्टार्ट हुई और बाकी कॉलेज के सारे स्टूडेंट या बाहर के सारे लोगों को वो प्रॉब्लम फेस करनी हो रही होगी, बट जैसे आप उसको बनाना स्टार्ट करते हो, लोगों से बात करते हो, तो लोगों की ओपिनियन जो है वो डिफरेंट आना स्टार्ट हो जाएंगी। लोगों ने नहीं हमें तो नहीं चाहिए, हमें तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, किसी को लगेगा नहीं प्रॉब्लम है। तो आप बहुत हद तक एक हाइपोथेसिस में जीते हो। आपको लगता है कि हाँ ये प्रॉब्लम है, आपको लगता है और आपके कुछ फ्रेंड सर्कल को लगता है या कुछ एक एक्सटेंडेड नेटवर्क को लगता है, बट इसका कतई इस बात से मतलब नहीं है कि वो एक लार्ज प्रॉब्लम है भी। तो इसीलिए जब भी किसी आप आइडिया को स्टार्ट करते हो तो आपका पहला थॉट हमेशा ये होना चाहिए कि मैं इस प्रोडक्ट आइडिया को फ्रेंड फैमिली से हट के एक नेटवर्क तक लेके जाऊं और देखूं कि क्या ये एग्जिस्टिंग जो प्रॉब्लम है, जो मुझे ऐसा लगता है, क्या ये प्रॉब्लम एक्चुअली में एग्जिस्ट करती है और क्या ये इतनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है भी या सिर्फ मुझे ऐसा फील हो रहा है। तो अगर आप इस चीज़ को, तभी इसको मिनिमम वाइबल प्रोडक्ट बोलते हैं कि स्टार्ट करने से पहले आपका जो काम है वो अपनी हाइपोथेसिस को प्रूव करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो पहले कोई भी आइडिया को ऐसा मत सोचो कि कल हम इसको यूनिकॉर्न बना देंगे, इसको बहुत बड़ा बना देंगे, 1 लाख कस्टमर तक पहुंच जाएं। स्टार्ट करो, उसके बाद आप इस बात को आज राइट इट डाउन कर लो, हर आइडिया में अल्टरेशन होना तय है, उसमें इवॉल्व होना ही है। जब भी मैंने कोई भी अपनी पहली कंपनी जब भी स्टार्ट किया है, वो जो स्टार्ट आइडिया से हमने स्टार्ट किया था और जो एंड प्रोडक्ट बना उसमें ऑलमोस्ट 50% से ज़्यादा का चेंजेस हो गए। हमने फर्स्ट कंपनी क्विक से स्टार्ट किया, जिस आइडिया से हमने स्टार्ट किया था हमें लग रहा था कि ये होगा, फिर हमने उस आइडिया से सीखा कि ये तो लोगों को रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है, फिर हमने कुछ उसी के अराउंड और बिल्ड किया, फिर और बिल्ड किया। सो बेसिकली ये है कि जब भी आप किसी भी आइडिया को बिगिन करो तो आप उसको एक स्टेप बैक लेके उसको ये देखो कि क्या एग्जैक्टली ये वाला जो हाइपोथेसिस जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ वो क्या सारे लोगों को सेम लग रहा है। अगर लग रहा है तो इज वेल एंड गुड, मतलब यू हैव डन इनफ रिसर्च, और इनडायरेक्टली आप बोलो कि आपने जो सोचा और वो तुक्का लग गया कि वो सब लोगों को भाई समझ आ गया और सब लोगों को लगा कि ये एक अच्छा आइडिया है और एक अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है या सर्विस है जो बाकी लोगों को नीड है। बट 99.99% केस में ऐसा नहीं होता है, कभी भी नहीं होता है कि जो आप सोचो और वो एग्जैक्टली लोग लाइन लगा के खड़े हों, कभी भी ऐसा नहीं होता है। आई रिमेंबर मैंने एक आइडिया स्टार्ट किया था, कुछ लोग आज भी वो आइडिया से फेस कर रहे होंगे। तो स्पेयर हाउसिंग करके एक आइडिया था, तो हम लोग क्या करते थे, जैसे आज के टाइम पे क्या होता है, आप मेक माई ट्रिप पे, एंड आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस इन 2013, 11 ईयर्स और 12 ईयर्स बैक। तो क्या होता है, आप होटल जाते हो तो आप मेक माई ट्रिप जाते हो, बुक करते हो और आप एक होटल में रहने चले जाते हो। मान लीजिए कोई फ्रेश कॉलेज पास आउट है और उसको एक लॉन्ग स्टे पेइंग गेस्ट चाहिए कि जाके मैं किसी बैंगलोर में मेरी जॉब लगी है और मैं जाके एक पेइंग गेस्ट में 2 वे ट्रिप ना करके एक ही बार में वहाँ पे बुक करके और रह सकूँ। कॉमन प्रॉब्लम है। मान लीजिए आप दिल्ली में हो, दिल्ली से बैंगलोर मूव किए, तो आज के टाइम पे क्या होता है कि आप जाते हो और एक प्लेस फाइंड आउट करके आते हो और उसके बाद लगेज लेके फिर दोबारा से जाते हो। तो वी सेड ये काफ़ी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, इसको एड्रेस करते हैं। तो हमने एक प्लेटफॉर्म लॉन्च किया, इट्स कॉल्ड sparehousing.com। उसका काम क्या था कि सारे पेइंग गेस्ट को हमने लिस्ट किया और इधर कंज्यूमर को बोला कि आप बुक करो और हम आपको ये प्रॉमिस करते हैं कि जब आप वहाँ पे पहुँचोगे तो आपको जैसे आप होटल में एंटर करते हो या होटल में जैसे आपको रूम मिलता है वैसे ही आपको यहाँ लॉन्ग स्टे मिलेगा। तो इसमें 2 चीज़ें थी, हम पैसे कैसे कमाएंगे। हमारा आइडिया था कि हम एक कमीशन चार्ज करेंगे पर मंथ जो पेइंग गेस्ट ऑनर है और कस्टमर से कुछ भी नहीं चार्ज करेंगे। अब ये हाइपोथेसिस थी कि ऐसा होगा, हमने लॉन्च किया। आप बिलीव कीजिएगा इसका एकदम अपोजिट हुआ। क्या हुआ, हमने जिस पेइंग गेस्ट के जो भी पेइंग गेस्ट या जो भी पीजी रन कर रहे थे उन लोगों के साथ जब कोऑर्डिनेट करके टाइप किया तो एक बार तो कस्टमर चला गया। जैसे नेक्स्ट टाइम मैंने उसको बोला कि आप अपने नेक्स्ट मंथ का जो आपका 10% अमाउंट है वो पे आप अब तो नहीं कर रहे हो, तो ऑनर ने मना कर दिया, बोला कि नहीं हमारे यहाँ रहते ही नहीं है। तो बेसिकली हमें रियलाइज हुआ कि जो हम हर ऑनर से 10% या 5% जो फीस चार्ज करना चाह रहे थे हर मंथ, वो टेक्निकली ब्रोकरिंग बिजनेस बन गया कि लोग एक बार ही पे करना चाहते हैं जो फर्स्ट टाइम, और उसके बाद आपका होल्ड नहीं है वहाँ पे तो आप कर नहीं सकते हो। तो हमें रियलाइज हो कि नहीं ये बिजनेस में पैसे नहीं बनेंगे बट प्रॉब्लम बहुत अच्छी है। तो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आपको ये भी देखना है कि ये जो प्रॉब्लम एड्रेस हम कर रहे हैं वो प्रॉब्लम आपको ऐसा लगता है, बट जब उसको आप सॉल्व करने जाओगे तो जैसा मैंने आपको अपनी कंपनी का एग्जांपल दिया, आप ये मान के चलिएगा, आप स्टार्ट कीजिएगा और जितना फास्ट आप कस्टमर से बात करना स्टार्ट कर देंगे द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ सक्सेस विल इंक्रीज 10-fold। सो पहला आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव एग्जैक्टली होना चाहिए, आप जो भी आइडिया पिक कर रहे हो पहले तो आप किसी भी इनोवेटिव आइडिया के लिए वेट मत करो। दूसरा, आप स्टार्ट एकदम बेस से करो। दूसरा, आप को फाउंडर का भी वेट मत करो, क्योंकि आपको नहीं लगता है कि आपके दोस्त और लोग सब मिलके स्टार्ट करेंगे। एज ए लीडर आपका काम चलना है, आपका काम स्टार्ट करना है। जब आप स्टार्ट कर देते हो लोग हमेशा उन लोगों के साथ खड़े होते हैं जो इनिशिएट करते हैं। लोग कभी भी ऐसा नहीं होगा उन लोगों के साथ लोग खड़े होंगे जो पीछे चल रहे होंगे। तो be a initiator or be a starter, and then people will join you. When people will join you, in that case आप उस आइडिया को अल्टरेट करना स्टार्ट करो और लोगों से फीडबैक क्विकली लेना स्टार्ट करो, जिससे कि आप जो एग्जैक्टली आप सोच रहे हो उसको आप सही से एग्जीक्यूट कर पाओ. So in summary, there are 5 things which you need to take care. First is about do not focus on creative ideas or innovative idea. It's absolutely okay. Even let's take example, you begin with any random idea, but नहीं चला तो ठीक है, कुछ आप और ट्राई कर लोगे. एटलीस्ट यू हैव सर्टेन लर्निंग्स कि हाँ टीम कैसे बनाते हैं, प्रोडक्ट पिच कैसे करते हैं, आइडिया कैसे करते हैं, पिच डेक कैसे बनाते हैं, आपको एक बेसिक्स पता लग जाएगा. तो जब भी आप एक नेक्स्ट आइडिया करोगे तो आपको वो सब वजह से फेल नहीं होगे जिस वजह से पहली बार हुए. तो आपका एक लर्निंग प्रोसेस है. तो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज ऑल्सो अबाउट द कीप लर्निंग प्रोसेस. सो उस चीज़ को आप बिल्कुल इवैल्यूएट करके नहीं फोकस करो. को फाउंडर्स को फोकस मत करो. सेकंड पॉइंट है कि को फाउंडर होगा तभी स्टार्ट करो. बी ए स्टार्टर, बिगिन एंड पीपल विल जॉइन यू. चाहे वो को फाउंडर हो या आपको कोई सीनियर एम्प्लॉय होगा या अर्लीस्ट स्टेज एम्प्लॉय होगा, लोग आपको ज्वाइन कर लेंगे. तीसरा, फंडिंग का वेट मत करो. फंडिंग इज अ पार्ट ऑफ आपका प्रोडक्ट सक्सेस. बहुत सारे लोगों को आइडिया पे भी फंडिंग मिल जाएगी, बहुत सारे लोगों को उस पर भी मिल जाएगी, बट अल्टीमेटली एक ही चीज़ मैटर करेगी कि क्या कस्टमर आपको वो पे करने के लिए रेडी है या नहीं है. इसके बाद जो फाइनल पॉइंट आता है कि आपका ऑलवेज फोकस जो होना चाहिए एज ए फाउंडर, 90% ऑफ टाइम कस्टमर से बात करना कि उनको क्यों चाहिए और क्या चाहिए और वो क्या इस प्रॉब्लम के लिए इतना पे करने के लिए रेडी हैं और हैं तो क्यों. और अगर 10 लोग अगर आज पे कर रहे हैं तो 100 क्यों करेंगे, और 100 कर रहे हैं तो 1000 कैसे करेंगे, और 1000 कर रहे हैं तो 1 लाख कैसे करेंगे. सो आपको हमेशा स्केल देखना पड़ेगा. तो स्टार्टअप में और एक ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेस में एक मेजर डिफरेंस ये होगा कि जब इसको पीएमएफ आप बोलते हो, प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट, तो जैसे ही आपको पीएमएफ मिलता है तो आपका एक ही गेम होता है कि मान लीजिए एक ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेस अगर कोई ऑपरेट कर रहा है तो वो क्या है, दिल्ली में उसकी 4 शॉप होंगी तो वो 4 को रन कर लेगा और आज नेक्स्ट 10 ईयर्स में 8 कर लेगा, 10 कर लेगा. बट स्टार्टअप केस में ऐसा नहीं होगा. अगर ओयो का एक होटल चल गया तो दे विल गो इन लेस देन अ मंथ इन 10 होटल, देन विल गो less than a next month maybe like 100 hotels, then we'll go to 1000 hotels. If the country the entire hotel in 1000 hotels they serve, then they'll say okay, let's go to other country. So as simple as entrepreneurship is all about scale. It's not about making profitable business. I'm not saying you should not make the profitable business. Unit economics should be profitable, but overall business is not profit, that's fine, because स्केल में आप वही पैसा लगा रहे होगे तो प्रॉफिटेबल होने का कोई फायदा नहीं है उस टाइम पे, और आप वो भी नहीं सकते हो क्योंकि आप एक बड़ा गेम खेल रहे हो. सो दैट्स व्हाट इज ऑल अबाउट. आई वुड लाइक टू टेल कि आप क्या कर सकते हो, क्यों कर सकते हो, कैसे. किसी कोई क्वेश्चंस हैं तो बी हैप्पी टू आंसर.
So I just, before we start, we can only take a few questions, 2 to 3 maybe. Yeah.
Hello. I've been following your journey from a very long time, unheard. I just want to know, because there are multiple social media platforms out there, I just want to know your problems. Like there is a single problem that is very famous, that is DAU, DAU, MAU. How did you manage that? And of course, the second thing is the revenue part. Handling a social media network brings you revenue at a very later stage, because you need good daily active users, then only brands can have you for the advertisements. And other revenue sources, there can be other revenue sources. But yeah, advertisement pays you more. That is a fact, of course. So just want to ask you how you have solved these problems, if you have. I want to ask, how did you solve these problems, if it has occurred to you?
So multiple layer. So your question is very broad. I'll try to give you answer in 2 format. One is, any social network is a function of scale, right? If you go back like in 2007, if somebody is saying Facebook is profitable or not, the reason is very simple कि आपका यूजर ही आपका प्रोडक्ट है, आप कुछ सेल नहीं कर रहे हो, राइट? और यूजर प्रोडक्ट है तो उसका मतलब ये है कि आपको कोई और पैसे दे रहा है, और पैसे दे रहा है यूजर के बेसिस पे. सो फर्स्ट सोशल नेटवर्क का जो गेम है वो थोड़ा लॉन्ग टाइम गेम होता है. तो आप इनिशियल स्टेज पे आप फोकस नहीं कर सकते टू गेट अ रेवेन्यू. मान लीजिए आप 1 मिलियन यूजर ले आए. 1 मिलियन यूजर से क्या होगा कि आप वहाँ पे किसी एक कंपनी को बोलोगे कि हमारे यहाँ पे ऐड करो, और हम आपको इतने पैसे दे देंगे। तो क्या होगा कि यूजर का ऐड क्या है, ऐड जो है वो आपका डिस्ट्रैक्शन है कि आप 10 पोस्ट देख रहे हो, 10 के बीच में एक और पोस्ट आ जा रहा है, उसके बाद एक और पोस्ट आ जा रहा है, बजाय क्लीन एक्सपीरियंस। ये चिकन एंड एग प्रॉब्लम है कि आप कस्टमर को पहले एक्सपीरियंस बेटर देना चाह रहे हो और या पहले रेवेन्यू। और जब मैं रेवेन्यू की बात कर रहा हूं तो मैं इस चीज की बात कर रहा हूं कि आप बीच में एड्स प्लेस कर रहे हो, और अगर एड प्लेस कर रहे हो तो ये इस बात का फंक्शन है कि आपका जो कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस है वो कहीं ना कहीं 20% कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो रहा है। आपका फोकस जो पहला होता है, तो इनिशियल स्टेज पे हुड में हमने कभी भी फोकस रेवेन्यू पे था ही नहीं। वी नो इफ वी हिट एक्स नंबर वी स्टार्ट गेटिंग रेवेन्यू बिकॉज दैट इज ऑलरेडी प्रूवन। ट्विटर, फेसबुक, रेडिट, एवरीबडी हैज ऑलरेडी डन। उसमें इनोवेट करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। द मेन पार्ट ऑफ द बिजनेस इज सोशल नेटवर्क चलेगा कैसे कि पहले लोग आए। क्वेश्चन इज कि लोग क्यों आएंगे? लोग तब आएंगे जब उन्हें उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे अच्छा कंटेंट मिलेगा। अब कंटेंट का फॉर्मेट जो भी हो, वीडियो, ऑडियो, टेक्स्ट, व्हाटएवर इट इज। तो द क्वेश्चन इज कि जो लोग, अगर आप मान लीजिए स्टार्ट कर रहे हो, आज लॉन्च कर रहे हो, तो आप बोलोगे मैं क्यों आऊं, मेरे पास तो यहाँ पे कुछ देखने के लिए नहीं है। तो पहला आपका काम है टू सॉल्व द क्रिएटर प्रॉब्लम, टू इनवाइट गुड पीपल हु कैन क्रिएट अ कंटेंट। वंस यू नो द कंटेंट क्वालिटी इज गुड, देन यू इनवाइट पीपल जो उस कंटेंट को कंज्यूम करते हैं। जैसे इन आवर इंडस्ट्री, इन एनी सोशल मीडिया, वेदर इज फेसबुक और ट्विटर, द क्रिएशन वर्सेस कंजम्पशन। 10% लोग क्रिएट करते हैं, 90% लोग कंज्यूम करते हैं। जो 10% लोग जो आपको कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, वो क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, वो कौन लोग हैं और वो कितनी क्वालिटी का कंटेंट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, मान लीजिए अभी आपने हुड ओपन किया, यू चेक, आप नेक्स्ट टाइम कब आओगे? नेक्स्ट टाइम आप तब आओगे या तो आपने कुछ पोस्ट किया और उस पर कमेंट आने लगे, और या आपने जो भी कंटेंट रीड किया वो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग था। ठीक है, तो हमारा पहला जॉब क्या है कि सप्लाई बेटर बनाना, कि कंटेंट अच्छा प्लेस करना। अब अच्छे की डेफिनेशन बहुत सब्जेक्टिव है कि मैं 100 पोस्ट ऐसे दिखा दूंगा कि आप जाके अपने आप को रोक ही नहीं पाओगे, यू हैव टू कमेंट इट। दैट्स व्हाट द वेयर द एल्गोरिथम प्ले द रोल, कि वी क्रिएट अ एल्गोरिथम इन अ सच अ वे कि जो फर्स्ट टाइम अगर यूजर आ रहा है तो देयर इज अ 99% प्रोबेबिलिटी कि वो नेक्स्ट टाइम आएगा ही आएगा, क्योंकि जो हम आपकी फीड डिजाइन कर रहे हैं वो बहुत सारे एल्गोरिथम, बहुत सारे पैरामीटर्स पे रन हो रहा है। या
Also, there is another chicken and egg. I would say to run a social media network, you require a lot of server space, you require a lot of capital, you need big pockets. But after COVID, I have noticed around the market, investors look for revenue more. That is my experience.
Sorry, missed that.
So basically, for running a social media network, you need a large server space, you need a large capital, and you need a large big pocket of money. But investors nowadays, after COVID, I have experience with my other startup, but I have experience they are more looking for revenue out there. They're not putting money very easily on the ideation stage unless you have a very good background or you have people that have already done startup.
Okay, so I'll break your question into two parts. Just think about it. कितने लोगों को ये लगता है कि IIT, IIMs को फंडिंग होती है? बहुत सारे लोगों को लगता है कि IIT, IIMs को फंडिंग है। मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि क्यों नहीं होनी चाहिए? जबकि मैं IIT, IIM से नहीं हूं, मेरा क्वेश्चन फिर भी ये है कि क्यों नहीं होनी चाहिए? To get a success in anything, consistency required. If somebody is, let's take example, crack JEE exams, the person must have worked hard for at least 6 to 8 months, every single day, wake up in a certain period of time and work hard for a certain period of time. That's why able to crack the exam. So it's a habit forming. If somebody is done for 2 years, then the same habit can be replicated in a doing startup also, क्योंकि वो उसकी habit का part है। मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि अगर कल को अगर आप इन्वेस्टर हो, आपका पहला ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है कि मेरे पैसे सेफ रहें, राइट, या मेरे पैसे डबल हो जाए। सो इन्वेस्टर का ऑब्जेक्टिव कुछ नहीं है। इन्वेस्टर वांटेड टू प्रोटेक्ट देयर मनी, बिकॉज आई हैव बीन इन दिस साइड ऑल्सो, आई हैव इन्वेस्टेड ऑलमोस्ट लाइक मल्टीपल कंपनीज। द पॉइंट इज कि इन्वेस्टर का ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि वो अपनी कैपिटल को सिक्योर कर सके। उसकी कैपिटल तब सिक्योर होगी जब जो भी आइडिया पे काम कर रहा है उस आइडिया की सक्सेस होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी बढ़ जाएगी। सक्सेस होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी किससे बढ़ जाएगी? रैंडमली मैं किसी को अभी गली से उठा के लेके आऊँ और वो बोले मेरे पास बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है, आई से कि प्रूव मी, इल से कि मैं IIT गया था, आई से ओके यू हैव वर्क हार्ड। अदरवाइज यू हैव टू से कि नहीं मैं आईआईटी नहीं गया लेकिन मेरे पास 1 लाख यूजर हैं जो मैं लेके आया हूं, देन आई से ओ ही हैज नॉट वेंट आईआईटी बट ही हैज प्रूवन. सो अगर आपने लाइफ में या तो पहले से प्रूव कर रखा है और अगर नहीं कर रखा है तो आप पे कोई अगर ट्रस्ट करेगा ना तो वो तब करेगा जब आप अपने आप को प्रूव कर चुके होगे. सो द पॉइंट इज नॉट अबाउट कि फंडिंग इज गेटिंग आईआईटीएंस, नॉन आईआईटीएंस, ड्रॉप आउट और हूसोएवर इज. इसका कोई इस बात से मतलब नहीं है. इसका एक ही बात से मतलब है कि आपको हमेशा इन्वेस्टर के लेंस से सोचना है और इन्वेस्टर का एक ही गेम है, उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. उनका गेम है कि वो उस कंपनी के सक्सेस होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी इंक्रीज कर रहे हैं और वो आपका एजुकेशन से हो सकता है. अगर आप स्टार्टअप कर रहे हो तो आपने स्टार्टअप में कुछ नंबर, जब मैंने स्पेयर हाउसिंग स्टार्टअप किया नोबडी हैज गिवन द मनी बट वंस आई प्रूव द नंबर्स आई गो देम आई सेड कि यार हमने ये कर लिया. दे सेड हाँ आई थिंक यू आर एबल टू डू इट, आई हैव गॉट द फंडिंग. The classic example, I am not from IT, not from IM.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I think we can now take the question answer session to the lunch session for an informal
Yeah, fair.
Thank you. So before we break for lunch, we have a bit of an important announcement. We would like to inform all our audience to please fill the feedback form. This will allow us to prepare certificates on time. We will now take a break for lunch. Please return promptly after the break as we resume the next session of the event. I would encourage all our students, volunteers, participants to use this time to talk to the mentors, talk to the, to our guest speakers and make the best of this time. So we'll see you soon after the lunch. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. They don't know. तो वो बताएगी. चलते हैं. ठीक है, तो
We request all the participants who are sitting at the back to please come forward and sit in the seats in the front. Movement discipline team को बोल देते हैं, वो लोग करवाएंगे।
Sir, will थोड़ा सा I think 5-7 अच्छा ठीक है, I'll do it. कौन सा मैं तो यही हूँ यहाँ भी हॉल की शुरू हॉल पे है नहीं ना सर बस यही है ये वाला सामने फर्स्ट वाला है ये वाला मत करो इधर वाला मत करो पोडियम वाला उधर वाले पोडियम वाला मत करो ठीक है बढ़वाऊं आप जान दो एलईडी पे कोई दिक्कत नहीं पोडियम वाला कम कर दो क्योंकि पोडियम पे खड़ा होगा ना और इधर उधर के बाहर बढ़वाऊं पोडियम भी बढ़ाओ पोडियम भी बढ़ा दो पहले बढ़ा दो
चेक माइक 1 चेक 1 माइक चेक
करे ठीक है
माइक चेक 1
अब इतने आंखों पे जो खड़ा होगा उसके आंखों पे कोई खड़ा ही नहीं होगा आप यहाँ पे बैठेंगे मैडम वो दिखाई देता रहेगा उनको टीवी पे उनको समझ आ जाएगा मेरा टीम ठीक है
No, only Kavita is sitting.
जूरी नहीं है 3 बजने वाले जूरी नहीं है
ये सब नीचे खत्म आ रहे थे
तो मेरे को यहाँ आके सारे मजे करते हैं
हेलो
No, you have to. I think it should be visible.
The bell should be visible.
एक तो या तो यहाँ खड़े हो जाओ. That's what I think. यहाँ इसके We'll be starting with our idea-based competition shortly. I would request all our participants to be here and volunteers to get all the participants and attendants to the near the stage.
We request everyone to please move forward in their seats towards the center of the auditorium, please. In the front and center. Participants sitting at the back, please come in the front. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We now move into the exciting part of the day, our idea-based competition. This is where creativity, innovation, and passion takes center stage. We look forward to witnessing the incredible ideas you've brought to the table. Before we begin the competition, we present to you the rules for the competition. The pitch should not exceed 90 seconds. We will ring a bell at 90 seconds, so please take that as to wrap up. Please wrap up soon after that. At maximum, you can show only 4 slides. It should include what problems you are solving and what need you are fulfilling. Your pitch should include how you are solving the problem, your company profile, product, service, and your idea should come across clearly. You should mention what stage you are at, whether it is idea, incubation, or very early stage. And you should also mention your financial results like cost, profit expectation, market size. All these things should be very clear.
It is now time to introduce to our jury members. First to be introduced, jury chair, Mr. Anil Razdan, IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Shri Anil Razdan is a highly decorated civil servant from the Haryana cadre. He was the Secretary, Minister of Power, Government of India. He has been a visiting fellow of the University of Oxford. He is currently an eminent energy expert, strategic advisor and consultant. Sir, we welcome you on stage. Can we please have a good round of applause? Our jury co-chair, Sardar Dr. Charan Singh, non-executive chairman, Punjab and Sindh Bank, CEO and founder director at Agro Foundation. We are delighted to have you with us, sir. Can we have a good round of applause? Our third jury member, Dr. Kavita Singh, assistant professor, Mata Sundri College for Women. She has a PhD in environmental studies and has been granted patents. Welcome on the stage as a jury, Kavita. Now we would like to invite our esteemed guest, Lieutenant General Sir KJ Singh, sir, on stage. Once again, as I said, in us you will always have a dedicated ear. We would like to have our principal, Professor Harpreet Kaur, and Ms. Prajna Kulshresht, Strategic Consultant at GCTC, on the stage. This session on idea-based competition will be moderated by Dr. Meha Pant consultant at GCTC, and I would like to invite Dr. Meha Pant on stage. Dr. Meha Pant holds a PhD from JNU in the field of non-traditional security. She is also the assistant professor in Sharda University. Can I get a good round of applause for all our esteemed members of the jury and the moderator on stage? Thank you. I would like to request our principal, Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur, to felicitate our jury members with tokens of love, respect and admiration by GCTC. Our first jury member, jury chair, Mr. Anil Razdan. We welcome you with a short token of respect and admiration. And thanks to GCTC for such beautiful, beautiful tokens for our guests and dignitaries. Thank you. Next to be felicitated, jury co-chair, Sardar Dr. Charan Singh. Jury co-chair, Sardar Dr. Charan Singh. Can we have a good round of applause? Next to be felicitated are our dear own Kavita, Dr. Kavita Singh, Assistant Professor at Mata Sundri College. And last to be felicitated, our moderator, Dr. Meha Pant. Dr. Meha Pant. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all the guests. Without no further ado, we are going to start with our competition, and our first participant is Krish Jain, Shivaji College. Let's give a good round of applause for our first participant of the competition, Krish Jain, Shivaji College. माइक नहीं लगा इनके लिए क्यों मैं सामने माइक नहीं उनकी
This is Krish Jain from Shivaji College. You can please introduce yourself also.
Namaste judges, myself Varun Kapoor and this is my teammate Krish Jain. We are from Shivaji College second year and today I am going to present our idea which is on ideation stage currently, that is Plantiva. तो जजेस जैसे आप कभी फूड ऑनलाइन ऑर्डर करते हैं तो आप जोमेटो या स्विगी पे जाते हैं, आप एक क्लिक पे कुछ भी ढूंढते हैं या उनकी प्रेफरेंसेस के हिसाब से आप कुछ भी मंगा लेते हैं। तो ऐसे ही आप सोचते होंगे कि क्या कुछ ऐसा हो सकता है हम प्लांट्स ऑर्डर कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम जब भी प्लांट्स के बारे में सोचते हैं हमारे मन में आएगा कब गार्डनर आएगा, उस पर जोन से प्लांट्स होंगे, मैं वो लगवाऊंगा, क्या वो सही चलेंगे, उसकी केयर कौन करेगा या क्या कैसे होगा। उन सब का सॉल्यूशन आपके पास हम लाते हैं इन द फॉर्म ऑफ प्लांटिवा।
जजेस प्लांटिवा एक वन स्टॉप सॉल्यूशन है जहाँ पे आप सारे प्लांट्स देख सकते हैं, उनके बेनिफिट्स क्या है, प्रोज क्या है, उसके लगवाने के फ़ायदे क्या है, अगर हम लगवाएंगे तो वो किस चीज़ में हेल्प करेगा, वो एयर प्योरीफाई करेगा, क्या करेगा। प्लांटिवा एक वन स्टॉप सॉल्यूशन जहाँ पे आप बाय कर सकते हैं प्लांट्स, उसकी जो भी टेक केयर सर्विसेज होती है वो प्रोवाइड करी जाती है प्लांटिवा पे।
अगर मैं अपने यूएसपी की बात करूँ तो हमारी मेजर 2 यूएसपीज है। नंबर 1 कि हम जो है ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफाइड प्लांट्स ही प्रोवाइड कराते हैं। अब आपका क्वेश्चन आ सकता है ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफाइड कैसे, तो हम वहीं से प्रोक्योर करते हैं जहाँ से ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफाइड है। जैसे हमारे कॉलेज की नर्सरी शिवाजी कॉलेज की ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफाइड प्लांट्स ही बेचती है या प्रोसेस करती है, तो वही प्लांट्स हम प्रोक्योर करके आगे बेचेंगे। और सेकेंड हमारी यूएसपी है, जैसे जो हमारा मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड है वो इको वर्ल्ड की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है, वहाँ पे इको एंथुसियास्ट का नंबर बढ़ता जा रहा है, तो उसी के लिए कम्युनिटी बनाएंगे जो आपस में चैट कर सकते हैं, अपनी चीज़ें शेयर कर सकते हैं।
जैसे आजकल एयर प्योरीफायर आ रही है वो 8000 से 10,000 की रेंज में आते हैं, पर उसकी जगह प्लांट्स लाइक स्पाइडर प्लांट, स्नेक प्लांट वो 350 टू 500 की रेंज में आते हैं जो नेचुरली एयर प्योरीफाई करते हैं। वो हमारा मेन जो सेल होएगी उससे उस प्लांट से होएगी, जैसे दिल्ली जैसे एरिया में जब पॉल्यूशन बहुत ज़्यादा हाई है।
अगर मैं अपने स्वॉट एनालिसिस की बात करूं तो हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है कि हमारे पे फर्स्ट मूवर एडवांटेज है, सेकेंडली रैपिडली ग्रोइंग मार्केट है। अगर वीकनेस की बात की जाए तो ये है कि किसी प्लांट में कोई सीजनल वेरिएबिलिटी आ सकती है, जिसको टैकल करने के लिए हम मल्टीपल वेंडर से अपने प्लांट्स प्रोक्योर करेंगे। थर्डली अगर अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की बात की जाए तो रैपिडली ग्रोइंग मार्केट है और कस्टमर्स बढ़ ही रहे हैं, तो हमारे लिए बहुत बेनिफिट रहेगा। और थ्रेट ये रह सकती है कि सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्शन हो, कि कोई क्रॉप फेलियर हो जाए, कोई प्लांट फेलियर हो जाए, लेकिन उससे बचने के लिए भी हमारे पे ये है कि मल्टीपल वेंडर्स होंगे या कोई और पार्टी हमारे में आए, क्योंकि यहाँ पे कोई एंट्री बैरियर नहीं है, तो उसको सॉल्व करने के लिए जो हमारी यूएसपीज है वो काम आएंगी, जो कि थी ऑर्गेनिक प्लांट्स और इको कम्युनिटी।
करेंटली मार्केट साइज इसका $6.9 बिलियन है और ये इंडस्ट्री 6 to 8% CAGR पे ग्रो कर रही है।
अगर मैं अपनी कुछ पॉइंट्स रिलेट करना चाहूँ तो जो हम चीज़ें प्रोवाइड करेंगे वो किचन गार्डन्स, जो किचन गार्डन
The 90 seconds are over. So I just have a question, Krish, that Project Plantiva, though it sounds good, of course it's good, but Blinkit and Ugao are already doing a very good job when it comes to the procurement of plants, whatever we want, on their respective websites. Blinkit is giving me in 20 minutes. Ugao takes 1 or 2 days, but gives me the entire kit along with it. So what is different with you in terms of this?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जो हमारा सिंगल फोकस होगा वो प्लांट्स पे होगा, रादर देन कि हम सारी चीज़ें करें जैसे ब्लिंकिट या बाकी सारे लोग करते हैं। वो बहुत सारी चीज़ों पे फोकस करते हैं कि कंज्यूमर गुड्स भी हो गई, FMCG भी हो गया, प्लांट्स भी हो गए।
But beta, Ugao is an entire web portal that talks just about plants.
जिस मैम उसके बारे में पता है, बट हमारी यूएसपी यही है कि हम आपको ऑर्गेनिकली सर्टिफाइड जो प्लांट्स है वो प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। क्या मैम उगाओ की ये कोई स्पेशलिटी नहीं है कि वो ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफाइड प्लांट्स ही प्रोवाइड करेगा। सेकेंडली जो हमारी यूएसपी थी वो थी इको कम्युनिटी, जैसे कि आप 10 लोगों ने प्लांट्स लिया तो आप आपस में चैट कर सकते हो, आपस में बात कर सकते हो, अपनी फीडबैक शेयर कर सकते हो। और थर्ड सबसे एक मेजर जो इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है वो ये थी कि हम आपको सिर्फ प्लांट्स बेचते नहीं हैं, उनकी कस्टमर सर्विस भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं। आपने प्लांट लिया, उसकी गार्डनिंग का रिमाइंडर, उसमें मैन्योर का या बाकी जो भी चीज़ डलेगी उसका रिमाइंडर हम देंगे, उसकी सारी सर्विसेज हमारे ऐप पे अवेलेबल होंगी, उसके रिमाइंडर आएंगे। आप एक सिंगल क्लिक पे बुक कर सकते हो, आपके घर पे गार्डनर आएगा, विदाउट नो मेस नो हसल वो सारी चीज़ें करके जाएगा।
यानी कि if
लोकलाइजेशन का कॉन्सेप्ट है, there are areas can you hear me? Do you have anything to think of localization? Because there are places where there are different kinds of soils, different kind of, ambient conditions, and also sourcing it from one vis-a-vis from nurseries which are in the like you have cloud kitchens. Do you have any such concept that you will link up those cloud nurseries?
ये सर, ये हमारा एक फ्यूचर प्रोस्पेक्ट का है कि जैसे हम स्टार्ट टियर 1 सिटीज़ में करेंगे और उनके आसपास के जो एरियाज है वहाँ से नर्सरीज ढूंढ के हम प्रोक्योर करेंगे, और इसके बाद जैसे डार्क हाउसेज होते हैं वैसे हम अपनी सेपरेट नर्सरीज बनाएंगे जिसमें हम ट्रांसपोर्ट कर सकेंगे अपनी चीज़ों को, उनको मेंटेन कर सकेंगे। और सर एक पॉइंट और ऐड ऑन करना चाहूँगा, जैसे आपने जब बात की तो आपने बोला था भारत और इंडिया को जोड़ना है, तो एक वो चीज़ हमारी ये करेगी कि जो भारत का आदमी जो प्लांट उगा रहा है, जो नर्सरी को दे रहा है, और जो टियर 1 कंज्यूमर है जो या टियर 2 कंज्यूमर है जो इंडिया में रह के उसको ले रहा है, उसके बीच का ब्रिज प्रोवाइड करेंगे।
जो मेरे पॉइंट है सिर्फ वो 1/6 है, बट भारत ऑफ इंडिया अपील टू मी। थैंक यू।
बेटा लास्ट थिंग, यू फोकस्ड ऑन ओनली ऑर्गेनिक। सर का पॉइंटर था नेचुरल क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो आप?
मैम मेरा ऑर्गेनिक से मतलब वो ये जो नेचुरली ग्रो,
नो बेटा, देयर इज अ बिग डिफरेंस।
या आई नो, बट मैम मेन चीज़ ये है कि जो फर्टिलाइजर्स का यूज़ है उससे प्लांट्स की लाइफ ख़राब होती है। सेकेंडली उससे प्लांट्स के जो न्यूट्रिशन कंटेंट है या बाकी सारी चीज़ें उन पर भी इफेक्ट आता है, और उसकी वजह से जो है सॉइल भी ख़राब होती है। जैसे काफ़ी ज़्यादा यूज़ ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर्स की वजह से सॉइल डिग्रेड हो जाती है जो दोबारा यूज़ में काम नहीं आती। तो हम ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं लेना चाहते कि जो हमें जो मिल जाए लेकिन उसके बाद वो चीज़ ख़राब हो, तो वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ नहीं जाएगी। तो वो एक सस्टेनेबल स्टेप के तहत हम ऑर्गेनिक प्लांट्स ही प्रोक्योर करते हैं। मैम नेचुरल में हमें गारंटी नहीं है कि उसमें फर्टिलाइजर्स का यूज़ हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है।
बेटा इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट में हम लोग ऑर्गेनिक की तरफ जा रहे हैं या नेचुरल की तरफ? प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो
मैम प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो इज टुवर्ड्स नेचुरल ओनली, बट वी वांट टू चेंज इट टुवर्ड ऑर्गेनिक।
Would you have brought in tissue culture somewhere? Tissue culture सुना है?
नहीं सर, इसका कोई आइडिया नहीं है।
Because for plant propagation, that probably is a faster methodology.
I just wanted to know, क्या आपने इसका कोई ट्रायल किया है इस पूरे प्रोसेस का, या आप ऑलरेडी लाइव हो किसी सोसाइटी, कॉलोनी, मार्केट में, और उसकी क्या लर्निंग्स रही हैं आपकी जो हम जानना चाहेंगे?
मैम एज सच तो अभी हम कहीं पे लाइव नहीं है, बट हमने कुछ सर्वेज अपने कॉलेज में कंडक्ट किए थे या अपने कॉलेज के आसपास कि अगर हम अपनी नर्सरी से आपको ऑनलाइन चीज़ें प्रोवाइड करें तो क्या आप लोगे। तो इसमें हमको 70 to 75% लोगों ने बोला था हाँ हम लेंगे, क्योंकि हम कोई प्रॉब्लम आती है कि हमें चाहिए तो कोई एज सच प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है। जैसे मैम ने भी उगाओ के बारे में मैंशन किया था, बट उसकी एज सच कोई ऑनलाइन प्रेजेंस या इतनी लोगों को नोन नहीं है कि ऐसी कोई चीज़ हो रही है। तो मैम उस चीज़ के लिए हमने सर्वे किया था, तो लोगों ने कहा था अगर मिलेगा तो लेंगे।
आप इसी जैसे मोस्टली अपार्टमेंट लिविंग है, अपार्टमेंट लिविंग को देखते हुए आपने कोई प्लांट स्पीशीज़ जो है एरिया स्पेसिफिक, जो आपके एरिया जिसको कि आप अपना टारगेट एरिया देख रहे हो,
सर सपोज हम देखें दिल्ली,
आपने स्टडी किया है कुछ?
सर सपोज हम देखें दिल्ली रीजन में पॉल्यूशन बहुत हाई है, तो उसके लिए स्पेसिफिक प्लांट स्नेक प्लांट और स्पाइडर प्लांट है जो एयर प्योरीफायर को रिप्लेस करेगी। जो एयर प्योरीफायर 8,000 से 10,000 की रेंज में आता है, उसकी जगह प्लांट्स लाइक स्नेक प्लांट और स्पाइडर प्लांट 350 to 500 की कॉस्ट में आ जाती है, जो मिडिल मैन के लिए अफोर्डेबल रीजनिंग प्राइस है।
सर हम जो
एक मिनट जी सर, तो मेरा सवाल ये है आपसे कि डिफरेंट लोकेशंस हैं, कहीं किसी फ्लैट में धूप आती है, किसी में नहीं आती सनलाइट, तो आपने कुछ ऐसे डिफरेंट जो लोकेशंस हैं, बिकॉज यू सी दी climatic and atmospheric conditions will not be uniform across flats. So have you done that kind of survey that you, otherwise you just like supplying bread, you see, from other dairy to everybody?
Yes sir, I got your point what you are asking. उसी के लिए हम अपने ऐप और वेबसाइट में AI enable करेंगे, जिसमें हम आपसे ही पूछेंगे आपकी घर की लोकेशन कैसी है। सेकेंडली हम उसमें 360 डिग्री व्यू का यूज़ करेंगे, जो कि आपकी लोकेशन ट्रैक करके आपके बारे में बताएगा, उस जगह के बारे में। पिन पॉइंट एकदम नहीं, बट एक प्रिसाइज तरीका तो नहीं होगा, बट थोड़ा बहुत अप्रॉक्सीमेट बताएगा कि क्या क्या चीज़ें 60 to 70% या 80% कैसी है वहाँ पे। और जो AI एनेबल है उसकी वजह से आपसे प्रेफरेंसेस ली जाएंगी कि कितनी सनलाइट आती है, मॉडरेट है, लो है, हाई है, या किस तरीके का वहाँ का क्लाइमेट है। उसके बेस पे ही आपको प्रेफरेंसेस शो की जाएंगी जो कि उस एरिया में चलेंगी या आगे बढ़ेंगी या नहीं।
बेटा आपने कहीं और ये आइडिया रिप्रेजेंट किया है?
जी मैम, ये आइडिया हमने कुछ कॉलेजेस में और भी रिप्रेजेंट किया हुआ है।
कहाँ पे बेटा? आई थिंक आई वाज जज ओवर देयर आल्सो।
मैम एक बार हमने जिम्स कालका जी में पिच किया था ये आइडिया, और
बेटा वहाँ पे कुछ सजेशंस मिले थे, आपने इनकॉर्पोरेट किए वो?
मैम वहाँ पे जो सजेशंस थे वो ये थे कि एक तो किचन गार्डन की तरफ फोकस करना चाहिए, सेकेंडली ये था कि हमें जो है थोड़ी और इनोवेशन की तरफ जाना चाहिए। तो मैम उसी के लिए हमने एआई को एनेबल किया, और मैंने अपने पॉइंट में भी मेंशन किया जो पर्सनलाइज प्लान होंगे उसमें आपका किचन गार्डन्स हो गया, इंटीरियर डेकोरेशन हो गया, जो इंटीरियर प्लांट्स होते हैं, या किसी को अपने बंगलो फ्लैट्स के लिए गार्डन बनवाने, वो सारी चीज़ें वो हमारे फर्दर एक्शन में होंगी। थैंक यू मैम।
एक मेरा क्वेश्चन है।
Yes, ma'am.
वो ये था कि जब आप ऑर्गेनिक बोल रहे हैं, तो एक तो नीड मुझे क्लियर नहीं है कंज्यूमर की। सो यू आर सेइंग पीपल हु वांट टू हैव प्लांट्स इन द हाउस, दैट इज द थिंग, इंस्टेड ऑफ लोकल अरेंजमेंट्स, या हम अपने गार्डनर को ही बोलते हैं कि ले आए, या कोई नर्सरी पास होती है उसकी जगह इस ऐप पे जाएंगे। तो अगर मुझे बोगेनविला चाहिए, मैं इस ऐप पे जाऊँगी, बोगेनविला टाइप करूँगी, मुझे ऑप्शंस आएंगे, और ये बोगेनविलाज के ऑप्शंस होपफुली आएंगे, एंड देन देयर विल बी ऑर्गेनिक बोगेनविलाज इज व्हाट यू आर सेइंग। एंड इन दिस, at even if I buy one plant, you're going to give a gardener service free?
Ma'am, service only the installation is free, but the second thing that is paid only. वरना तो मैम plant बेच के
You
कितना
will
कोई
have,
कमा लेगा।
okay, in your idea right now, you're also thinking of having gardeners in that,
Yes,
which is a value-added service, which is required. My question to you is, when you say organic, we know that organic doesn't come easy. It is very, so you're only going to tie up with nurseries who are sourcing organic plants? Is
Yes,
that what
ma'am.
you're going to do? You
Yes,
understand that that is very few. And nurseries which are authentic organic are even fewer. There are many who say organic, and there's very limited ability to test the soil. I understand that. My actual question is on pricing. So when you say organic, you do understand that a normal bougainvillea versus an organic bougainvillea, the organic one will cost at least double. Okay, so have you considered that? If you have not, you need to work on your idea deeply. You need to make a financial plan, and before you go and present this in any platform, please do a trial, okay, with the population, with your target population. Get those learnings, then decide what you need to do.
I think ma'am has raised a very relevant point, you see. Beta, plants are living beings, like children. And there is mortality. You have to take care. So before you ask somebody to launch on this kind of a venture, you have to train that person on how to take care of a plant, what to do when. Have you incorporated that in your program, or is it just shoot and scoot?
नहीं सर, वही मैंने चीज़ मेंशन की थी कि हमने वो सारी चीज़ें, वो रिमाइंडर या कैसी चीज़ होगी वो हम पहले ही बताएंगे, और उसका रिमाइंडर भी आपको दिया जाएगा कि कब क्या करना है, कब क्या नहीं करना है। और मैम जैसे आपका पॉइंट था जो प्राइसिंग का, तो मैम मैं ये मेंशन करना चाहूँगा, जैसे हम जोमेटो पे भी फूड ऑर्डर करते हैं, या आप ऑफलाइन परचेज कीजिए, दोनों के प्राइस में अंतर होता है। तो मैम वो अगर आपको कोई चीज़ आपके होम पे डिलीवर हो रही है या आपकी कन्वीनियंस है, तो वो आपको कन्वीनियंस फीस तो देनी पड़ेगी, चाहे आप ऐसे दो या वैसे दो, वो पैसे तो जाते ही जाते हैं। अब मैम आप रेस्टोरेंट पे जाओ, सेम चीज़ आपको 100 रुपीज़ की मिलेगी, और वही जोमेटो पे लिस्टेड 150 की प्लस डिलीवरी चार्जेस। तो वो जो 200 रुपये वो जोमेटो आपसे कन्वीनियंस के ही ले, तो वही चीज़ हम भी कमाएंगे मैम।
2-3 सजेशन आप जो कंसिडर कर सकते हो। एक तो हर्बल प्लांट्स का भी बहुत कल्चर हो रहा है, कि जैसे हम मतलब एक प्लांट का हम उनको एक ऑप्शंस दें कि वुड यू लाइक ऑर्गेनिक, वुड यू लाइक हर्बल, डू यू हैव, AI could ask कि आप कितना टाइम डिवोट कर सकते हो, you know, so that it all has to be mapped. And also there is a lot of gifting culture. So would you like it to be gifted to your sister, or there are occasions on which this can be done? And also there would be definitely for you need to at least go back to your customers and ask them कि क्या सर्वाइवल रहा, क्या वो रहा। तो these are few ideas, but you got made a good pitch. Add these ideas, like मैम से सुनते हैं तो उसको फिर फीडबैक में शामिल करो।
जी सर।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सर।
We can't be like Shark Tank यार.
Yes.
कोशिश करके भी हम उतने बुलशटर नहीं बन सकते. आर्मी में भी कोशिश किया, नहीं बन सके.
Our next participant, the judges, serial number 6, Aman Kumar. Serial number 6, Aman Kumar, Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, Delhi University. Can we please have a big round of applause for our next participant? Thank you. The next team is serial number 7, Prachi Jha, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee College. Please be ready and be in front of the stage so that we do not waste time over this. Yes. Aman Kumar, serial number 6. The bell, I am repeating again, the bell, a long bell will ring at 90 seconds. And after that, just few seconds to wrap up. Thank you.
So good afternoon, judges. My name is Akmal, and these are my teammates Shivam and Aman. We are Team Vendora, and let me give you a brief about our idea. Like, as we all know that India has a quite vibrant street food culture, but still it's very underserved. Like, it has many problems, which we got to know when we interacted with over 500 consumers and 300 plus street vendors in Delhi. So there are like 4 major problems which we came across. Firstly, there is like limited digital presence. Like, street food vendors don't have access and much digital presence, which limit their reach. Also, like, there is the absence of genuine rating service, which prevent consumers from accessing the quality of street foods. Also, there is like location challenge. Like, street food vendors keep moving from place to place, which like make it difficult to track them. And also, like, hygiene is one of the major concern in India's street food ecosystem.
So Vendora is a venture designed to empower local street food vendor by connecting them with a wide range of customers. It will enhance social and economic life of street food vendor by providing them greater visibility and opportunity for growth. Talking about features of Vendora, we will provide digital presence. Customer have an option to rate and review the vendor stall on several aspects. Next is location assistant. Customer have an option to track the live location of the vendor at any point of time through our platform. Last but not the least, hygiene standard. We will provide a hygiene certification that will affected by reviews given by customers. This is basic app overview of Vendora. So talking about the industry, the current market size is around 41 billion USD and CAGR for the same is 8.1%. So based on our survey, we found that these are the 5 major problems faced by vendors. So most of the street food vendor earn very less as compared to other field jobs.
So we have also done a cost benefit analysis, and our initial investment for the 2 years would be rupees 22 lakhs, and we will be achieving break-even point in the first 2 years of operations. We have also done feasibility analysis on technical, operational and legal, and our risk came out to be moderate. These are the reasons why Vendora will be feasible in long run, and also we are solving some of these social problems that are listed here.
So like, in conclusion, I would like to say like Vendora is a solution in which we are trying to bridge the gap between street food vendors and consumers by like organizing the street food sector in India. That's it. Thank you.
Bita, while I really loved your initiative, I have some questions. Like, first, I really love the hygiene issue that you have highlighted, because when it comes to street vendors, most of the people have an issue. I'll give you one of my experiences with Zomato, okay? One of the leading chains here. So I used to order from one of these Chinese outlets. I had no clue where it existed. Once just driving through, I realized it was a street vendor and extremely dirty. After that, I stopped having from Zomato. I was like, nahin, Chinese nahi khana hai. Oh, either I'll prepare for myself or I'll not have Chinese at all. Okay, but what the location services and everything that you are catering to is already been introduced by Zomato and Swiggy. I mean, Zomato has also come up with another thing that if somebody orders and they cancel at the last moment, that goes for 50% off in Zomato. And then you can come up. And another thing that I saw day before yesterday was that if you order something prior to 10 a.m., everything is coming for 50% off. So they are catering to the audience. What is there different that we can pitch in for you?
Ma'am, the major market is different. Like, Zomato is targeting the restaurants. like they don't collaborate with street food vendors present in the streets or any like local people. Like they majorly collaborate with restaurants, or they need to have a basic setup or a cloud kitchen if you want to register with Zomato. But we would focus more on the street food sector, like the vendor who is on a street or someone who is like not having a proper setup there. So we are trying to organize that sector. So
No, but that's what I'm saying. That I realized it was a street vendor that I was ordering from Chinese in a very good packaging from Zomato. So that's what I'm saying. That is it just for street vendors that they get all these parameters that are going to be highlighted and put in front of them prior to they getting adapted to your, or taken care by your application, or there are other parameters also?
I'm like there you can see we have provided a hygiene certification mark. Like you were talking about the hygiene thing right now. So like hygiene standard, we will provide regular audit of the hygiene of that particular street vendor, and then only that hygiene certified mark would be provided there. And that would be sensitive to like customer reviews. If like you visit that street vendor and you found out that the hygiene is not suitable, then just you can rate it there, and we would remove that hygiene certificate mark. So that would reflect it.
Have you looked at the possibility of opening yourself to legal challenges? Suppose as a customer, I get a hygiene certified product and I have a food poisoning. So is it as a sort of startup, is it worthwhile that kind of risk? Would we have that kind of food and food security experts to certify it, such vendor?
First of all, we ourselves will check the vendors. Then only we will provide the hygiene certification, and it will be further affected by the reviews and ratings of the customers.
If I was to cut you short just like this, let's build some environment of Shark Tank. Huh? So, emotion and business are two different things. I will check is very different from an expert will check. When I want to certify somebody on sanitation and food safety, then I'll need an expert of that variety. My sincerity will not get compensated for this. Na? That's the problem.
No, sir, here, like from it doesn't mean like we three would check. Like we would like collaborate with the person who is on food.
Our team will be of experts.
See, when I was slightly older than you, I went to Bangalore. And there this MTR used to be there opposite Lal Bagh. And the speciality of that eating house was that they would invite you to a tour of their kitchen. Any customer was free to walk into their kitchen and then order food. So have you thought with today's technology that if you register a vendor, there's an online camera which is available with you, so that the customer can get an online view of his kitchen? Because if that is your focus, then you are easy solutions to it. Seeing is believing.
Like we can add that in future. Like it was a great idea. We didn't thought about it earlier.
You see, you have to. There's nothing. I mean, you can't put a health lab there everywhere. But this is the closest practical solution.
Yeah, that's
the worst food that you can eat is whose kitchen is not accessible to you. You do not know how stale the food is, how it is being prepared. So that kind of thing, hygiene is very important first thing in food. I'm glad you highlighted it, but the idea must be practical. And look back at your own mothers, your grandmothers. I mean, they're the ones who traditionally were preparing food. What was their emphasis on? You put those kinds of things in your solutions. AI is a fleeting idea. What will AI do? Let me ask you, what will AI do in this situation?
Like we haven't integrated any AI system here.
Like what will AI do?
We are not using any AI systems. Our main aim is to digitalize the street food sector. Means we go anywhere, we can find which is the best option available, means street food options available nearby. Means we go to an unknown place, we don't know what we can try, what is the best option available there. We can see the reviews, ratings, and hygienes and everything on our app. We can find new means foods to try.
Like
street
there is a Vendora map you can see there, like that would access your location and would suggest you the good places nearby which are available in your location. So that's the thing which we integrated there.
Our main idea is to digitalize the street food sector. Means you can look at on our app which is available nearby, which food you can try. That's all.
Thank you.
I think some of the points that were raised here before are very, very important. And you should look at it from point of view of direction on how you can use your USP or convert them into your USP. For example, the first thing that you told us was that was your differentiating point was the fact that you're looking at food vendors specifically. So that's one. All right, fair enough. Nobody is looking at them as a community. So you're looking at that. That is different. I give it that to you. The second thing that's coming up through the discussions of what I'm hearing here is what are the, the kings in the armor of Zomato and Swiggy. Right now, the biggest thing that consumers are worried about is not pricing or packaging. We'll come to that later. The biggest is hygiene. We don't know what we are eating. And that is, we don't know the ingredients. We don't know what kind of oil. We don't know the kind of environment in which it is being prepared. There are multiple cases where the name of the restaurant is false, the photographs are false, they have false Google profiles as well on Zomato. So Zomato itself is not doing, Zomato stroke Swiggy or any such vendor is not doing their own checks. My advice to you would be that you do have an idea which has not been tried in India. Basis this panel's feedback, which you will get even more after my questions, you must look at setting up, going a little back end, setting up a training institute in one area first for these vendors, certifying them through your training institute on hygiene and standards, tying up with the government, getting them hygiene certifications. So the moment we know as consumers that this is the stamp, they have been trained by this institute by Vendora, and this institute is tied up with the government for giving them hygiene certification, that will reassure us, number one. The second is use of technology, which Sir just said. Can you look at a live camera being there when just a live camera positioned there somewhere, which they cannot switch off? If they switch off, then you might have penalties on them, or they can no longer be part of Vendora. So if you can have that, these two things are a completely different paradigm and will change the way online food delivery system works in India. All right, so look at these things. I think you definitely, and you are, much better prepared than what we have seen till now. So all the best from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Little one question now to this group. Have you ever tried to calculate the carbon footprint of Zomatos and these? You see, everyone wants to order food. My experience of these is that they are highly energy intensive. Number two, these people are the biggest traffic offenders. They drive those electric bikes always on the wrong side. Take all shortcuts. If anybody is creating chaos on the roads, these guys are the first. So, have you tried to see the carbon footprint of this food delivery disease that is attacking our civilization?
But means we are different. Means we are not using food delivery. We are not delivering foods. We are just digitalizing. Means you can find us. Yes, discovery platform. Not we are not delivering any street foods. You can just see what is available and you can go and eat by yourself. Yes, sir. You can find it. Discovery platform.
You can check the live location where they are present right now. Then you can go to them.
So there are so many local vendors, which are available in a particular area, but not in another one. So how many areas are you catering to, and how you want to expand to other areas? What is your action plan?
First, we would like to expand from the tourist place, like some famous place in Delhi. Like I can give example of CP and such places, like Chandni Chowk, which are famous for street foods. And then we would like to expand further because these are the high tourist places, like tourists often visit. So like it would be easier for them to discover, and it would be also a very good pilot test for us. So how much effective is our product? So we can test.
So are you visiting them and seeing their hygiene standards and everything? I mean, it is important for you to physically verify also whether these people are actually following the hygiene standards or not.
Like for primary research, we did that, but there were some of them which didn't follow very good hygiene standard. So first we need to like train them, and then only we can give them that certificate of hygiene certified.
You mentioned you studied, your focus area is Chandni Chowk. Is it one of the areas? Have you studied Chandni Chowk? Can we discuss it with me? I'm willing to discuss. Okay? I'm a street walker.
You take him on board, advisory board for your...
Absolutely.
We would love to have.
No, you mentioned Chandni Chowk. Have you done any food survey?
Sir, we talked to food vendors there.
Which ones?
Sir, some that parathe wali gali, we went and we talked to some the present there.
Also, we went near Jama Masjid and we have...
Jama Masjid, that's not Chandni Chowk. Chalo, that's non-vegetarian food. Chandni Chowk is essentially vegetarian food. Or batao, which one did you visit in Jama Masjid? I know it from college times. Kareem's and Naz and Flora. And there was one Sikh kebab wala selling at 50 paise a Sikh kebab with rawali roti. Till I came home and told my mother, and she said, no way you can get mutton kebab at that price. What meat you're eating, I don't know. Anyway, so very good. I think we've exhausted their patience, ma'am.
How did you define rating? What all factors did you take into the rating?
Can you repeat?
How do you define rating? You're going to rate them, right?
Yeah, so when a customer go to a vendor, he can rate the vendor stall on several aspects. It can be behavior of the person, the vendor, the hygienes, and the price, taste, and other, like the surrounding of the stalls. These are the features.
So in these, what are the variables or factors that you have captured when you want me as a customer to know how you have rated them?
So, sir, basically the factors are hygiene factor, the behavior factor, like how he talked to the customers, that's also an issue, and also the taste of the food, like is it tasty or is it like very lame in taste. So that's three other main factors which we are focusing right now, and we can like extend it also, but right now we are focusing on three rating factors: hygiene, behavior, and taste of the food.
Thank you, beta. All the best.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Moving on, third participant, but serial number 7, Prachi Jha. You're here. Please come. Prachi Jha from Shama Prasad Mukherjee College, Delhi University. The next participant, Sanya Pandey. If you are here, please, please be around the stage. Sanya Pandey.
Yes. Am I audible? It's not my slide. Yes, ma'am. Okay. आपने ये प्लास्टिक बॉटल तो हर जगह देखा होगा, लाइक कॉन्फ्रेंस में, डंपिंग यार्ड्स में, बट हमें ये भी पता है कि ये प्लास्टिक बॉटल कितना डेंजरस है हमारे आगे की लाइफ के लिए और आगे फ्यूचर जनरेशन के लिए, बिकॉज ये ईजिली डिकम्पोज नहीं होता. सो माई ऑल्टरनेटिव इज़ दैट, okay, so the problem is plastic. We all know the problem is plastic, and that's why I am introducing you with TED boat, the game changer. So TED boat is basically made up of कार्डबोर्ड. सो हमारे घर पे जितने भी ऑर्डर्स आते हैं, डिलीवरी पैक्स आते हैं, वो नॉर्मली इसमें आते हैं और हम इसे डिस्कार्ड कर देते हैं. सो माय आइडिया इज़ कि हम इन डिलीवरी बॉक्स को कलेक्ट करें एक बड़े अमाउंट में, एंड देन उससे हम टेड बोर्ड बनाएं, बॉटल्स बनाएं. सो इस बॉटल में क्या होगा कि ये फुली कार्डबोर्ड बेस्ड बॉटल है, एंड जो उसके अंदर की लाइनिंग होगी वो थिन प्लास्टिक की होगी, जो नॉर्मल प्लास्टिक बॉटल को 80% रिड्यूस कर सकती है, क्योंकि ये तो डिकम्पोज नहीं होने वाला, बट ये एक हद तक हो सकता है. जो उसकी कैप्स होगी वो शुगर केन से बनी होगी. तो हम जानते हैं कि जो ये छोटी बॉटल्स होती हैं इनके कैप भी डिकम्पोज नहीं होते, ना ये रिसाइकेबल प्रोडक्ट है. बट अगर शुगर केन कैप्स होगी तो वो हो सकते हैं. Okay, so TED boat is a sustainable product and जो मेरा main motive जो मेरे consumers होंगे वो हमारे business वाले भी होंगे and then the individuals as well.
Your 90 seconds are over.
Yes,
Please wrap up.
So it can be used in many events such as marriages, birthday function, even over here. Like अगर आप Tetra Pak cold drink पी सकते हो तो Tetra Pak water bottles क्यों नहीं? So that's it, and I hope we will make a positive change towards our environment because future generation को mind में रखते हुए अगर हम अपनी need को भी fulfill कर रहे हैं तो वही sustainability है. Thank you so much.
But have you researched about the parameters already done in this field?
No, ma'am. It's actually an idea. Like it is a very big, huge idea. So
शुगर केन से कहीं और नहीं हो रहा बेटा? इंडिया में कहीं और हम लोग यूज नहीं कर रहे शुगर केन से?
शुगर केन के कहीं और?
इंडिया में बता दो.
मैम इंडिया में ऑलरेडी एक कंपनी है नोएडा में जो वो यूज कर रही है ये.
तो आपका कैसे डिफरेंट है पुत्र?
ऑलरेडी वो यूज कर रही है शैम्पूज एंड कंडीशनर के लिए. बट मेरा जो नीच है वो वाटर बॉटल्स है जो डेली यूज में हम यूज कर रहे हैं बिकॉज ये हम ज़्यादा क्वान्टिटी में यूज करते हैं एज कम्पेयर टू शैम्पूज एंड कंडीशनर.
हर जगह वाटर बॉटल्स आ रही हैं आजकल. गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कोई रूल रेगुलेशन आया है इसके रिलेटेड?
Ma'am, regarding
these water bottles,
no, ma'am. It's an idea. I mean, I'm not getting here maybe.
Better to materialize any idea on ground level, you need to do research before putting your foot in.
Yes, ma'am.
It should not be available, right? Then only it will be successful.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, जो outer countries है, the abroad one, they have already introduced. It's just waters करके उनका है. But India में नहीं आया है because the machine which they used to produce is actually costly. So that's why Bisleri भी वो चीज़ नहीं कर पा रही है. और एक बार उसने try भी किया था but वो successful नहीं हो पाई.
एक बार दोबारा check करना बेटा इसको.
Okay, ma'am, sure.
एक बार materialize. Any other question? Any? Thank you बेटा.
Okay.
Can you use it once or repeatedly? Sorry. ये जो आप sugar cane का बता रहे हो.
Yes, sir.
Will it not increase the amount of waste in your environment? Because it's a use and throw solution.
Yes, sir.
I think the bane of our civilization is use and throw. Earlier, when we were your age, we used to use metal containers and bottles, which were cleaned every day and sent off with you again. They lasted you a few years. This is all use and throw.
Yes.
And sugarcane, incidentally, as you know, is highly fibrous. And the gap between the sugarcane, each fiber, is large. So there is enough place for infection or other dirt to settle. So you cannot reuse that at all, virtually.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And the same goes...
See, you have to keep that in mind. Because at all, you see our jagrans and those mandirs where the bhandara is there, that place becomes a graveyard of all these disposed things. Whereas earlier, before my generation, what we were using was called pattals, which were easily biodegradable, easily available, because this, what you're talking, you rightly identified. You see, bagasse will have to be pressed. It's either combusted or put to other uses like this. For all that, you need energy. Now, energy, if you're going to use hydrocarbons, you're in for a problem. So, whatever solution you have in mind, think of sustainability.
Yes, sir.
And think of health, particularly when you are dealing with food items. Okay?
And I suppose your idea is also based on the cardboards and all. So
Yes,
waste segregation is also incorporated into it. If yours is an ideation stage,
Yes,
But
ma'am.
when you will materialize this, in case you do it, then you will have to work on that also. That you are collecting the right product for the cardboard and all. So you will have to take that into consideration, and that cost will also increase accordingly.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I think
That
that
is
is one
correct.
aspect you will have to take into consideration.
Yes.
Okay, but I incorporate all the suggestions
yeah.
given by panelists. All the best. Thank you. Thank you.
So I
Next,
just,
please.
before you leave, I just wanted to check with you. You said it's being done abroad.
Yes, sir.
So is there enough literature available by which we can collaborate with, like this kind of idea
Hmm.
is best done through an incubation with, say, Bisleri or,
Big
Rail Neer, or now Bharat Sena Jal, Army is also making. So if you really have this kind of thing, I would suggest that step out. I can help you. We in Army make water, we bottle water and we sell.
Yes, sir.
So if there is something like this, that organization can definitely try this idea.
Yes, sir. That's the main point to, just sustain the environment, because this is not going to.
Because you can't set up a distribution and marketing. It's better to convince the existing people.
Marketers, yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I invite our next participant, Sanya Pandey.
Priyadarshini.
Sanya Pandey.
Number.
Serial number 10. Sanya Pandey for the judges, serial number 10.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanya and he's Aman, and we are here to introduce our latest project, Madhuram, a small mobile large language model. Language model, or LLM, is basically an AI that processes and generates human language and is the backbone of almost every AI tool that we use these days. However, current LLM models have some constraints. That is, they require heavy hardware, extensive energy to run them, and leave numerous carbon footprints. Now that's where we step in. Madhuram, our model with only 75 million parameters, is compact, fast, and optimized for on-device processing. Now this eliminates the need for heavy costs and heavy hardware. Our plug-and-play model is sustainable, cost-effective, and hardware-free. And due to this, from healthcare sector to logistics, any sector where AI can be deployed, Madhuram, our product, is potential enough to be deployed in every sector and work there as the backbone of every AI tool. So hence, this is your small model with endless possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. This is way before time, so off to the judges.
So Sanya, your product name is not JobSphere.
No, that's the company name. The project name is Madhuram.
Madhuram. And this is an AI tool that helps in?
No, this is a language model on which AI tools run. Like this is the core of the AI tool, जिस पे सब बनता है.
So could you give me an example of this?
Suppose you use ChatGPT. So ChatGPT runs on an AI model. Right. Secondly, you can also think it as an example that if you, there was this product released by Meta. Meta released their Ray-Ban glasses, which were smart glasses, and uske andar, to make them smart, they used an LLM model. Right. But that model was so heavy that it was impossible to wear those glasses as a wearable. So that that's the problem that our product solves, that it is so compact in size and nearly like we are in the prototyping stage and we are building the model, and as per the benchmark data sets on which we have developed the model, the performance would nearly be same as compared to other LLM models, but its size is so small that you don't need external hardware to run it. It can run on device, like embedded into the device.
So it's an idea. You have not
No,
recently
we
worked
have
on.
created the product, but because of the hardware constraints, we cannot train it on a large data set. So the book, like they usually, the larger models such as ChatGPT or Claude or Meta's Llama model, they are trained on 1.3 trillion syllables.
Right.
Whereas we don't have that kind of hardware because they have tens of thousands of those and that require billions of dollars. We don't require obviously that many, we require less, so we need to train that on that much data, we need a bit of hardware. So it will take like, I think it will take us 8 days to train on that amount of data, which is comparatively very less compared to those companies, since they take 6 months to train their models, and the amount of energy that they require, it's equivalent to the energy consumed by a country such as Barbados per year. So, whereas our model is very less and small.
Yeah, basically, we have tested and created our model on a smaller data set, but to release and launch the beta version in the market so that the developers can give their feedback and, tell whether it stands as compared to the LLM models, we need to train it on a larger data, and for that, we need GPUs.
Right.
So, we faced constraints over there because like till now we've been using AWS credits, and because the cost is very high, so we can't afford that much of credits. So firstly we got our credits from the founder's profile, we get 1000 credits, then they were exhausted, then we went to the bank, and our bank account, like the company's bank account, Bank of Baroda, gave us a few credits जिसके हम GPUs use कर सकते थे to create the model. Post which we faced a lot of constraints because GPU की काफ़ी unavailability हमें दिखी जो यहाँ पे country में दिखी इंडिया में, but we tried. And then we took part in a campus fund grant challenge that is backed by AWS. We reached to the semi-finals, and as a reward of being one of the semi-finalists, they gave us $10,000 worth credits. So now we are working on that, and we're in the middle of training it on the larger data set and releasing the beta version soon.
So how long
पर
would it
सानिया आपका कस्टमर कौन है, मतलब whom are you targeting as a customer?
सर एवरीवन इज़ आवर कस्टमर. अगर किसी को भी मतलब इन जनरल यूज़ करना है, जैसे आज की डेट में सब चैट जीपीटी यूज़ करते हैं, इन केस किसी मेल का रिप्लाई लिखना है या कोई पोस्ट लिंक्डइन पर डालना है तो उसके लिए भी कंटेंट लिखते हैं. एंड ऑल्सो जो हमारा प्रोडक्ट है, इट्स नॉट लिमिटेड टू गोइंग ऑन अ ब्राउज़र एंड वेबसाइट पे जाके, इट कैन बी डायरेक्टली यूज्ड इन योर एम्बेडेड सिस्टम्स सच एज मोबाइल फ़ोन्स. हमारे मोबाइल फ़ोन्स में सीरी या फिर गूगल असिस्टेंट होता है, but they are not embedded in our mobile phones directly. उसके लिए इंटरनेट से वो कनेक्ट होता है. Whereas our model is so small in size, it's 386 MB, approximately 400 MB, कि वो डायरेक्टली किसी भी फ़ोन में हार्डवेयर पे चल सकता है, which makes it a point कि अगर इंटरनेट नहीं भी है, still it is your AI assistant जो आपकी हेल्प कर सकता है.
Basically smart devices में भी हम इसको deploy कर सकते हैं, and we can make the smart devices actually smart, that they can work on that basis. जैसे हम उसको train करते हैं, उसके अंदर हम एक AI डाल सकते हैं कि वो उस हिसाब से काम करे.
देखो जो चीज़ मेरे को नहीं समझ आ रही है कि generally today the devices, the people who field these devices, they follow monopoly kind of practices. They guard this thing. They have their dedicated AI tools which are put into that. So how will I as a customer, engage with this? Will it be available off the Play Store that I would be able to download it into my device and then get that benefit?
Sir, it will be available as an app also in future, and whichever mobile company they want to use, such as Apple recently partnered up with ChatGPT, with OpenAI, to have Apple Intelligence. But the model, but ChatGPT had to be reduced so much in size कि उसकी performance बहुत गिर गई थी. So they are looking for an alternative for a LLM जो अपने आप में ऑलरेडी बहुत छोटा हो एंड उसकी परफॉर्मेंस बिल्कुल भी इफेक्ट ना हो, वेयर आर मॉडल कम्स इन टू प्ले, बिकॉज हमारा मॉडल ऑलरेडी एज आई सेड उनका GBs में है, हमारा MBs में है, हमारा ½ GB है मॉडल का साइज एट मैक्स, तो हमारा डायरेक्टली यूज़ हो सकता है, तो परफॉर्मेंस इफेक्ट नहीं होगी फर्स्टली वहाँ. सेकेंडली अगर आपको पर्सनली भी यूज़ करना है, आप उसको डाउनलोड कर सकते हो डायरेक्टली मॉडल को, एंड कोई भी एक पर्टिकुलर टास्क है तो आप उसके लिए आप उसको ट्रेन कर सकते हैं, एंड उसके बेसिस पे बहुत लोग अपनी खुद के प्रोडक्ट्स बनाते हैं, तो वहाँ पे हमारा काम आएगा जहाँ पे आपको बेसिकली हार्डवेयर नहीं चाहिए होगा, उसको एक पर्टिकुलर टास्क पे सिखाने के लिए.
बेसिकली ये AI टूल नहीं है, बट आप AI टूल बनाने के लिए इसको यूज़ कर सकते हो, एंड ये बिकॉज स्मॉल इन साइज, तो आप वेरियस टाइप्स ऑफ AI टूल्स बना सकते हो.
थैंक यू फॉर योर आंसर्स. आई थिंक मेरे 2 क्वेश्चंस हैं. सबसे पहले तो ये बेटा दैट प्लीज टेल अस समथिंग अबाउट योर बैकग्राउंड, because we have not seen that.
Both of us are from the same college, but we've graduated in different year. He was my senior in college. We have done computer science honors from Ram Lalanan College, DU, and I have graduated last year in 2024, and he has graduated in 2023.
All right. Is this your full team, or do you have developers who help you?
We have one more person.
We have one more person.
What is his qualification?
He has done PCA from MSI.
Bachelor's in Computer Application.
Okay.
From Maharaj Agresi.
You're 3 people.
Yes.
And how did you start developing this model? Did you start it in college? Who's helping you in this? Is it an organization that you're training with? Because regular computer science courses cannot, equip you properly for this kind of development, especially for language models.
So we had some other idea in our mind, but to take it from an idea stage to an actual product, we needed to use already existing LLMs such as ChatGPT, where we had to make API calls to them every month. And the cost was coming out to be too much, and that is when we realized that we can download their model. As I said, that you can download our model, but at the end of the day we needed a GPU, at least one GPU, which was very expensive. The cost of the minimum GPU that we needed, it was around 5 to 6 lakh rupees, which is not a small amount at all. So that is when we realized that there is a need for this, and then there were many internal reports that Meta released their mobile LLM. So, but the performance was very low. Like their bigger models, they have out of 100%, they have accuracy in 80s. At that time, now they have in early 90s, but at that time they had in 80s. And the smaller model, there were from 35% to 45%, which is a very major dip. So that is when we decided. And secondly, to answer your question, that no, we haven't done any course or anything separately. We just read research papers and looked at the code on
Okay,
GitHub.
but you have a live model.
The model is not live right now.
How can you say, no, I'm just trying to, so you are saying your model is faster and lighter?
Yes.
And you don't have a live model? So
no,
how is
we have a model, but like it's not available for public use.
I understand, but you have developed that one, developed that model. It is faster and lighter.
Yes.
By I mean, it's half the size in terms of bytes as if you compare it to a model LLP which is being used by the major players in the market.
Yes.
And this resides in your systems, and you 3 have developed it.
Yes.
And where all have you? What kind of expert certification, or has any expert from this industry had a look at it?
So for that, there is a company, French company by the name of Hugging Face, which they have basically released you can say library, Python library by the name of LM Evaluation Harness, which is Language Model Evaluation Harness. So they have their own benchmark data sets which have been decided by these big companies such as ChatGPT and Meta. And we went to the research paper released by Meta for their mobile LLM. We took those data sets on which they have evaluated their model, and then we used that library, LM Eval Harness, and using that library we evaluated our model. This is the method which is used by any big company or any small company, be it ChatGPT, be it OpenAI, Meta, Anthropic, or Cohere, any company.
See, from the little that I know of these technologies today, they're an entry into your privacy. Now, you call it a virus, you call it an entry point. Have you had your model evaluated in terms of security, its impregnability, and somebody else not using it as a carrier to get into other devices and other people's data and misuse it?
So, sir, on our website, we'll be providing the model. Basically, when you will register on our website, we'll be providing you it as a cookie, whereas where we'll not be saving any of your data or any of your conversation that you have on the website, on like while using the model, we'll not be saving it on our end. It will be stored in your system as cookies, so we are not having access to your conversation. Secondly, for embedded systems such as mobile phone or that, that is something which the company like the companies, whichever the manufacturer of the phone, they have to be they have to make sure that security is not an issue. Since our model is not in any way in any way going to hamper anyone's security. If they want, they can hack into your phone or into your Gmail account or whatever thing like embedded system it is, even if our model is not present.
Thank you, Beta. Thank you. Incorporate all the suggestions given by panelists. Thank you. Next team,
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Manya Bharadwaj. Manya Bharadwaj, please come. Next participant, Abhay Sharma. Please be ready.
Good evening, ma'am. So, I'm Manya Bharadwaj. I'm in first year in Mata Sundri College.
Warmest greetings, one and all. I'm Navya Setia, and I'm also in first year Mata Sundri College.
So, our idea is about an app that will help all the international students to make life easier for them. But before I start, I want to ask all of you sitting in the audience that how many of you have gone out of your house and left the comfort of your house for a job, college, or any other thing?
Or even planned to going abroad, or like for your bachelor's, or you are still planning to go abroad for master's, but you know, these thoughts come over, they take over you. They're like, how are you going to manage there? You're not going to have family over there. You cannot just come back home if you want to. All of these thoughts do take over every time anybody is planning to move abroad.
So our app will help you to find the right accommodation, to find the right people, and to find right college.
So this app is something that helps you not only move into a place that is not really yours, but make it your home. Moving abroad is not a simple journey or a simple process. It is making something your own from the scratch, starting from the scratch.
The problems that we identified here, when I speak to people who were living abroad, is accommodation. When you move to a new country, the first thing you need is a right place to live. And when I spoke to my friends abroad, they told me that they're not able to find the right accommodation, the right
Your
food
90
planning.
seconds are over. Wrap up.
Yeah. And the features that we are offering is an accommodation marketplace, home-style meal plans, and management of the services.
So basically, if you are moving abroad, you have to find your accommodation, your food, and manage your chores, which is something that you were helped with in India, even by the household help and your parents. That becomes very difficult when it's all burdened upon you at an instant. It's like, oh, from here, and then it's just all of it at once. So when it gets overwhelming, this is something that helps you find solace and help.
Thank you.
Most people who move abroad, Indian students, they need to work also. They need some, something to sustain themselves or help their people fund their studies which are there. Have you got any such feature that which helps them to find some work?
So basically, what feature we have gotten here is tiffin services, in which I am cooking a meal for myself. I can put it on the app, and someone who is living there and doesn't want to cook can come to my place and pick up their meal. So in that, I get paid a certain amount.
Consider you're an Indian student living abroad and you are cooking an Indian authentic meal, and there is another Indian student living in the same city as you and they're craving that meal but they don't want to put in the effort.
Full marks for this thought of yours. It's a great thought that you are, trying this.
Thank you, sir.
But what is the conventional thing is, traditionally, our children who go abroad, like from Punjab and all people who go, they are looking to do some work in McDonald's or some Domino's, that kind of thing. So that they have a study fixed 4 or 5 hours of working and some income coming, or work in a 9 to 5 store or something like this.
Right, of course. So obviously there is a lot of discrimination and racism happening. And at the same time, we are trying to overcome that by interacting with people of that culture, and the people of that culture interacting with us. This is something that aids that process of interaction, that makes one feel like they are with their people, even though they're somebody from another culture. If you are helping somebody with their chore management, food, accommodation, and such basic things, that is the basics of living, like that is the essence of living. You start to feel like one with them. You start to feel like they are your own people. So once that is being, once the culture interchange is being accommodated, you're obviously more likely to find jobs also and not face difficulties in the job itself.
But which areas you have selected for this?
Sorry?
Which areas or which continents, countries, states?
Basically, right now we're focusing on the UK because they have major 2-3 cities and US is very segregated. So our major focus right now is UK. After that, we'll extend to the US. And if it works out well, we can even extend it to India, because a lot of people in India also move out of their houses for education.
Like in different states, like moving from Karnataka to Delhi or from Delhi to Bangalore.
And there's a lot of cultural difference in India itself. So this app can also help those people. So after a point of time when we have figured out and it worked out well for international students, we can make it work for Indian students as well.
But we'll be starting with Indian students moving to UK.
But what is the status of this right now?
This is at its initial stage. It's just coming up. It's just the ideation that we have right now. Sorry.
Any other question?
So while I like the idea, I just want to ask you for a confession. Is it your idea or your parents or mothers are involved in it?
Ma'am, it was our idea because I've studied in a boarding school in Dehradun, and about 40 students of my batch, 35 of them went abroad, and I spoke to each one of them before making this presentation and understanding what actual issues they face, and there's no such app addressing them. We have UniLife or Amber House, which is just making accommodation easier for them, and also not even comparing the accommodation near to your universities. So that point of time I felt that this is something that can cater to a large audience, because a lot of people from India move abroad for academics, and we are not even promoting to settle down there. We just want them to have a education from outside and come back to India for their jobs.
And how are you going to go about with it? Like, though everything is falling very beautifully in place, but how are you going to go about in terms of the application and the viability of the application in terms of the usage? So what is the next process that you're going to start?
So initially we will have to hire some students in the UK. So if we're starting with London, we'll have to hire some students. We'll have to pay them a certain amount and to understand how accommodations are. And we can even collab with a few websites, like I mentioned Amber House, we can collab with them. And initially we won't take any sort of commission from them, and then we can create an interface wherein you come on our app, you see the type of accommodation Amber House, Unilever have, and then you can redirect them to their website. So
And this could also be a collaboration between college counselors, education counselors who say and want to provide after admission support to the students, but seemingly fail to do so. So that is where we would aid. And also I've got to add to the previous question. This is entirely Manya. She was the core and spine of the idea. But I do totally resonate with it because I've also lived in a boarding school for the last 5 years of my life.
Manya, I think it's a very good idea. But how would you sanitize the place that you are recommending? Is there a security check you will do? You might land up your clients in a brothel or some house of ill repute or, some notorious place. Have you studied any particular university or city in the UK? I have some experience, so that's why I'm asking you, which universities or towns have you studied there?
I have researched.
I'd like to supplement. I have studied abroad 10 years and in 3 different places, right? I never had this problem because the university used to send me all the details. They will tell me these are the locations, these are the type of restaurants in your area, and they will also tell me that here is a mentor appointed for you. So I could speak to the mentor and all the details will follow, right? And then my children went abroad to study and they had it far more easier. The point I'm making is, how is this different from the existing rules? We have been going abroad and studying for the last 100 years. Have we just gone into the black box? No. So how is this going to be different? When I went in 50 years ago, I knew exactly the rent I'll pay, the people, the region, the restaurants, the educational environment, everything I knew. And when my children went about 20 years ago or 15 years ago, they knew it. So my point is, though it sounds fantastic, with Google telling me I can look at the street sitting here, how the street will look, what are the rental values on the street, the restaurants lined up on the street, the distance from the institution if I'm going to be out, and if I'm going to be within the university gives me all the details of the restaurants inside the campus. The hostels are designed in such a way that they have an international hostels and international student offices there.
Okay. Sir, did you have any other source of information other than the university itself?
Of course, by now, yes.
Right. So we are the other source of information. We are the mediators here who help that information get directed and streamlined into your source, like wherever you're referring to.
So basically, sir, my brother, yeah, sure.
Sir, you probably went to Ivy League kind of colleges. Your children also probably went there. Over the years, in UK and even in Canada, because we keep reading, there are fly-by-night operators which have come up, sir. And these people are taking a lot of children from Punjab and these places on very shady and very non-certified kind of courses. They have to look for PG accommodation. A lot of such issues are coming up. So I guess it would probably cater to them. It won't cater to your kind of, and you probably went to Ivy League kind of institution.
So basically, my brother right now went to King's College London.
Thank you, beta. Thank you. All the best, and incorporate the suggestions given by panelists. Thank you. Next team, please.
Next team is number 12 on the list, Abhay Sharma.
Hello. Yeah.
No, I don't have a PP.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, definitely. Yes, definitely.
Okay, start.
Shall I start?
Start.
Well, it's almost good evening. We have been sitting from the morning here. My name is Abhay Sharma, and I'm the product of Delhi University. I did my graduation from Keshav Mahavidyalaya and post-graduation from IICDU. I have worked with DRDO in the past and of course CRPF also. And this is my second startup. I've been running 2 startups as of now. So let me run to you what is my startup. Uh, I have been running a hiring top global talent agency. We are an AI recruitment engine that help you source, vet, and hire top global talent fast. So I would say what company actually faces. Initially, whenever a company looks for talent, you have to source top quality content. Secondly, if you actually manage to get top quality candidates, you have to interview all the candidates. You might get some unqualified ones. And even after finding all the qualified candidates, sometimes managing compliances and handling global compliances is a headache. So that's where we remote engine come into place. We use AI to assess all the candidates. So you always see candidates that are according to your need. We hire candidates at our place according to whatever country you believe in, you want to hire. And we also work on the ER model. We are live. We have been working for over an year. By God's grace, I think it would be great. We would reach around 1.5 crores of revenue by this financial year. If I talk about costs, a single interview costs around $40. I think, should I wrap up? I just need 10 seconds. Yeah. So usually a normal interview costs around $40, $20 if you get an interviewer. But our AI interviewer costs you around only $6. And our profit margin is actually very, very high. That's how we are making a lot of profit margins. That's all from me. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Hi, Abhay. Did you say AI interviewer? It wasn't clear your voice.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. It's an AI interviewer.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
it is instead of a human interviewer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it all? And there's a search engine. Is it like? Does it have an interface like Naukri.com? Even if it's backend, does it also throw up resumes?
No, we do not believe in resumes. Actually,
You don't believe in resumes.
yeah.
Okay.
So usually what happens whenever you
Can
go to...
you just hold the mic a little, thoda niche?
Yeah, sorry.
Now it will be clear.
Sorry.
Just quickly, very quickly for all of us, take us through a real life example.
Okay.
So let us say there's a company, let's say Colgate, is searching for a marketing, for a brand manager. अब please simple way में बताओ.
हाँ. So हम लोग usually marketing वगैरह में deal नहीं करते. हम लोग usually tech department में deal करते हैं. Tech department में अगर मेरी एक company है and मुझे एक developer hire करना है जल्द से जल्द, तो मैं रिमोट इंजन के पास जाऊंगा, मैं उनके प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाऊंगा और उनको बोलूँगा कि ओके मेरी ये डिमांड्स हैं, मुझे टॉप 1% कैंडिडेट चाहिए. वो टॉप 1% हम कैसे निकालते हैं? हम हर एक डेवलपर का एक टेस्ट लेते हैं. 3 टेस्ट होते हैं उस बेसिकली. उसमें फर्स्ट होता है उनका असेसमेंट टेस्ट जो वर्बल होता है, जो ए इंटरव्यू लेता है. सेकंड होता है उनका कोडिंग राउंड. थर्ड होता है उनका वर्क कल्चर राउंड कि वो अगर वो किसी प्रीवियस कंपनी में काम करा तो किस तरीके से करा. उस पूरे बेसिस पे उनको एक ओवरऑल कम्युलेटिव स्कोर मिलता है जिसके बेसिस पे हम उन्हें प्लेटफॉर्म पे रिव्यू करते हैं. मैं एज अ कंपनी प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाता हूँ, देखता हूँ, अगर मुझे एक और इंटरव्यू सेट कराना है अपने स्किल्स के अकॉर्डिंग मैं सेट करवाऊंगा. अगर मुझे नहीं चाहिए मैं डायरेक्ट उसको हायर करूँगा, कंपनी को पैसे दूंगा एंड आई विल हायर द एम्प्लॉय इन द नेक्स्ट 48 आवर्स.
Just one more question from
our money back from Indian clients. It's like the two challenges we get.
Are you doing something for this?
There is nothing we could do. We could just throw a legal case against them because it's like if they do not decide to pay, they are not paying. That's how it works.
Percentage is not everything.
Sorry?
Right? You mentioned that you consider 80% wala parameter for screening.
Yes.
जिसके 80% नहीं है, it means he or she is not applicable for this.
Yes.
And they will again have to pay.
So usually हमारा मॉडल क्या होता है, हम लोग डेवलपर्स को खुद हायर कर लेते हैं ताकि कंपनीज को जल्द से जल्द डेवलपर्स अवेलेबल हम करा सकें. अगर हम खुद हायर नहीं करेंगे तो हर एक कंपनी में एक नोटिस पीरियड होता है, वो हमको फुलफिल करना पड़ेगा. देन वो कंपनी को 48 आवर्स में हम लोग डेवलपर्स कभी नहीं दे सकते हैं. तो इसलिए हम लोग सिर्फ क्रीम डेवलपर्स को ही अपने पास रखते हैं.
Better please work on this criteria.
Actually, it's if I would say, I'm sorry to say, but if maybe you are looking from a developer perspective or personal perspective, but as a company, we usually look from the perspective of the company. As a company, I do not want bad developers working in my product. That's how it works.
Okay. Any other questions? Ma'am?
Also, as I understand, there are IT products also which are of varied nature. So how can you have one parameter for those varied products of AI? I mean, this is what I understand. Those, how can you?
Sorry, I couldn't understand.
See, when we are developing things, there can be multiple things, So how can you have one parameter, same parameter, and then, how this is working then? That's
so for assessing the candidates?
Yeah.
No, it's not just one candidate. It's not just one parameter.
All right.
So depending upon the skill sets of the candidates he choose while completing the profile on our platform, a complete assessment test will set up according to him.
And how do you make this platform popular? So what is your marketing strategy and so on?
So for the developers strategy, I would say I myself a developer. I'm the CTO and the co-founder at Remote Engine. I am usually a part of a lot of Discord servers, a lot of WhatsApp communities. Getting developers are the most easiest thing, I would say, because everyone is looking for jobs, right? So we can get developers. The point is we have to get people, we have to get clients. That's how, because my co-founders are really, they are 30 years old, and one of them is a co-founder of Potafo, which is a competitor of Swiggy in Kerala, and another is Anand Prakash, who is also 30 years old, and who has experience of 13 years in IT industry. So I have experience masters there who usually work on marketing product clients, and I usually work on tech part.
Thank you.
We are a Bangalore-based because they live in Bangalore.
Thank you. Next, please.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Abhay. The next candidate is Raj Shekhar Mishra, number 13 on the list.
Yes, please.
After Raj Shekhar, it's Bhumi from Janki Devi. Please be ready. I would also once again request all the participants to please adhere to the time limit of 90 seconds.
Rajshekar, we met you yesterday, right? Yes, ma'am. So you registered for both the events?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm in desperate need of funds, actually. Shall I start? Greetings, panel. Before actually starting with my pitch today, allow me to ask you and everyone else sitting in this room a very simple question. Well, what happened to the last pair of shoes that you all deemed unfit to wear? I'm very sure that you most probably threw them away. और आप सबको पता है कि उसका हमारे environment पे कितना बुरा असर पड़ता है. But no point feeling guilty about it. आप लोग दुनिया में अकेले नहीं हैं. Panel हर साल 2000 पैनल, इसकी वजह से हमारा इन्वेस्टमेंट कम है, सबसे बड़ा कंपटीशन है वो 4,500 से 5,000 की रेंज का जूता 650 रुपए में आपको धोकर वापस करता है। हम सेम रेंज का जूता 650 रुपए में आपको ठीक करके वापस कर देते हैं इन 80% ऑफ द वेयर एंड टेयर केसेस। आई रेस्ट माय केसेस। Yes.
Since you presented it already in Miranda, there is some issue. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
That,
Since you've already
maybe
presented
you have already
once,
presented it. These are the rules laid down by Ministry of Youth Affairs.
Because you have
So,
already presented
while
yesterday,
we like your
cannot
idea,
give you the
we
chance
like your
again
idea.
today.
It's quite good.
Can I still?
But present it quickly.
Yes.
But just finish it quickly.
Sure, sure. I am finished. If there are any suggestions that I can take it from.
And leave your number with me. I have a lot of old shoes.
Thank you, sir.
Also, we had, the Deputy CEO of Udbodhya here. And that is a DU incubation center. So if you want, I can, give her credentials to you.
Thank you.
If you're in need of funds, you can definitely get in touch with her because that is what the incubator in Delhi University is doing. So that will be a good channel for you.
Thank you. If any suggestions I can get from here, from the panel.
थैंक यू बेटा। आपने कहीं और भी रिप्रेजेंट किया है?
यस मैम, हम लोग
खालसा में किया है?
क्या मैम?
खालसा में किया है, गुरु नानक खालसा?
खालसा में मैम नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक सो। खालसा में नहीं किया।
ठीक है, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
the next presenter is Bhumi from Janki Devi Memorial College. Number 14 on the list.
Good evening, everyone. I am Bhumi from Janki Devi Memorial College. Today I am here to present my brand, Eco Puja. As we all know, every year we generate so many idols, so many waste from idols, which pollute our water bodies and our ecosystem. To cater this problem, we present Eco Puja. Who we are? Eco Puja is dedicated to promoting environmentally conscious rituals by providing sustainable idols and eco-friendly puja materials. Our mission is to blend tradition with sustainability, making celebration harmonious with nature. And our vision is to promote suitable spirituality, ensuring every ritual support a greener and more harmonious world tomorrow. As every year, 150 plus idols are immersed in water, and to cater all these problems, the idols are made up from the POPs, and our idols are made up from the clays and natural materials. Why it's not working? No, it's not working. Okay. Problem, it's not working. Our problem is to cater, like every year, so many idols are float in the water. To cater this problem, we are made up of idols from a natural clays to natural clays, and also we are making a puja kits to make a environmental friendly rituals which cater environmental sustainability. And also we are creating awareness among the individuals to about the environment. The other things are there, no? We are making idols and we are making puja kits which involves natural idols and made up diyas or the all puja material which are required. And also we are giving workshops, conducting workshops and campaigns through which we are through which we are spread awareness to all the individuals. We are focusing on eco-conscious individuals and corporates with CSRs, like who are indulge in the spirituality with sustainability.
Ganpati Puja and all is going.
Yes, sir.
People are already making the idol which you put inside a bucket and it next day transforms into mud which can be made into a pot.
Sir, I'm not understanding.
बॉम्बे में ऐसे अभी जैसे मेरा बेटे के घर में हमने गणपति स्थापना करते हैं तो गणपति की मूर्ति को वो उसके बाद में एक बाल्टी में डाल देते हैं वो अपने आप खत्म हो जाती है उस मटेरियल की होती है अगले दिन उस मिट्टी से आप एक गमला भी बना सकते हैं यू नो दैट इज ऑलरेडी देयर तो आपने क्या ये ऐसा कुछ स्टडी किया है या आपका कुछ इनोवेटिव इससे भी अलग है कुछ
सर हम उसमें एक जो होता है हमारा हम इको फ्रेंडली वो करते हैं लाइक हम उसे ऐश से भी बनाते हैं ऐश इज़ नॉट लाइक ह्यूमन बींग्स इट्स अ हवन सामग्री लाइक आफ्टर हवन जो सामान बच जाता है हमारा उससे हम करते हैं उससे बनाते हैं हम जस्ट वो बहुत सारा हम वेस्ट कलेक्ट करते हैं वी आर सर्विस प्रोवाइडिंग लाइक हम होम टू डोर लेते हैं तो उससे हम बहुत सारा वो हमारे उसमें कलेक्ट होता है हम उससे बनाते हैं
ठीक है थैंक यू बेटा थैंक यू
नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट इज आर्यन दहिया नंबर 15 ऑन द लिस्ट
मैम नेक्स्ट कंटेस्टेंट को भी प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट कर दीजिए
After Aryan, Tamanna Sharma should be ready.
PPT is not set.
Aryan, आप पीछे हो जाओ Aryan.
So, good afternoon and respected judges. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aryan Dahia.
I am Jatan Gandhi.
So, we are final year student from the North Cap University and we are associated with HARSAC, that's Haryana Space Application Center. So, directly jumping to the problem statement. So, judges, as you know, Haryana is the food mine of our country. It is known as agricultural hub, right? But Government of Haryana and the people of Haryana, the farmers, are facing several problems like continuous and rapid groundwater depletion. Why so? Because most of the farmers in Haryana are relying on traditional wheat paddy crop cycle, right? And that and they are using irrigation, for irrigation purposes, they are using groundwater, like tube wells irrigation. So to tackle this problem and to rectify this problem, we have brought up a solution. Next slide.
So the judges, you are seeing this image is basically Haryana based map. The red zones are the water deficit zones. Means अगर ये start जैसे चल रहे हैं for 58% crop cycle है 61% irrigation level चल रहे हैं. So ये पूरा water deficit हो जाएगा. Means कि ये हरियाणा not fit for agriculture purposes. Next slide.
Next slide is not working.
नीट सबको पता है आप अपना
Yeah, we are
कर रहे हो बताओ
yes. Next slide please.
And moreover
manually कर दो. Yeah. So to rectify this problem, we have brought up an application, mobile application, a platform for farmers wherein we'll be recommending crops
main focus will be on minor crops, that is less water intensive crops like herbal farming, horticulture, fruits and vegetables. So it will be a multilingual application. It will be supporting both Hindi and English and Khadi Haryanvi as well, as we are more or less focusing on Haryana. We have government scheme recommender. We have multilingual assistant, as I said, ROI and investment calculator. We have admin panel as well. We have an option for farmers where they can register their crops, where they can, yeah. So all in all, we have government scheme recommender, under smart finance. We will take just 1 minute. So next, we will directly show the demo. Next. Next text. Next. 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 Yeah. So this is how our apps looks like. This is the user interface. We have Kisan Sahayak, our multilingual assistant. We have government scheme recommender, wherein farmer will be giving their voice query, and based on the query, we will be suggesting the government schemes which are launched for betterment of farmers. Next. Next, ma'am. We have weather forecast and nearby shops locator, expected ROI and investment calculator. Next, ma'am.
So basically, this you are seeing is basically the base map where you can see the fertilizer shop as well as the pesticide shop, and moreover, it has a soil essential health card like shops. The second is our USP, which is registering of crops. So basically, farmer को अपनी crops register करवाने के लिए एक state से दूसरी एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट से दूसरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट भी जाना पड़ सकता है. जैसे वो गांव से है तो उसको रेवाड़ी जाना पड़ेगा, उसको धक्के खाने पड़ेंगे वहाँ पे क्रॉप रजिस्टर करवाने के लिए. सो बेसिकली उसको क्या करना है, उसको जस्ट क्वेरीज देनी है हमारे को कि कौन सी क्रॉप बो रहा है, क्या बो रहा है, कितने दिन पहले बोई और सोर्स क्या था ट्यूबवेल इरीगेशन का. वी विल वेरीफाई थ्रू द फोटो. We are running AI on that part, and it would be like registering the crop automatically then.
So for adding more functionality, for increasing the accessibility, like you know, farmers cannot use applications. So making things more easier, we have introduced WhatsApp chatbot that is again in both Hindi and English as well. So all our services we are offering, we are adding these in our WhatsApp chatbot. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide. Directly.
Please wrap up.
Yeah, wrapping up, ma'am. Previous slide, ma'am.
Please. Yes. So we already have a registered patent for this project. Yeah. Next slide. This is the funds and incubation form we have got from the ACIC, which is Atal Incubation Center from SGT. Next slide.
We are open for questions, ma'am.
We can show you the demo also if you guys are okay.
If you are handling crops, you see, the problem with crops is that if you go to sell readily, the cartelization by the Artiyas will crash the prices, unless there is these minimum support price crops. So for the non-MSP crops, have you developed storage and that inventory that you can hang on to your crop? There's so much storage available at such place, and this is the outlet. If you can transport to that market today, you will get a higher price. See, I'm talking of fruit and vegetables.
So basically,
or a food processing industry, which will even take a partially, I should say, a damaged crop.
So basically, sir, for now we are not focusing on inventory purposes. It is basically for the registration of crop, as it was a demand, recent demand by the Kisan portal, and as well as for the HERSAC, and for other FPOs as well, as because there is lack of research in.
HERSAC and all that is known to all farmers today. There, even the uneducated fellows are aware कि अगले 3 दिन का मौसम क्या है. But their problem is marketing. Have you concentrated on that or no?
Yes, sir. We would be partnering with other government also, organizations such as NFID. Our mentors are from NFID. She is the general manager there only. That's why we continue with this project. And my friend also belonged to this field. So their issue was similar to this because as you said that non-MSP crops are a major issue. They cannot be preserved. There should be inventory for preserving these crops. We would be later on covering that. But for now, we are moreover focusing on crop registration as well as on the schemes which were already provided by the government, and they have to known that they can use all these government schemes, but they are not hesitating. They are hesitating for using these. We would be providing just for growing bajra, as government is promoting bajra farming, millet farming. So just for growing bajra, they are providing 7,000 rupees subsidy.
But you started with water deficiency, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you came up with all the parameters.
Ma'am, can we move to second slide, ma'am? I will wrap it.
नहीं, आप orally बता दीजिए, please.
Actually, we are also covering the minor crops. So major crops से ना focus करके, जैसे major crops हो गई wheat paddy crop cycle होती है. राबी खारिफ जो भी उनका सीजन चलता है. सो गाजर हो गई, बीन्स हो गई. हम लोग हॉर्टिकल्चर की भी चीज़ें प्रमोट कर रहे हैं ताकि छोटी क्रॉप्स जो पानी नहीं खा रही, क्योंकि उसके अंदर हम लोगों को फिल्टरिंग बहुत करनी पड़ती है. हम लोग सैटेलाइट की डेटा भी यूज़ कर रहे हैं और ट्रुथ वैल्यूज़ के लिए हम लोग IoT की डिवाइसेस भी बना रहे हैं. सो उससे क्या होता है कि हम लोग वाटर लेवल फेच कर लेते हैं उस एरिया का वाटर लेवल फेच कर लिया, उसका सीजन फेच कर लिया, उसकी जो मेजर क्रॉप्स हैं जो पानी बहुत ज़्यादा खा रही है, पानी के लेवल्स हो गए, NP के लेवल्स हो गए, बहुत स्टेजेस पे फिल्टरिंग होती है. और उसके बाद हम लोग माइनर क्रॉप सजेस्ट करते हैं, जैसे बीन्स हो गई, पालक हो गई, डिफरेंट माइनर क्रॉप्स.
बेटा ये IRI क्या करता है फिर? अगर आपका ऐप ये सारे पैरामीटर्स डील कर रहा है, व्हाट इज IRI डूइंग?
IRI as in
इंडियन एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट.
That works on soil health card, ma'am.
सिर्फ सॉइल का करता है, बाकी कोई पैरामीटर इंक्लूड नहीं करते वो लोग?
सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड भी उनका मैम एक मॉड्यूल है. मैम जो काम हम कर रहे हैं
हमसे बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो आर वी एबल टू हार्नेस उनका डेटाबेस?
यस सर, वी आर हार्नेसिंग द डेटा. जो भी हमारा डेटा है वो हर्षेक का ही.
एंड सर जो बैठे हैं ये हरियाणा के चीफ सेक्रेटरी थे.
तो सर knows all the parameters.
एंड सर फिर हमारा मेन फोकस क्रॉप रिकमेंडेशन रहा है, एंड सेकंड मॉड्यूल हमारा क्रॉप रजिस्ट्रेशन.
वेरी गुड आइडिया बेटे, but work with the departments which are working along with it, interface with them, because
yes ma'am,
then it will become a great.
See, one great hint to you is schemes सारी हैं सरकार की, but the person for whom they are made, whether he is happy or not or satisfied. So your research must start at that end, that what is that fellow facing, what problems and what solutions I have for his problems. Because you can't influence what government is doing. You can't influence what the money lender is forcing that fellow to do, but you can give him ideas. Or you can help coordinate him to market.
Yes.
And sir, one more thing, you were talking about.
Thank you, beta.
1 minute.
All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Next is Tamanna Sharma from Delhi University. After Tamanna, Madhav Kalra, please be ready.
Hello. No one can see it, no one else can want it. She is the only one who can see the beauty of her blood. Hello everyone, I am Tamanna Sharma and a fresher of this esteemed institute. Ma'am, every woman goes through the menstrual cycle and approximately 35 years of age of her life she devoted to this particular cycle. People say it's a natural phenomena and I agree to that. But what about the solutions? It's a natural phenomena still. इतने ज़्यादा risk बढ़ रहे हैं environment में भी और उसकी health पे भी. That's not satisfied and here I am for it. Biodegradable periods pads. So, a sustainable solution. Okay, I agree that already a company is established in this, but they are not 100% biodegradable. We feel rashes, redness, and irritation, and even the chemical they hold can lead to even cancer. Is it the fair thing? No. So that's why I started this idea of biodegradable sanitary napkins, which are made of watermelon peel, banana peel, bamboo peel, orange, and even the strawberry extracts. Watermelon, a fruit which is of 90% of water. The peel of watermelon, the green peel I am talking about, we waste it. But a particular peel holds the 93% of the water. So why can't it hold the period blood or the drops of 4 mm? Jute, which is also an absorbing component.
बेटा लास्ट में आ जाओ, टाइम अप, लास्ट में एक बार आ जाइए आप प्लीज.
Sugarcane, high absorbency, renewable resources, watermelon, natural cooling effect, reduce odor, strawberries extract for fragrance, and especially the orange peel, which can use for the stickiness. Thank you.
बेटा सर इज आस्किंग कार्बोहाइड्रेट रिच बाकी प्रोडक्ट्स आप क्यों नहीं एनालाइज कर रहे?
Ma'am, currently
like potato and other yes the carbohydrate rich other products
बेसिकली मेरा आइडिया जो है वो सिर्फ फ्रूट बेस है, क्योंकि फ्रूट के जो पील होते हैं वो हम उन्हें वेस्ट कर देते हैं, तो यहाँ पे वो यूज हो सकते हैं विद नो अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट. That's why I'm not going with the vegetables like potato and all. Yeah, I can add them, but currently I'm using this.
बेटा मार्केट में कोई और है?
Yes, ma'am. It's a company, Sathi.
हाँ और?
And a honey pot too.
और? And they are certified too.
Ma'am, but you can check their reviews and all. They are lacking one thing that
legal document डाला हुआ है उन्होंने साइट पे.
Legal permit है, but reviews भी तो कुछ
बेटा in your generation of Instagram and swipe, there's a brand called Nua. 100% certified, claimed, organic, biodisposable, everything is going on.
Okay.
The other thing, sugarcane. I mean, though I do not, I mean, it's a very good thing as a woman I'm talking about.
Okay.
But sir had already said that when I'm talking about sugarcane, it is highly fibrous, leading to bacteria and everything seeping in.
Okay.
That means I am going to have rashes down there. I am going to have issues regarding, I mean, periods and everything, right? That would lead to my gynecologist becoming rich and me becoming poor. Though I love what you're talking about, watermelon and banana peels, that's a wonderful thing, but I think so sugarcane is something that you should think about. On the other hand, just one question, is it an idea or you've already started with it?
No, it's on an ideation stage.
Wonderful. So then you can omit the concept of sugarcane.
Yes.
Also
जी. So आपने कभी सोचा होगा कि there's this empty walls, right? But what if we can put paintings on them? But जब भी हम paintings खरीदने जाते हैं तो we see the paintings cost us like 10 lakhs, 12 lakhs, 15, even 1 crore. But here we bridge the gap between the buyer and the artist. We are prints for artists, sign a limited edition for art prints. There is this problem of but. What is but? Artist creates an artwork, but it's expensive. The gestation period between the artist and the sell the art is a long period. So what do we do? How can we help? So as I said, there's a wall. How can we put a painting on it and also authenticate it? I should buy some art for my wall. I wish there was a way to buy original artworks. Original artworks cost is like 10, 11 lakhs. If a young artist is selling an art himself, which is like 1 lakh, what we do, it's not a fixed figure, but 5% of that, which is 5,000, we make the high definition resolutionized print for that art, and we put on our prints for art website. How do we do it? We identify the artists. We identify the artists who are up for collaborations. We talk to them. We talk to them about the IP rights and decide terms for profit sharing and royalties. Marketing through our platforms includes sales on website. And how do we achieve that? Create a platform for artists to leverage upon the growing demand, promote Indian art, authentication, which I told you, because as you can see, if I take an example, हमारे घर के नीचे एक Sundri है, and वो बहुत छोटी shop है, but when it got on Zomato, it increased its sales by 15%, and it usually does like that. And yeah, thank you. And just a thing, leaving this wall empty for you to fill, to buy the art. These are the prototypes which we have collaborated with an artist called Vikash Kalra, and you can see the art. These are the prints, not the original art. And people who definitely want to...
He's your brother or your friend? Because your name is Madhav Kalra.
He's my father.
He's your father?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
And I brought this because we own the whole fully IP rights, because we didn't wanted any artist to come up, because right now we don't have the IP rights of any other artist. Yeah.
Why has this not been done before? Because it's such a simple idea, and it is also trying to reach the masses in terms of those who want art to be decorating their homes.
Yeah.
Why do you think this has not been done before? Or has it been done before? Have you done your research?
So it's not on an ideation base. We have an Instagram platform also, Prints for Art karke. And in abroad also there are companies like Sotheby's, Christie's, which are already doing this platform. But we want to create this platform for the young artists and also the artists who are not able to sell their original art, because high net worth individuals will of course buy the original art, which is worth 12 lakhs, 15 lakhs. But what about the people who are living in apartments, who want to वो आर्ट लगाना चाहते हैं अपनी apartment में, which is worth 5,000, 10,000. And
I understand. Yeah. I just want to ask, who are your competitors in India today?
Actually, I don't know about the competitors, but we have worked with some galleries which are the oldest in right now, Doimal Art Gallery, and there's Kapil Art Gallery in Hauskas also.
Digital art reproductions में कोई नहीं है competitor आपका? Are you sure? Digital art reproduction जो आप कर रहे हो, इसमें कोई नहीं है competitor?
Digital art में
ऐसा
होगा.
कोई platform नहीं है?
Digital art में होगा, but we are printing the original art only.
Okay.
We are not promoting the digital art. Okay.
Thank you. Next, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is Aditya Gupta from Galgotia University.
Sir, आप एक रख लीजिए.
श्रवण कुमार है.
Aditya Gupta, Galgotia University. Next would be Pushpendra Yadav. Please be ready and be in front of the stage. Thank you. Pushpendra Yadav.
Madhav, माधव ये ले जाओ बेटे प्लीज, ये ठीक नहीं होगा, कहीं और मिलेंगे तो
कॉलेज को दे दीजिए,
कॉलेज को दे,
इस कॉलेज को दे दीजिए,
GCTC को दे दीजिए।
Good afternoon, judges. Myself Aditya Gupta, and
Aditya Gupta, serial number 18.
You are a Shravan Kumar.
good afternoon, judges. Myself Aditya Gupta, and this idea Neurowave is of my sister Bhumika Rothan. So, have you ever imagined how hard is it for people with mobility challenges, for example, like paralyzed people, to do even a small task without second person help? So,
अगर किसी को ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होती है तो वो हमारे जो एक्सपर्ट्स का पैनल है उनसे काउंसलिंग भी ले सकता है। लास्ट वीक हमने अपना प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च किया है जिसका नाम है M2M सैनिटरी पैड। मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा। ये बेसिकली सैनिटरी पैड है, M2M सैनिटरी पैड। M2M का मतलब होता है मिनार्की टू मेनोपॉज। हमारा बेसिक टैगलाइन है सपोर्टिंग एवरी फेज एवरी मंथ। मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा ये जो प्रोडक्ट है ये हमारे पास 2 साइज में अवेलेबल है। एक ये साइज है, ये 280 mm का जो मार्केट में मिलता है, और ये 320 mm का है। मार्केट में ये जो पीसेज हैं ये 10 से 12 रुपए का मिलता है इस क्वालिटी में, बट ये सेम पीस हम 5 से 6 रुपए में कस्टमर्स को प्रोवाइड करते हैं।
ओके, आई अंडरस्टैंड। आप किस स्टेज ऑफ, आप अपने आइडिया में किस स्टेज में हैं अभी?
ये प्रोडक्ट रेडी है, अब हम इसको सेल करने जा रहे हैं।
आप यहाँ प्रोडक्ट के लिए आए हैं या जो आपने ये हम आई मीन आई एम अ लिटिल कंफ्यूज्ड, इज इट द एप्लीकेशन और इज इट द प्रोडक्ट दैट यू हैव कम टू पिच हियर?
अभी प्रोडक्ट है।
ओके, so then if it's the product you should have talked about the product, because I think we got very excited about the yes I think the product then आप फिर कतार में हैं क्योंकि then you are competing with all sanitary hygiene, feminine hygiene product makers in India.
बाकी जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उनमें अगर आप इस क्वालिटी पे जाते हो तो वो प्रोडक्ट्स काफ़ी महंगे पड़ जाते हैं। जैसे मैंने बोला ये सेम क्वालिटी का प्रोडक्ट 10 से 12 रुपए में आ रहा है मार्केट में, बट इसको हम 5 से 6 रुपए में प्रोवाइड कर पा रहे हैं और बहुत ही मतलब प्राइस सीधा हाफ हो जा रहा है वहाँ पे।
ऐप का हो चुका है बेटा आपका?
ये काम चल रहा है।
फंक्शनल?
नहीं, ये इस पे काम चल रहे हैं।
इसमें मेरा थोड़ा सा सजेशन है जी, थोड़ा अगर इसका आप नाम ना सू कामार्थ कर दोगे तो इसका एक बहुत अच्छा रेजोनेंस जाएगा, क्योंकि सू कामार्थ जो अच्छे काम होते हैं उनके आगे हम हिंदुस्तान में सू लगाते हैं।
जी जी,
तो सोचिएगा, बाकी आपकी चॉइस।
थैंक यू बेटा, थैंक यू। नेक्स्ट प्लीज।
थैंक यू सो मच। वंश सेठी, शिवाजी कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली।
जी सर, जी थैंक यू सर।
वंश सेठी, सीरियल नंबर टीम 22।
थैंक यू सर।
वंश सेठी, टीम 22, शिवाजी कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली।
गुड मॉर्निंग जजेस, मेरा नाम वंश है एंड हम यहाँ पे एक आइडिया लेके आए हैं, इसका नाम है एग्रो क्लोथ्स। जजेस हम सब कपड़े पहनते हैं, मैंने भी पहने हैं, आपने भी पहने हैं, यहाँ पे हर एक पार्टिसिपेंट ने भी पहने हैं। नॉट जस्ट अ सिंगल क्लोथ, हमारे पास एक पूरा वार्डरोब होता है क्लोथ्स का जिसके अंदर बहुत सारे क्लोथ्स होते हैं। बट क्या आपको पता है हर साल 10 करोड़ टन से ज़्यादा वेस्ट प्रोड्यूस होता है इन क्लोथ्स की वजह से। ये डाइज की फॉर्म में होता है, ये नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल सब्सटेंसेस के फॉर्म में होता है, ये वाटर पॉल्यूशन के भी फॉर्म में होता है। सो वी केम अप विद दिस आइडिया कॉल्ड एग्रो क्लोथ्स। इसके अंदर हम फ्रूट पील्स के थ्रू
राहुल तेरे पे है कैमरा
What we are thinking is a stable idea of using
करो जी
fruits. Fruits सर हर कोई खाता है. अगर आप branches देखो जैसे बहुत सारे MNCs हैं McDonald's, उनके पास बहुत ज़्यादा extra waste होता है जिसको उन्हें extra pay करके decompose करवाना पड़ता है. वो free में नहीं होता है, companies को इससे भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा cost होता है. तो अगर हम इसको उनसे free में procure कर लें और उसको segregate करके उसे clothes बना सकें, then that would be a good substitute.
Because you need fiber.
Yes sir.
You need fiber.
Clothes.
But fruits decomposing, it's a waste to put it into clothes, in my view. What you need is agro-industry. That it can be converted into other forms. Every food is not every food.
Not every food, but
you see, grapes, for example, till the wine industry picked up, they were a disaster for the grower. So you have to think what is edible, what is not edible. What is non-edible in a world which is going to go short on food, because for food you need water. You are getting short of water. So you have to use a substance which does not affect the food chain, but can substitute the other things that are coming. As I said, if you stop using hydrocarbons, which may happen in your lifetime, not my lifetime, then you won't get the product Reliance and others are making right now. Okay?
सर बेसिकली हमारी रिसर्च के थ्रू वी कंक्लूडेड कि बनाना पील्स एंड बैम्बू वगैरह को अगर हम प्रोसेस करके उसको वो कर पाएंगे तो हम रिसर्च जो हमने करी थी वो इस बेस पे करी थी.
Nice idea, bit. Okay, all the best. Next, please. Next, please.
Thank you.
Bita. Thank you.
Anushka Roy, Ramanujan, Delhi University. Anushka Roy. And next would be Sanskriti Jha. Is Anushka Roy here? Sanskriti Jha, Mata Sundri College. Vaibhav Giri, Shahid Bhagat Singh College. Prabjot Singh. Prabjot Singh. Okay. Shubh Shejwani, if you are here, please be around. And Kavya Talwar, the North Cap University. If you are here, Kavya Talwar. If you are here, then please be in front of the stage. He's Prabjot Singh, Team 27. Team 27. 27, Prabjot.
Hello, sir. Okay, so every business wants success. So basically, I'm from Prab Consulting and Maintenance Services. That is our company registered name, and our brand name is Clemera. So we are providing consulting and maintenance services with execution of that consulting, whatever we are providing to the customers. So 70% of businesses fails due to execution, because they are not getting the execution of that consulting, whatever they are getting. Either small businesses are not getting the consulting because the charges are too huge. So we are here, we are providing consulting services to each and every company, whoever wants the consulting services. Suppose कि एक छोटा सा इंडस्ट्री है, छोटा सा प्लांट है जिनकी मंथली टर्नओवर 1 लाख है, तो हम उनको भी कंसल्टिंग सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करवाना चाहते हैं कि वो भी ग्रो करें, और विद इट उनको अगर मेंटेनेंस सर्विसेज चाहिए हम वो भी प्रोवाइड करवाते हैं. एंड राइट नाउ इन जो कंसल्टिंग सर्विसेज है वो मोर देन $300 बिलियन की जा चुकी है. एंड इन इंडिया एक ग्रोइंग मार्केट है जहाँ पे हमें कंसल्टिंग रिक्वायर्ड है. एंड जो हम प्रोवाइड करवाते हैं, हम बिजनेस कंसल्टिंग, इंडस्ट्रियल कंसल्टिंग, IT कंसल्टिंग एंड डिजिटल कंसल्टिंग प्रोवाइड करवाते हैं. विद इट सब मेंटेनेंस सर्विसेज भी रहती हैं एंड कंसल्टिंग एग्जीक्यूशन भी रहता है इनमें सर. यस सर, दैट्स इट.
90 seconds are over. Please wrap up.
Last question, ठीक है?
Yeah, sure, not an issue.
प्रेजेंट स्टेटस क्या है सर इसका?
सॉरी,
वर्किंग है ये?
स्टार्टअप ऑलरेडी मतलब रजिस्टर्ड है कंपनी, वर्किंग नहीं है. वी आर सर्चिंग फॉर क्लाइंट्स.
अच्छा, सर्चिंग फॉर क्लाइंट्स. और कहाँ पर आप एग्जीक्यूट करने का सोच रहे हैं?
बेसिकली मानेसर में पहले हम इंडस्ट्रियल कंसल्टिंग में जा रहे हैं, बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट आर देयर.
ठीक है, थैंक यू प्रभजोत, थैंक यू सो मच.
रुक जाओ पुत्र. हाँ,
बेटे जो कंसल्टिंग है वो तो चाहे कोई छोटी इंडस्ट्री या बड़ी हो, वो तो एक्सपर्टीज का फंक्शन है. सो इज इट अ कंसल्टिंग सर्विस एट अ डिस्काउंट?
नो सर, इट इज़ नॉट काइंड ऑफ डिस्काउंट, बट हाँ हम जैसे सपोज एक एरिया है, उस एरिया में हमारी 10 मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट है. इवन अगर उस एरिया में भी नहीं है, पूरे दिल्ली में अगर 10 मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट है, तो उन 10 को हम कंबाइन करेंगे एंड देन वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग द कंसल्टिंग.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. Team 29, Shubh Sahi Jwani, Ramanujan College, University of Delhi. This is Team 29, Shubh Sahi Jwani. Next is I would request Kavya Talwar, is she here? Tanushri Pokhriyal to be here. Devika and Mridul Sharma. If you three of you are here, please be in front of the stage.
Yes.
Shall we start?
Yes, please start.
अरे भाई ये क्या कर रहे हो आप? ये जिम के बाद ये सब खा रहे हो?
अरे भाई इतने बिजी स्केड्यूल में खुद से खाना बनाना या रोज ऑर्डर करना बहुत एक्सपेंसिव हो सकता है.
अरे तो आपने क्रंची मसल्स के बारे में नहीं सुना क्या? इट इज़ अ रेवोल्यूशनरी स्टार्टअप जो आपकी जिम में आपका वर्कआउट खत्म होते होते आपको प्रोटीन रिच खाना डिलीवर कर देते हैं. यस दैट्स राइट. इंडियन डाइट मोस्टली कंसिस्ट ऑफ कार्ब्स एंड फैट्स. आज की तारीख में एथलीट्स भी जो हैं हमारे देश में काफ़ी हद तक प्रोटीन डेफिशिएंट हैं. आज की हाथ में प्रोटीन डेफिशिएंट है एंड प्लस देखा जाए तो हमारी सेडेंट्री लाइफस्टाइल्स और लैक ऑफ एक्सेसिबल हेल्थियर ऑप्शंस एक बहुत बड़ा रिस्क इम्पोज कर देते हैं हमारे लिए डायबिटीज़ एंड ओबेसिटी को लेके.
We all have set some goals for our body, but due to the gap of the dietary function and our goals, हमारा गोल क्लैश करता है. So this is where Crunchy Muscles comes in. We are a cloud kitchen based model. We provide healthy, nutrient rich foods at very cost effective rates to 5-kilometer radius of our kitchen to nearby local gyms. So the delivery model is basically a hourly based model, which is an average of a regular person's workout schedule. So as soon as you check in, after a 1 hour delay, you will be checking out with a healthy alternative of meal.
So this is the initial stage of the product. Basically हम अभी ट्रायल स्टेज में ही हैं, तो हमने छोटे एरिया से ही स्टार्ट किया है क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली ये थोड़ा लार्जर एस्पेक्ट में जा सकता है. तो आवर फर्स्ट target demographic is only for gym goers, but later on we plan to introduce these offerings to non-gym goers as well through nutritionists and just we concluding in 10 seconds. Through nutritionists and by collaborating with companies as they have a corporate wellness initiative too. So I would like all of us to join this revolution and let's transform lives 1 meal at a time. 1 meal at a time.
Transforming life with 1 meal at a time.
Basically, like if you starting from 1 meals and then
so
just
you are
growing.
You are taking a substitute from a unhealthy version to a healthier version. So you are transforming yourself with 1 meal at a time.
See, basically जो भी ऐसी प्रोडक्ट होती है उसके ऊपर उसका ब्रेक डाउन दिया होता है कि कितनी शुगर है, कितना सोडियम है, कितना प्रोटीन है, वो तो नहीं दिखता है इसके ऊपर.
Sir, we are going to add scanners, barcode scanners, which will let you know all the macros and micronutrients that are available in this box. This box is customizable as per the nutrients which are provided to you by the dietitianist, trainers, gym trainers, or nutrients. So this is a problem which we are catering for all the athletes, all the gym goers, all the pre-diabetic people who want to have a better alternatives in this fast-growing world. Like if
also, sir, the thing is कि इतने complex ingredients we are not putting into this. These are basic ingredients and basic boiling, steeping और air frying. So इतने कोई complex ingredients है नहीं, तो इनका जो भी एक डेटा है वो गूगल पे भी लोग तुरंत देख सकते हैं. दिस इज बेसिकली फॉर पीपल जिनके लिए कॉम्प्लेक्स है रोज अब अपने बिजी स्केड्यूल से टाइम निकालना, मील प्रिपेयर करना,
एज स्टूडेंट्स हमने भी प्रॉब्लम फेस की है, क्योंकि हम वर्कआउट गोल्स तो अपने पूरे कर लेते हैं, बट कहीं ना कहीं डाइट में प्रॉब्लम्स आती है जब हम घर से दूर रहते हैं. तो बेसिकली टेकिंग मतलब हमारे खुद के पर्सपेक्टिव के
ट्रेडिशनल मंथली सब्सक्रिप्शन बेस्ड कैंटीन लंच which we were getting from our colleges, we thought of
start with college canteen.
So this stage is not just an idea, we are already practicing it. As you can see, we have a logo and we have a branding and packaging. So I started it personally with my gym, and I stay in Noida, he stays in Delhi. So we started providing meals to our college students who are not able to get such sorts of meal, and if they would, then it would be very expensive. So we started with monthly subscription based model, because that gave me a surety that my product will be sold. So looking further, I feel that this has a very high demand, and just with the right minds and right guidance, we can pull this up.
Also, answering your question, sir, it is easier to tap people who are already health conscious in this segment. जो कॉलेज कैंटीन से स्टूडेंट्स मील लेते हैं वो उस रोड पर है.
Those who go to gym are health conscious or muscle conscious?
No sir, there is a stigma that they are muscle conscious or health conscious, but it's not exactly like that. Health conscious लोग भी जैसे मेरे जैसे लोग, मसल्स बाद में आती है, हेल्थ पहले पर्सपेक्टिव पे आती है. बिकॉज इफ यू आर नॉट हेल्दी तो वो मसल्स में भी नहीं दिखेगा. इट कांट बी लाइक कि यू आर अनहेल्दी और आपके मसल्स भी हैं.
Very strange observation that I faced was some of our professors who later shared that they were pre-diabetic started purchasing our boxes because they thought that they were recommended to have high fibrous, high protein diet, but because of their sedentary and classes which they had to take at 8:45, so we were providing them these boxes. So
free में marks के लिए?
No ma'am, not for free, but a very minimal cost. Like जो भी हमारा cost of production है उससे कुछ 10, 20 या 30 रुपीज़ ही ऊपर, डिलीवरी को भी एक्सक्लूड करके, बिकॉज ये अभी ट्रायल स्टेज पे हमें बस कंज्यूमर रिस्पॉन्स देखना है कि कितना आता है और लोग इसे कितना प्रेफर करते हैं. इसके competitors भी हैं.
ये कटलेट टाइप क्या है प्लीज?
I'll let you know all the ingredients if you
जल्दी से
request you all to taste. It is
अच्छा टेस्ट के लिए था ये?
Yes ma'am, it is all vegetarian.
There are so many apps where you can order such things. How your app is different from that?
Yes ma'am, basically there are many apps like Parafit delivers, Salad Days, Healthy Cravings. The main thing is कि वो एक मील आपको ऑफर करते हैं. Parafit delivers के अलावा और कोई मंथली सब्सक्रिप्शन या वीकली सब्सक्रिप्शन नहीं देता. Parafit delivers का जो सब्सक्रिप्शन ऑप्शन है वो काफ़ी एक्सपेंसिव है, जो स्टूडेंट लाइफ में या अर्ली 20s के लाइफ में लोग जनरली अफोर्ड ना करें तो वो उस चीज़ को ओवरलुक कर देते हैं.
Cost is the main factor.
Yeah, because our model is cloud-based model. We are not in retail.
Most of the models are cloud-based only, and they deliver the entire day stuff at your doorstep in the morning only.
Delivery model, which is like 1 hour delivery, allows us to deliver more boxes in less travel distance, and we are catering to 5 kilometers. Our kitchen is catering to 5 kilometer radius, all gym centers. So we want to partner with all of them.
Also, smart guys, you make a success. But ye batao, you see, I've lost my hair. Your hairline is excellent. How did you manage that, with this thing or with some other aids?
If you manage your macros and micros, then
ऐसी बन जाती है.
Sir, it's mostly genetics too.
मेरा तो इनका genetic है.
Sir, you look smart.
But you look really smart. We are looking up to you, so
thank you.
Thank you. You have no option, beta.
Next is
we need the
next is Kavya Talwar. Please be ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kavya Talwar, she's here.
Nice.
Then Tanushri Pokhriyal. Tanushri Pokhriyal. Serial number 37. Yeah.
Namaste to all the judges and everyone. Myself Tanushri Pokhriyal, and I am third year student from Shaheed Rajguru College of Applied Sciences for Women, pursuing BSc Honours. So the topic of my idea is security analysis and fraud call detection by Arduino. So please play the next slide. So basically हमारे लाइफ में आजकल के टाइम पे फ़ोन इज़ अ वेरी एसेंशियल थिंग, एंड फ़ोन्स में हमारे पास आजकल सबसे ज़्यादा क्या आते हैं, दैट इज़ द स्पैम कॉल्स. तो स्पैम कॉल या फ्रॉड कॉल से बचने के लिए क्या हम कर सकते हैं, पर उससे पहले हमें ये जानना ज़रूरी है कि क्या दिक्कतें हमें आती है। कि हमारे पास कभी कभी फॉल्स कॉलर आईडी लोग बना देते हैं, जो फ्रॉड कॉलर्स होते हैं, दे जस्ट मेक द फॉल्स आईडी एंड वी रिसीव देम एज द राइट पर्सन, जिससे हमारे साथ गलत हो सकता है। सेकेंड थिंग इज राइट नंबर्स को गलत तरीके से लोग स्पैम नेम कर देते हैं, सो दैट इज ऑल्सो अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर अस। देन इफ यू आर यूजिंग अ इंटरफेस लाइक any of the app, it sometimes and many times have the interface which is very complex to understand for anyone. Like for grandparents or even our parents, it is very complex to navigate through that slide. And the main concern is privacy. The apps always allow मतलब they ask for the access. Like अभी भी आप कोई भी ऐप यूज़ करते हैं तो उसमें हमेशा वो एक्सेस मांगेगा कि हमें फोटोज मीडिया का चाहिए. सो दीज आर द प्रॉब्लम्स. देन प्लीज प्ले द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. Now this is a DASI approach that is just made by me. Nothing stands a scientific term, but it comes from my idea of detecting, analyzing, stopping and informing. From detecting कि हमें कहाँ से कॉल आ रही है, we would detect that by the GSM module and GPS module in the Arduino. All right. Then analyzing, when अगर हमें पता चल जाएगा कि हमें कॉल कहाँ से आ रहा है, we would analyze it. Stopping, the software would block the number by the relay module in Arduino, informing the user in the interface. Please, the next slide. All right, so
please wrap up.
All right, ma'am, just 10 seconds more. So block, help, awareness, reduce, automate and track. Basically, these are the terms of Bharat from which I had associated my project. And this project aims to be sustainable and free of cost so that nobody will be the in trap of the, fraud and cyber crimes. Thank you so much. I rest.
बेटा क्या स्टेटस है इसका?
Ma'am, it is in initial progress because summer internship में हमें एक project मिला था Arduino से related. So here is just a small of hardware of it. If you people would like to see.
बेटा, it will be tough for me to analyze actually.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. ट्रू कॉलर से कैसे अलग है? ट्रू कॉलर में बेसिकली हमें जब हम कॉल कर आता है तो आपने देखा होगा उसमें स्पैम लिखा आएगा, बट आप उस स्पैम को उठा सकते हैं. आपके साथ जो भी होगा आपकी इन्फॉर्मेशन वहाँ जाएगी और उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास आएगी. दैट इज़ द मेन थिंग. बट व्हाट इज़ डिफरेंट इन दिस इज़ कि हमारा ऐप सबसे पहले जो इंटरफेस इस तरीके से बनाया जाएगा कि उसकी वर्किंग एक तो सबसे तेज़ होगी एंड इट वुड कलेक्ट द मेटा डेटा. लाइक मुझे किसी का कॉल आ रहा है, द सॉफ्टवेयर वुड कलेक्ट कि वो कहाँ से आ रहा है, उस लोकेशन पे फ्रॉड कॉल्स अगर मेंशन्ड है या फिर पहले आएगी, उस कॉल की कितनी फ्रीक्वेंसी है. लाइक जो फ्रॉड कॉलर्स होते हैं वो मेरे को या आपको सिर्फ कॉल नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो 100 लोगों को कॉल कर रहे हैं. सो दैट फ्रीक्वेंसी वुड बी काउंटेड एंड उसकी लोकेशन कितनी है. देन बाय द नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग, दैट इज NLP एंड न्यूरल नेटवर्क एल्गोरिदम्स, द मशीन वुड वेरीफाई कि वो कॉल रिकॉर्डेड है, कन्वर्टेड है, उसमें क्या वर्ड, जैसे कॉल्स अक्सर आती है कि आपको गिफ्ट मिला है. Yes, sir.
If your app can finally also do one thing, which Truecaller and all stop, automatically log this with the cyber agencies. Then you will be adding one step that, that automatically it just reports that call to cyber agency.
Yes, sir. That is.
The loop.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is the main aim of the project.
Yes.
Ultimately, you want that person prosecuted and out of the traffic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, beta. Thank you. Next, please.
Next is Devika from Shahid Rajguru College. After her, Mridul Sharma. Please be ready. Devika is number 38. Mridul Sharma is here. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. So, my project is actually stress level monitoring system. आप इमेजिन कीजिए कि आपके पास बहुत सारा काम है. जैसे आप अभी भी जब सभी को नंबर्स दे रहे होंगे तो आप स्ट्रेस्ड हैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा और आपके तो और आपकी बॉडीज़ में काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें होती है, रिएक्शंस हो रहे हैं. तो और इस चीज़ को जो मेंटल हेल्थ इश्यूज जो होते हैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा, ये अलग लेवल पे नहीं, इसको डिवाइड करने के लिए दिस सिस्टम हैज़ बीन क्यूरेटेड. प्लीज़ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. So इसका डिटेक्शन जो है वो तो आप कह सकते हो कि एप्पल की वॉचेस हैं, उसमें हार्ट रेट भी है और बाकी भी है, लेकिन हार्ट रेट से व्हेन आई ट्राइड तो उसमें एक्चुअल और रियल वैल्यू नहीं शो करता है, इसके और भी फैक्टर्स पे डिपेंड करता है, स्किन कंडक्टिविटी पे और रेस्पिरेशन रेट जो है उस पर भी डिपेंड करता है, सो विच वॉज नॉट इंक्लूडेड इन द एप्पल वॉचेस और अदर वियरेबल डिवाइसेस, एंड दिस कैन बी वेरी बेनिफिशियल बिकॉज जो हमारे बाकी जो ट्रेडिशनल मेथड्स हैं, जो साइकाइट्रिस्ट वगैरह जो यूज़ करते हैं वो ट्रेडिशनल मेथड से यूज़ करते हैं, सब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चंस पूछेंगे आपसे और आप क्वेश्चंस में झूठ भी बोल सकते हो या फिर आप खुद को पहचान नहीं पा रहे हो कि मैं झूठ बोल रहा हूँ या सच बोल रहा हूँ, तो इन सब में मेडिकल फील्ड में ये काफ़ी ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल हो सकता है। फॉर राइट नाउ अभी मैं इसकी स्टडीज़ वगैरह रिसर्च चल रही है, एंड आई होप कि मैं और आगे कर सकूँ और इसमें और साइकोलॉजिस्ट जितने भी और एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनकी हेल्प से ये काफ़ी ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल और
लास्ट में
थैंक यू
लास्ट बता दें सर। थैंक यू ठीक है,
दैट्स इट सर।
यस तो आप पूछो कि बेटा लाई डिटेक्टर टेस्ट ये सब चीज़ें जो है दीज आर द सेम थिंग्स दैट यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट स्ट्रेस लेवल मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम, बिकॉज एज द न्यूरॉन्स एंड हाउ योर बॉडी behaves with the questions that are being posed to you, as per that is what is detected, and that's where we get to know कि बंदा stress में है and झूठ बोल रहा है या नहीं बोल रहा है या छुपाने की कोशिश कर रहा है. So what is new in your system? If you could explain.
मैम GSR इसमें डिफरेंट है, स्किन का कंडक्टिविटी मेजर करने वाला, बिकॉज मैंने ये भी देखा था कि जो अभी जो एग्जिस्टिंग है वो क्या यूज़ कर रहे हैं, वो स्किन का टेम्परेचर हार्ट रेट चेक करता है और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वो बीपी चेक कर लेगा, बट स्किन कंडक्टिविटी भी इम्पॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर होगी इसमें.
Which is the chemical in the body?
Yes sir.
Which goes in excess when you are under stress?
क्या ट्रिगर होता है पुत्र?
हाँ जी
सर के पूछ रहे हैं स्ट्रेस में कौन सा केमिकल ट्रिगर होता है ह्यूमन बॉडी में? उसी को तो मेजर करोगे ना?
नो मैम, वो स्किन के जो रेजिस्टेंस होता है उसको मेजर करता है, कंडक्टिविटी को. थर्ड आप इसे प्रीवियस स्लाइड शो कर सकते हैं.
What you're saying is correct, but law की भी बात एक बार समझ लेना कि he is talking about the chemical that is of course will work on the skin as per your bodily fluids that are coming up. तो उसको research कर लेना सर.
Yes ma'am. Yes sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you बेटा, thank you.
Next up is Mridul Sharma from the
and we are waiting for this stress level monitoring system.
Sure ma'am.
Mridul Sharma from the North Cap University. After that, Sakshi Goel from Indraprasth College. Yeah, please get ready.
39. अच्छा, this is their team. Okay, team. This is last one. 2 more. Okay.
Okay.
Sir, may we start? Sir, do you know that the fuel that we are using, LPG, for cooking is harmful for us? Yes, sir. Harmful for environment.
Harmful from the environment, as it contributes in almost about 60 to 70% of the the carbon emission in the environment. Also, the LPG which we use in our house, almost the 50% of it is imported from outside. So our solution is a device named PyroSurge, where we will be producing hydrogen and will be using that for cooking purposes in households, and it will be a plug and play very compact device which will be used in small households for cooking purposes. So what will be our structure is that we will be using electrolytic cells, electrolyzers, for extracting hydrogen from water, hydrogen and oxygen from water. The oxygen will be vented out from valves and the hydrogen will be consumed.
Last में आ जाओ बेटा, last में. हाइड्रोजन सर एक्सप्लोसिव है, कहाँ यूज करेंगे? वो भी
कॉस्ट पूछ लेंगे ना.
अच्छा ठीक है बेटा.
Okay. So I heard that you were talking something about explosive. So in this, we will be using hydrogen burners, which will be using only 1 bar pressure of hydrogen, which is very suitable for burning and is not that much flammable. Hydrogen becomes flammable when it is under pressure of about 200 bars or something. So that factor we have cut it out. So, and also one factor that we came across was that if we turn on the device and then we use the hydrogen, some hydrogen will be there in the pipeline itself. So for that instance, we will be having a buffer tank. The hydrogen which was kept in the pipe will be transferred in it using a pressure valve and will be stored around 5 to 10 bar of pressure. And in this amount of pressure, the hydrogen can be stored for
Your
1 to 2
90
weeks.
seconds are over, so please wrap up now.
Okay. So at this pressure, hydrogen can be stored for 1 to 2 weeks, and from the indicator we will know that. And after this time limit is over, we will be slowly at a very less rate will be releasing it into the nature again in the environment. So we are open for questions.
So, but if you are releasing something to the nature again, and I am talking about as a consumer,
Yes, ma'am.
then am I not at a loss?
No, ma'am. So basically, what is this? Like the cost of this device is very less, and the hydrogen which will be emitted is very less that it is not even that much measurable. It is a very less quantity of hydrogen which will be given back outside through the valves.
Present status क्या है बेटा इसका?
Ma'am, it is in an incubation stage. We have presented it in two hackathons, and we have got inputs from that.
And गवर्नमेंट ने हाइड्रोजन कहीं पे डाला है क्या?
Yes,
एलपीजी वगैरह सीएनजी वगैरह में कहीं पे गवर्नमेंट इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहा है इसको?
मैम नॉट गवर्नमेंट बट देयर आर
मैम इंडिया के अंदर ये टॉपिक अभी बहुत नीच है बट मैम फॉरेन
क्या बात कर रहे हो बेटा? एमलगमेटेड फॉर्म हम लोग यूज नहीं कर रहे?
Ma'am, there are three industries which I have used. One is NPTC, one is Omium, and one is Adani Group. So all of them are using it as a pilot based, and it is at a very large and industrial scale. So what our aim is making it very compact that can be used by Indian households like the medium class or the people. And also the carbon credits from this will be very high because the carbon emission will be almost net zero from this.
Which color hydrogen will you be using for producing?
Ma'am, sir, from water the hydrogen that we will gain naturally.
By which process?
Electrolysis.
Electrolysis.
Yes, sir.
But which electricity will be using there to do that electrolysis?
So our aim is that we will be using solar panels, the electricity from solar power to fuel this, the electricity for the electrolyzers and all.
Is that sufficient enough?
Yes, ma'am.
To split water into hydrogen?
Yes, ma'am.
देख लो बेटा.
Yes, ma'am.
बेटा एक बार वर्कआउट कर लेना इसको क्योंकि
करके देख लो ये थोड़ा सा तो इट्स आइडिया इज गुड इट्स वेरी रिवोल्यूशनरी आइडिया बट
if we are able to incorporate this, all our issues related to energy will be sorted.
Yes, ma'am.
That is what I am sure. But it should be workable. We will be rich, in fact.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, also one factor will be that the AQI of the house will be also improved by this because the oxygen which was separated will be released in the
Hoping
air.
for the best, all the best, beta. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Idea is good, but if you are using electricity only hot plate, then where is the gaseous emission there?
Gaseous emission, I didn't get that.
You see, you are, instead of using this
LPG.
LPG,
Yes, sir.
you're just using electricity for your cooking, just as you use an electric kettle
Yes, sir.
or a heater.
Yes, sir.
What is the emission there?
Sir,
anyway, you think about it.
Yeah.
It is from which source you are getting that electricity ultimately.
Yes, sir.
So that you must have a green source. Then only it is called green hydrogen. Otherwise, there are different colors of hydrogen. Okay? Solar, but solar ki, what is the land requirement for solar in a country like ours?
Like it is not that much big project. Like it is for small households. The hydrogen cooking for households where there are like subsidies which are government are running for LPG. They are almost wasting like 30 to 40,000 crores are annually spent on subsidies for LPG. So that will be replaced by this. If that is used in making this product, it will be very less amount that government needs to invest also. So
Is
it's the benefit.
LPG use ultimately financially net positive for government or negative?
So I guess it is a negative for environment.
What is, no, yeah, but not financially. You are collecting so much tax from petroleum products that...
Sir, right now Indian government is spending 1.1 lakh
बेटा
crore
सर
for-
मिनिस्ट्री से ही
Okay,
है
okay.
बिना सर्च किए मत बोलो
Thank you.
हाँ बेटा एनालाइज कर लेना नेक्स्ट टाइम incorporate the ideas and then you can all the best.
Thank you so much. Our next participant, Sakshi Goel, Indraprastha College. She is here. Serial number 42. This is a handwritten name towards the end of the list. Sakshi Goel.
So hello everyone, I am Sakshi Goyal.
Hello panel. My name is Soumya and today we are representing to you Minash, which is a one-stop solution for taking luxury and especially luxury fragrances globally that are extremely centered in Indian heritage. Before we go on, I would like to ask a question to the audience in general and to the panel. How many luxury perfume brands do we know that brand themselves as Indian? Right? Not many. Truth of the matter is that the biggest luxury brands, including ones like Dior, Chanel, Stefano Ricci, etc., import a large quantity of their essential oils, which are the base of any perfume, from India and very small Indian villages. Yet, a lot of Indian farmers rarely get any credit, or there isn't a D2C brand to sort of tap into that luxury value whilst giving those farmers that precise credit. That's exactly where we come in. Sorry. That's exactly where we come in, and we provide a solution for a website wherein we take Indian farmers who are essential oil, who are manufacturing essential oils, who manufacture essential oils, to sort of directly connect them to brands and take them to that level wherein they can pitch their oils, which are anyway getting transported to them, transported to the brands, but get the due credit that they deserve.
Your 90 seconds are up, so please wrap up.
And we have a due market research wherein this market is growing rapidly by a compound annual growth rate of 50%, and the luxury market in general is over $200 billion. Luxury perfumes specifically are over $30 billion, right? And we want to build, again, whilst we're supporting the farmers, we've already helped, there is a small village in Kannauj, near Kannauj in Uttar Pradesh, which is called Hasain. We've already helped farmers export over 20 lakhs worth of essential oils to brands as 100% oil concentrate, which is called Rue. So we've already helped them do that. And we're also helping them to directly purchase oils from them and build a D2C brand out of it, which is called Minash, which will be making luxury perfumes, which will be branding itself as Indian heritage. So bottom line is that we stop being viewed as third world by our Western counterparts and take luxury of India to global levels.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, have you any idea of how much a perfume company spends on advertising and how much on the product?
I do, sir.
How much? What percentage
So,
is the distribution?
So, sir, the cost of, so a unit cost of the perfume from, as compared to the cost of goods sold is between 70 to 80%. So, for instance, I am making a product for 10 rupees. It will be getting sold in the market for at least 90 rupees, right? In that, the product margin in between, the cost allocated to marketing lies somewhat about 30% of the product. So for instance, I'm making it for 10 rupees. Another additional 7 to 8 rupees will definitely be spent on marketing. And if it's an initial brand, another, for instance, it could reach up to more than the cost. So for instance, it could reach up to 12 rupees of marketing in and of itself. That's what we saw a lot of brands like Bella Vita, and there's an emerging brand called Fragonard doing. But again, there is a performance marketing segment that's coming up, which is something that I'm personally also tapping into at this moment. And we've already reached 20,000 profiles on Instagram in the past 15 days, wherein we do not have to spend anything instantly, but we are shooting reels in the, niche segments where we're sourcing the oils from, how we are making the perfumes out of it.
Sakshi, sorry. But 20,000 profile views makes me remind you that you've already presented day before yesterday, haven't you?
We have presented the D2C segment of it, but we did not present the B2B segment, which is the website, which is launched only yesterday.
But basically the product is the same, na beta?
Here we are essentially targeting the farmers so that they can register on the website as producers and not as a D2C segment of it.
Just now I was telling ma'am about your product only, and I remember you are from Vrindavan.
Right.
So basically, beta, you cannot present at two different portals about the same
I
product.
completely understand. The only difference was why I registered here as well was because the day before yesterday, I had, I think, mentioned my website, but it wasn't live yet.
Yeah, you said in next 8 hours it will get live.
So that was a D2C brand altogether.
Okay.
Here we are trying to pitch the B2B segment of it, where we're uplifting the farmers and getting them sales on, like we're helping them sell their oils to other brands as well in order to uplift them to sort of get the direct B2B sales.
Okay. Thank you, Beta, thank you. All the best. Next, please.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Any questions from anybody?
The pool we have in India of Ittar manufacturers.
Sir. Yes, sir.
So it's just a suggestion, not a question.
Right.
Look at what they do, how they do. There are lots to. Yeah. Thank you.
The idea is exactly that, because there are so many producers of ittars and everything, but they do not get enough credit. Right. Thank you. Because they do not advertise, but also because they're suppliers already to big companies, but the big companies will brand themselves as French. Right. Even though the oil is Indian, they'll say that. Right. Okay. It does in fact sometimes go there.
Thank you, Beta, thank you. All the best. Next, please. Agar hai to.
Amir Malik, Atharv Jaiswal from Shamlal College. Amir Malik, Atharv Jaiswal. I think they are not here as well, which brings us to the end of the list.
Thank you.
A big round of applause for all our participants, for our jury, for all our volunteers. So,
we should stand up once and clap for these young people.
That's a very noble gesture.
Let us we clap for you, sir. See, firstly, we were not as abusive or as harsh as Shark Tank. We were good judges, and allow us to tell you, you all have lots in you. So please, make your products work. Even if they are not working, differentiate them, take them forward. Please. This is just a competition. Thank you.
First, I would like to thank the judges for giving us so much of their precious time. And of course, all these students who have come up with such beautiful ideas. I mean, Saloni here, she was presenting here, and 5 minutes ago, I was actually describing her brand to ma'am, telling how good the perfumes were. And ma'am said, you should have taken the number. I said, ma'am, I have to, which I have to now. But I loved the dedication of the student. Beta, you're sitting there, yes, with specs. This guy has been there in Miranda also. He tried to present here also, but because he was disqualified, because you cannot do it in two different places. But the dedication that he has, I have not seen it in many students here. Okay, I mean, not talking about here, because everyone is very good, right? Like for you people, the 3 people here that are here, I loved the symbol that was Popeye, and it actually was nostalgic. That I remember we would eat spinach only because Popeye the sailor man. And we would love that song and we would have palak, right? But I am so fascinated, so impressed by the fact that this generation, despite of Instagram and reels and swipe culture that you have, you people are so very much talented, right? And I've always believed in one thing, that the IQ of all of us are very good. If we know what to wear, how to wear, whom to talk, what conversation we should have, then probably each one of us who is not even presented today should come up with the concept of startup, because that is what is coming up in the future times. And your incorporation of the AI tools is something that makes you turn into a black horse, which makes you lambi race ka ghoda. And all of you who are talking about laziness, pre-diabetic and diabetic situations, is something that you are catering to the market. The only thing I would suggest is that please make your rates a little lesser than you think of achieving in the initial self, because that's an untapped market. We Indians are born conjuice. Okay? So we would always require a product which is cheaper, but quality-wise it has no compromises. So just take that into consideration. By the time we are calculating your marks, I wish you all the best, and also would like to tell you one thing, that it would not be just 5 winners. There may be 2 winners also of this program here, because it looks into the parameters. If you're not falling into the parameters of the youth ministry, then only 2 people will be decided and given the checks today, unlike what happened in Miranda. Okay, we've got different sets of things in terms of from the youth ministry. So there may be 1 or 2 or 3 likewise, but if there are 5 people who are coming up with the parameters, meeting the parameters, they will be associated with the same. Okay, so I wish you all the best. 2 minutes and the decision will be made. Thank you.
While we deliberate upon the results, we would like to call upon stage and felicitate a very important and a special person for this event, Mr. Aditya Tikku. Kindly come on stage, founder and convener of GCTC. This event has been possible with his tireless efforts, and a big round of applause for the man himself. Can we have a good round of applause?
Let me take your number, 973
We would also like to felicitate our anchor for the day, Dr. Simarpreet Kaur and Dr. Priyadarshini Bhattacharya, for their patience and constant, changes in the names and other things. They took care of it very well and very patiently, coordinating all the stage management. Thank you so much, Dr. Priyadarshini and Dr. Simarpreet Kaur, for your constant support. Thank you so much.
108 double चार पे लाइए
A big round of applause for the anchors. Dr. Simarpreet Kaur. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I just had to say it was
एक ग्रुप फोटो करा रहे जी
group photo.
ग्रुप फोटो के लिए आइए आइए
Come on the stage.
All the volunteers, please come on the stage for a group photograph. All volunteers of the team, please come on the stage for a group photograph. Come quickly. All the volunteers, please march up on the stage for a group photograph.
Quickly, jaldi, time nahi hai, jaldi jao, jaldi jao.
का चश्मा रह गया नहीं आपका है चश्मा किसका
उधर चल जाओ रिजल्ट वहाँ पे अच्छा ठीक है